Chapter 9:15. Shen Miao smiled. Luo Shuiyan did not have any sisters and only brothers, thus she only had a Jiujiu and not an Yimu. Now that there was an Yimu, it was indeed fresh. But looking at Ji Furin's dignified and decent bearing, it seemed that she was a person who knew the situation and spoke very straightforwardly. Shen Miao changed her thoughts and felt that it was so, otherwise how could Ji Yushu's temperament be raised? Ji Furin pulled Shen Miao's hand and said as they walked to the other side, "Today Jing Xing and Xingji will go to the inner field to hunt and you will wait outside with me. When the sun has set they should be back. At that time the two of you can go to the Ji residence and have a meal together. Speaking of which, ever since Jing Xing came back this time, he has not come to our residence for a meal." Shen Miao smiled and complied. In a blink of an eye, she thought of Xie Jing Xing and suddenly became somewhat worried and asked, "Yunmu, is the fight in the inner field dangerous or not? One fear that it is not easy to hunt a male lion." Ji Furin sighed. These are the rules that were set since the founding of the country. After so many years, it was originally going to be abolished, but at the end the late emperor. Her tone suddenly paused and looked at Shen Miao before smiling. "You do not need to worry as there is still the imperial guards. Even though the beasts are fierce, those guards are not to be trifled with. Moreover, both of them have martial arts and are not idle people without the strength to truss a chicken. Their self-protection skills are more than enough." When Shen Miao heard it, she also smiled, but her heart was thinking that it seemed that Ji Furin did not know about it. If she knew about it, she would definitely not show such a relaxed expression. Those imperial guards were also not as safe as they looked on the surface. Ji Furin was not a person who could discuss things, and Shen Miao was somewhat regretful at this moment. She should have called Pei Lang along so that at least things could still be discussed. She did not have any acquaintances in Longyi and did not know anything about Xie Jingxing's arrangements, so it would not be good to rashly make arrangements. At the edge of the outer field far away from the bushes, there was an arbor that was set up immediately. Because the ones who came today were the nobility, there were a lot of ice cubes that were brought over. At this moment it was very cool and some of the young ladies and Furins were sitting inside, drinking tea and eating snacks. Occasionally they would see their own family members coming back with some game and would feel excited as they cheered and jumped up to show off. In the end he treated it as a new form of entertainment. Shen Miao's heart however gradually sunk as she looked at the misty Hualuan Peak in the distance. The Hualuan Peak was steep and one could not see the end of it. Everyone here were chatting happily, but who knew if there was a life and death struggle going on inside? Or was it some kind of fierce battle? Was the prey really just a lion or a golden dragon from the 9 heavens? Just as she was thinking, someone walked over from the opposite side. Shen Miao looked up and saw that it was the astute Madame Yi. Madame Yi walked to Madame Ji's side and sat down. She looked at Madame Ji and smiled. "Why didn't you go in as well?" "How could I know how to hunt? I'm just watching." Madame Ji also laughed. Although the Ji family and the Yi family did not have much contact, they still had to give face. After all, Yi Maocai's official position was not much different from Ji's was. In fact, it might even be slightly higher. Madame Ji asked, "Even Madame Yi is not going in?" "I will not go." Madame Yi waved her hands. "My body is weak and cannot stand the jolting of the horse." Her gaze landed on Shen Miao and said, "Why did Qin Wang Fei not go in? Did you not see Prince Qin Wang accompanying Qin Wang Fei to go in? Why did you not play a little longer?" Shen Miao's heart moved. Madame Ye's words seemed to be probing something. Could it be that she knew a little about what happened in the inner field today? The Lu and Yi family status in Longyi was subtle and it was worth paying attention to. She said, "The sun was too strong and the outer field made me dizzy, so I came back first." She then put on a slightly disgusted look. "Moreover, I do not like to see scenes of killing." Chapter 9:16. Ji Furin smiled. Princess Rue is soft-hearted, but it is not surprising. Even an ordinary female would not be willing to see a rabbit being killed. Seemingly afraid that Yi Furin would continue to interrogate Shen Miao, Ji Furin deliberately changed the topic and asked Yi Furin, "Speaking of which, I heard that young Master Yi suffered from pain a few days ago. Is it better?" Young Master Yi naturally referred to the D son that was given birth by the concubine of the Yi family and brought up under Yi Furin's name. When Yi Furin heard this, she said, "It is still all right. It is an old problem. When it rains it would be very painful. There is no solution even after so many years." Her tone was indifferent. Shen Miao later found out from Octagon Jiao that this young Master Yi was the D son of the Yi family on the surface. The servants were very respectful to him, but secretly they felt that he did not have a future. Yi Furin only treated him on the surface but never really cared about him. Shen Miao felt that this young Master Yi that she had never met was a little pitiful. Ji Furan and Yi Furan continued to pull each other. Most likely it was to divert Yi Furan's attention. In the end, Yi Furan seemed to be somewhat impatient and got up to leave. Shen Miao and Ji Furan then sat together and waited. The sun gradually set, but there was still no sign of Emperor Yonglu and Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao instructed Mo Qin, "Go and inquire if there is any news of them." Ji Furan smiled, "Do not worry. There have been times like this before. Due to the need for patience in hunting, time passes in a flash. The path to Hualuan Peak is too steep and it is not easy to walk after dark. One would have to wait until the next day to return." Even though she said so, the slight anxiety in her eyes was captured by Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not know if she was too sensitive. If she did not know about Xie Jingxing's previous matters, she would really be at ease. But this time she already had a bad premonition and knew that Xie Jingxing's trip was not as easy as it looked on the surface. Her heart tightened. After the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. The emperor had not returned. Other than a few young ladies and womenfolk who had already returned, the officials were still around the hunting grounds. Shen Miao asked Ji Furan if this was the first time such a situation occurred. Ji Furan replied, "Not really, but it was very rare in the past." Some of the officials had already set up camp, using long cloth to make something like a tent. Even though it was summer, there would still be dew in the night, so they were afraid of catching a cold. The Ji family also made such a tent. Shen Miao was still walking outside when she saw Lu Wan'er standing not far away and talking to a middle-aged man. It seemed like she was acting coquettishly or pleading, but the man was unmoved. Immediately after, Lu Wan'er was forcefully pulled onto the carriage and escorted away by a group of guards. Lu Wan'er probably wanted to stay here, but this man didn't allow it. Shen Miao was about to leave when the man seemed to feel Shen Miao's gaze and suddenly turned his head, revealing a fiendish face. He was tall and sturdy like a bear. His face was bloodthirsty and he seemed to have a violent temper. He looked at Shen Miao with a gloomy gaze. Octagon Anise said, "That's the master of the Lu family, General Lu Jingchun." Shen Miao suddenly realized that this was Lu Wan'er's father, the military general of the Lu family. Then she was surprised. As a military general, Shen Xan was also very valiant, but he did not look as ruthless as this person. It was as if he could not conceal the murderous intent in his heart. He was a natural god of death. Shen Miao previously found it strange that Lu Furan, Lu Wan'er and Jing Fei did not look smart. How did the Lu family maintain such a reputation and status in Longyi? Now that she saw Lu Jingchun, she understood. With such a god of death, it was no wonder that Emperor Yonglu could not easily make a move against the Lu family. Lu Jingchun staying here, could it be that he was also waiting for a result on Wanhua Peak? Shen Miao pondered. Her gaze swept past Lu Jingchun and she turned to leave. Chapter 9:17. The Lu family and Madame Yi were here. Yi Maokai had also returned and was discussing something with Madame Yi. Both the Lu and Yi families were present. If something really happened to Emperor Yonglu here, the Lu and Yi families would not take the opportunity to do something disgraceful. Looking around, some of the officials had already entered their tents and were chatting with their wives. They treated this hunt as a fun game. They were only waiting for Emperor Yonglu and Xie Jingxing to bring back the lion as an offering for the ceremony. Shen Miao stopped and looked at the sky. The stars were quiet and the summer breeze was refreshing. But was this night really as peaceful as it looked? Ji Furan called her, "Xiaonyang, it's cold outside. Come into the tent." Shen Miao smiled and went in. Master Ji was not in the tent. The officials sat together in groups of 3 or 5, drinking and chatting. It was a rare moment of leisure and they relaxed. Ji Furan poured a cup of hot tea for Shen Miao and said, "Don't worry, they will be fine. But you, if you catch a cold and Jingxing questions me, I will not be able to bear the responsibility." Shen Miao smiled and said, "He wouldn't dare." She then thought of something and hesitated before saying, "His Highness's relationship with the late emperor did not seem to be very good?" Hearing this, Ji Furan was stunned. She smiled and said, "Why did you suddenly ask about the late emperor?" Even though Ji Furan tried her best to conceal it, Shen Miao could still feel the flash of hatred in Ji Furan. Shen Miao had always been curious about the late emperor's role in Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongli's lives in the Longyi court. Since Ji Furan and the late empress were sisters, she must have some understanding of the late emperor. Could she get some information about the late emperor from Ji Furan? Shen Miao did not hide it and said, "I heard His Highness mention a little, but it was not clear. I just felt it was strange." Ji Furan looked at her in surprise and said, "I did not expect him to tell you about this." She then smiled and said, "In the end, this is Jingxing's family matter. If I tell you, it will not be good." Another day you can sit with Jing Xing and tell him honestly. Then you will know the details. This meant that she was not willing to say. But because of Ji Furin's attitude, Shen Miao's heart confirmed her conjecture. Thinking about it, the late emperor really did not get along with the Xie Jingxing brothers. Looking at Ji Furin's attitude, she probably did not treat the late empress' paternal family very well. Thinking about all these in her heart, Ji Furin also sank into contemplation and only reacted after a long time before speaking to Shen Miao. "Ai. Everything is fine, so there is no need to mention about these. Jianyang, you should also sleep for a while. What if they come back tomorrow morning and you are tired instead? What if you hurt your body? How would Shen Miao be able to sleep at this time?" She had her mind on the matter and said, "I will sit for a while more. Anyway, I cannot sleep." Seeing her stubbornness, Madame Ji did not continue to persuade her. After talking for a while, Ji Furin felt tired. She was not as young as Shen Miao and could not stay up all night, so after a while she dozed off in the tent. Shen Miao covered her with the cloak and sat in the tent. Who knew that she would sit for an entire night? The morning light was bright and there were sounds of birds and beasts chirping coming from the distant forest. Master Ji was drinking with his colleagues at the other end yesterday and had already sobered up. He walked towards the tent and coincidentally met Shen Miao opening the tent door to leave. Unconsciously surprised, Shen Miao smiled at him and said, "Yumu has not woken up and is currently sleeping. Yufu's voice should be softer." Master Ji nodded his head and said to her, "Go and eat something first." Chapter 9:18. Shen Miao complied and walked out on her own. Some of the Furins outside had already woken up and their expressions showed their fatigue. They were all noble people, so it was impossible for them to make do with their tents. Those who were especially pampered had already returned to their residences last night, and those who stayed behind were either to fawn on Emperor Yonglu or to experience this rare leisure time. Fennel served a bowl of porridge to Shen Miao. When Emperor Yonglu came out, a few chefs from the palace came over to specially cook for these officials and womenfolk. As Shen Miao drank the porridge, she asked Octagonal Anise, "Is there still no news from His Highness?" Octagonal Anise shook his head. Shen Miao looked into the distance. The sun had already emerged from the top of the mountain, and after another 2 hours, the sky would be completely bright. Even if Xie Jingxing and the rest spent a night on the mountain, they should be back by now. There was no precedent of hunting on the mountain for an entire 2 days. Although they did not just hunt. "Is there no signal in your MOU army?" Shen Miao asked. "This time your master did not discuss with you about the matter. Once the matter is successful, what signal will be released to inform?" Octagonal Anise and Fennel were surprised for a moment before they looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Fennel said, "Master did not tell these 2 servants about the plan this time." Shen Miao was helpless and could only say, "One do not know what is the situation now." Looking at Lu Jingchun, who was stretching his waist, and Yi Maokai at the other end, she felt a headache. Just as she was thinking, she saw a familiar figure walking past from the other end. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and could not care about eating the porridge anymore. She placed the bowl in Octagonal Anise's hands and quickly chased up to that person. That person turned back and it was Ji Yushu. Shen Miao's heart was filled with 1,000 thoughts, so she pulled Ji Yushu to a corner where no one could see and asked him, "Why did you come back?" Ji Yushu asked, "What is sister-in-law's meaning?" Shen Miao frowned, "Are you not with Xie Jingxing?" Ji Yushu was surprised, "No. I am in the outer field and only the imperial family can enter the inner field. Even though I am half a relative of the imperial family, I am still not qualified." Shen Miao found it strange. She thought that Ji Yushu came over to help Xie Jingxing. Now that Ji Yushu did not go, could it be that Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yonglu were going to fight one-on-one? She said, "Tell me honestly, what does Xie Jingxing want to do this time?" Ji Yushu touched his nose in grievance. "Sister-in-law, you really asked the wrong person. Whenever third brother wanted to do something big, he would never bring me along. The more dangerous it was, the more he wouldn't let me touch it. Initially in Mingqi, I was only in charge of the Feng Xian pawnshop's food and drink, and did not allow me to intervene in other matters. Yesterday at the hunting ground, Gao Yang was with him. Third brother always brings Gao Yang along if there's anything. I wanted to follow, but third brother wouldn't let me." "Gao Yang?" Shen Miao asked. "Gao Yang is also an official, how will he go?" Gao Yang disguised himself as third older brother's personal attendant and followed along. Ji Yushu said, "He is quick-witted and knows medical skills, so if anything happens he would be able to help." Shen Miao's heart tightened. Gao Yang had medical skills, so Xie Jingxing brought it along with him, but could it be that the situation was so dangerous? She then looked at Ji Yushu and understood in her heart. Even though Xie Jingxing's mouth was bad, he was extremely protective in his bones. In any case, Jiyushu was his Biao younger brother just like Su Mingfeng in the past. The best way to protect Jiyushu was not to involve him, and perhaps it was to protect the Ji family. Jiyushu looked at Xin Miao's expression and this time he became smarter. He asked, "Sister-in-law, is it that something happened to third older brother?" Xin Miao said, "No. It is just that I see that he did not return for a long time and my heart is anxious." Chapter 9:19. Impossible. Jiyushu said resolutely and decisively, "Sister-in-law is not a person who has no sense of propriety. You were just too strange just now. Yesterday I went to look for Gao Yang, but Gao Yang was also mysterious. Every time something happens to them, it was still alright when they were in Mingqi, but after returning to Longyi he drew a clear line with me. Could it be that he wanted to do something by himself?" Xin Miao looked at Jiyushu's flustered and exasperated look and her heart sighed with sorrow. Xie Jingxing was used to putting aside the surrounding people and bear everything by himself, such as the Marquis of Linan, Princess Rong Xan and Su Mingfeng in the Ding capital. Now it was Jiyushu's turn, but some things were indeed a blessing in disguise. She said, "Sorry, I am unable to answer you because I also do not know what he wants to do. Hunting in the inner field, only the imperial family can enter. Could it be that there is danger?" Jiyushu said, "Third older brother and his majesty are always strange. Sister-in-law, you really do not know?" "Do not know what?" Without waiting for Xin Miao to answer, a female voice was heard from behind and it was Ji Furen walking over. One did not know how long she had been listening here. She looked at Jiyushu and then looked at Xin Miao, and her expression became strange. She said, "What happened to Xingji and Jingxing? What do you mean by what you just said?" Ji Furen originally wanted to call Xin Miao over to return to the city with her, but who knew that she coincidentally saw Xin Miao grabbing Jiyushu over. Star Anise and Fennel were busy guarding Lu Chun and Yi Mao Kai, and did not guard against Ji Furen, but Ji Furen heard the conversation between Xin Miao and Jiyushu. Jiyushu said, "Mother, nothing much. I am playing with sister-in-law. Don't try to fool your mother." Ji Furen looked at Jiyushu and said angrily, "Initially let you go to Mingqi to look for Jingxing, but you did not return. One do not know what you are doing in Mingqi. I do not care what you do, but you are after all the young master of the Ji family. I ask you, what do you know? Why did you say those words? Jingxing and Xingji. Is there danger?" Jiyushu was speechless from his mother's words and looked at Xin Miao for help. Xin Miao quickly said, "Imu, you have misunderstood. Yushu and I were just playing. It was just that His Highness did not return at this time and his heart was somewhat anxious, so he asked Yushu. Yushu does not know anything and it was I who thought too much. Yumu must not blame him." Ji Furen looked at Xin Miao again and her eyes were a little stern. "Jiaonyang, this matter is not a small matter." As they were talking, Octagonal Anise suddenly ran over. He ignored Madame Ji's presence and said, "Madame, they're back. His Majesty has left the mountain." It was as if Jiyushu was granted amnesty and quickly said to Ji Furen, "Look, mother, don't let your imagination run wild. Let's go see the lion that third brother and His Majesty are hunting." Finished speaking, she ran away. When Xin Miao heard that Emperor Yonglu and his entourage had returned, she heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Ji Furen. "Let's go over too." Ji Furen still wanted to say something, but when she saw Xin Miao's calm expression, she swallowed her words and sighed, allowing Xin Miao to pull her over. One saw a group of imperial guards walking out from the outside and the person leading them was Emperor Yonglu. But what was strange was that Emperor Yonglu did not ride a horse but walked by himself. Those with sharp eyes could see that the sword at Emperor Yongli's waist seemed to be a little blood red. But for the imperial family hunt, it was said that the emperor personally came to hunt, but in reality it was an animal etiquette. How could it make the emperor risk his life to go? It was only the guards pointing arrows at the side and the emperor would instruct. And now the meaning was that Emperor Yonglu personally took action? Emperor Yongli's expression was as usual and one could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Imperial concubine Jing waited in the carriage for a long time and immediately went up to greet him lovingly. "Your Majesty finally came out. This concubine had waited here bitterly for an entire night and even my eyes are red." Emperor Yonglu only glanced at her faintly and did not reply. Xin Miao could see clearly that Yi Maocai's expression was normal, but Lu Jingchun was somewhat gloomy. The imperial guards at the back dumped the things that the horses were pulling onto the ground with a bang, instantly causing the surrounding womenfolk to exclaim. That thing was not anything else but the corpse of a huge lion. It was stained with blood and there were numerous arrow holes on its back and abdomen. It seemed that it had gone through a fierce battle. Immediately, there were courtiers who flattered and came forward to congratulate, "Your Majesty is wise and mighty. It is the fortune of our great Liang." Everyone followed suit and followed along as they knelt down to sing praises. Shen Miao also followed and knelt down. Emperor Yonglu indicated for everyone to rise. But Shen Miao did not see Xie Jingxing's figure. After everyone rose, Lu Zhengchun suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, why is there only Your Majesty and no trace of His Highness Prince Rue?" It seemed that everyone just remembered that Prince Rue was not present. Emperor Yonglu stared closely at Lu Zhengchun, his eyes as cold as ice. "Prince Rue is injured and has returned from the other side to the city for treatment." Everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 920. Shen Miao's heart tightened. As long as Xie Jingxing was able to conceal it slightly, he would most likely act as if nothing had happened and Emperor Yonglu would not say the matter of Prince Rue being injured in front of the Lu and Yi families. But at this moment, Emperor Yonglu did not hide anything. Did this mean that this matter was so serious that it could not be concealed? Ji Foran stood beside Shen Miao and immediately held Shen Miao's hand tightly. Most likely she was afraid that Shen Miao would be anxious and even advised her, "It is hard to avoid friction in this hunting ground. Most likely he was accidentally injured somewhere. With so many guards protecting, it should be fine." But her face was filled with worry. Shen Miao did not want Ji Foran to panic, so she responded to her, but her heart did not think so. Since Emperor Yonglu let Xie Jingxing leave the city first and did not let Xie Jingxing be exposed in front of these officials, then Xie Jingxing's injury would definitely not be as simple as a small friction. She looked around and did not see Xie Jingxing, Tai Yi and the rest. She was even more anxious. Emperor Yonglu did not seem to want to speak more, and even though he had hunted this lion, his expression did not seem to be happy. Everyone guessed Prince Rue's injury but knew that Emperor Yonglu was not happy this time. Everyone knew that Prince Rue and Emperor Yonglu had a close relationship, and no matter if Prince Rue's injury was serious or not, the two of them would go to the inner field together. The one injured was Prince Rue, so Emperor Yonglu would definitely not be happy. Because of this, no one dared to talk to Emperor Yonglu at this moment. Even Jing Fei put away her arrogance and carefully waited at the side. Since the lion was hunted, everyone naturally did not need to stay on the hunting ground. Emperor Yonglu had to return to the palace and the families of the officials also had to return to their residences. When everyone was being careful, Lu Jingchun had to ask about Emperor Yongli's 60th year ceremony as if nothing had happened. Emperor Yongli usually still had some face towards Lu Jingchun, but today he scoffed coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. The officials were well aware of that unhappy attitude and whispered to each other. Lu Jingchun was not only not angry, he seemed to be somewhat happy, which made that fiendish face look extremely terrifying. Shen Miao also rushed back to the residence of Prince Rue as she was worried about Xie Jingxing's injuries. Ji Foran and Ji Yushu also wanted to go, but Shen Miao shook her head. "This matter is not clear yet, and one fear that it is not that simple. If Yimu and Yushu go now, it would be easy for others to exploit the loophole. I will first go back to take a look at what exactly is going on. Yimu and Yushu will come over when His Highness is better." Pausing, she then said, "The more it is at this time, the more one must not panic." Even though Ji Yushu and Ji Foran did not understand the ins and outs of this matter, they were after all people who had rolled in the whirlpool of imperial power and slowly felt out the meaning in Shen Miao's words. Ji Darren deeply agreed with Shen Miao's words, thus Ji Yushu and Ji Foran no longer followed. The few of them parted ways and Shen Miao, Mo Qing and entourage immediately rushed towards the residence of Prince Rue without stopping. Star Anise and Fennel comforted Shen Miao. "Foran, do not worry. Master's martial arts are not weak. An average person would not be able to hurt him. Perhaps this is Master's plan to confuse the enemy." Shen Miao shook her head. "I do not feel good in my heart." It was more than bad, it was as if something was tugging at her heart. This feeling made her feel very uneasy and she could not wait to appear in the residence of Prince Rue the next moment to see what situation Xie Jingxing was in. Star Anise and Fennel looked at each other in dismay and did not make a sound. When they reached the residence of Prince Rue, Shen Miao got off the carriage and directly walked towards the residence's doors. The guards at the door quickly let her in, and when Shen Miao stepped in, she found that the residence was strangely quiet. Chapter 921. If it was in the past, Uncle Tang would have come up early to greet her and call her Foran back to send some sweet soup, but today there was not a single person. Shen Miao's heart became anxious and did not say anything further as she walked towards the courtyard. Coincidentally, she saw Uncle Tang pacing back and forth at the door of the room with a worried look. Shen Miao's heart thumped and Uncle Tang just happened to see her. Shen Miao immediately went up and did not say anything else to him but asked, "How is he?" "His Highness's injuries are very serious and Gentleman Gao is currently treating him." Uncle Tang sighed with a worried look. "I have not seen His Highness like this for a long time." Shen Miao thought about it before pushing the door and walking in. Upon entering the room, she could smell a strong smell of blood. Tai Yi, who was beside Xie Jingxing, was also inside and was silently twisting a handkerchief. The blood in the basin was enough to make one's heart jump. Gao Yang's brows were tightly locked, and when he saw Shen Miao entering, he was slightly surprised before saying, Do you understand now?" Shen Miao walked quickly to the bedside. Xie Jingxing's eyes were closed, his face was like paper and his lips were pale. His clothes on the upper half of his body were pulled apart and there were layers of arrow wounds on his abdomen. The deepest was a knife mark and it was different from the last time Shen Miao saw it. This knife mark was obviously new, but because it happened to cover the old wounds, it was like the old wounds had not healed and the new wounds were added, making it very deep. And what made Shen Miao's heart turn cold was that the blood around the wound was purple. She pointed at Xie Jingxing's wound and her voice was somewhat unsteady. "This, dipped in poison." Gao Yang straightforwardly cut off her words. Shen Miao was like being struck by lightning. After a moment, she calmed her mind. "You can cure it?" Gao Yang shook his head. "This is not a single poison but a mixture of several poisons. If I want to cure it, I must first distinguish what kind of poison it is. This will take some time, but his wounds can't wait that long. If it cannot wait that long, then think of a way to make him wait. In short, his life is in your hands and there cannot be any mistakes." Shen Miao shouted sharply. Gao Yang was stunned. He knew that Shen Miao was not as gentle and kind as she looked on the surface, but it was the first time he saw Shen Miao speaking so harshly, as if she was a superior commanding her subordinates. Even Tai Yi was stunned. He had always felt that even though this future young foreign was intelligent and could be considered scheming, but her attitude was too soft. Usually she would have a warm smile and lacked some ruthlessness. If she was to accompany Xie Jingxing, she would inevitably become a burden in the future. Now seeing Shen Miao's appearance, it made him think of the late emperor who had passed away. Shen Miao took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before asking Gao Yang, "How many days can he hold on now? How many days do you need to cure his poison?" "He can hold on for 7 days at most, but I'll need at least half a month to cure the poison." For the first time, Gao Yang revealed an expression of helplessness and even resignation. The most urgent matter now is that he cannot hold on for 7 days as his old injuries have relapsed. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. When he was lying on the bed, he looked very quiet, just like a noble young master who was asleep. However, this kind of arrogant, as if he was living the life of a superior person, was hiding a lot of swords, spears, rain of swords and killing. Last time when Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing's body, she saw that there were many old injuries on his body. She suddenly thought of something and said to Gao Yang, "Wait a moment." She then walked out of the room and into another room. Jingzhi and Guyu were waiting outside. That day both of them did not follow to the hunting grounds and waited in the residence for Shen Miao, but the seriously injured Xie Jingxing came over. They were originally flustered and now they were afraid that Shen Miao would overthink and wanted to say a few words of comfort, but they saw Shen Miao running straight to the dressing table and took out a small box from the drawer at the bottom of the dressing table and opened it. Chapter 922. In that box there was a round thing in a medicine bottle. Shen Miao grabbed the medicine bottle and hurried back to Gao Yang's room. She handed the medicine bottle to Gao Yang and said, "There are 3 yuan gathering pills here. Is it possible to help him?" In that box was the dowry that Luo Tan and Feng and Ning gave when Shen Miao got married. Luo Tan gave a compass while Feng and Ning gave 3 Guiyuan pills. The yuan gathering pill was something that could help extend one's life and could let a dying person have one more breath. It was difficult for Feng and Ning to give 3 of the good things that the great medical scholar of Mingqi left behind. Shen Miao suddenly remembered that she did not know if this thing would be useful for Xie Jingxing. Gao Yang was delighted. "Where did you get it from?" She took the medicine bottle and poured out 1 pill to take a closer look and sniffed it before saying, "Correct. It is the yuan gathering pill. It is useful. With this, he would be able to hold on for about 10 days. Shen Miao sighed in relief and heard Gao Yang speaking again, "But within 10 days I might not be able to research out the antidote." "No matter if you are able to research it out or not, you have to give it a try. If it is not possible, then we will talk about it at that time. Now that you are a physician, do not bother about the matter of not being able to." she said coldly. Tai Yi and Uncle Tang who followed along looked at Shin Miao in surprise. They did not think that at this time, a female like her would be able to keep her composure. In fact, Shin Miao was not as calm as she looked on the surface, but at this time, it would not be of any use to panic. She needed to clear her mind and think about what to do next. Gao Yang nodded his head. I will now perform acupuncture on him, and with the Yuan gathering pill, let him temporarily settle down. All of you go out first. Shin Miao glanced at Xie Jingxing and her heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something before she walked out. After walking out, she said to Uncle Tang, all of you leave first. I want to be alone for a while. Uncle Tang wanted to say something but hesitated and finally said, no matter what, Furen must take care of your body. These old servants will do their best to cooperate with Furen. Shin Miao complied. Tai Yi and Uncle Tang also left. After dismissing Jingzhe and the rest, Shin Miao stood outside the door and looked at the courtyard, feeling extremely tired. After a while, she sat down on the steps in the courtyard. The weather in June was already hot, especially in the Great Liang where it was hot early, but the ground was cool and the wind was rustling, so Shin Miao actually felt some coldness. She thought, if something really happened to Xie Jingxing, what should she do? It seemed that she should think about her future life and what she had to do in the future. This was the rational thing that she should do. But at this moment, she actually couldn't persuade herself to analyze the future rationally, as if those results were something she didn't even want to think about. Since when did Xie Jingxing's position in her heart become so important? So important that when she thought of losing this person in the future, she felt that the remaining time was somewhat dull. If he had never tasted honey, he should have been able to endure it. However, after tasting it and then losing it, everything became unacceptable. She heard someone's footsteps. She didn't know when Pei Lang had walked into the courtyard. Seeing her sitting on the steps, he also sat down. Hesitating for a moment, she then said, don't worry, he is a prince of the Great Liang, it won't be that easy for something to happen to him. Shin Miao was silent. Her eyes were slightly dim and Pei Lang felt that his mouth was astringent and his heart was sour. Speaking of which, he had never seen Shin Miao like this before. Shin Miao always had a well-thought-out plan in front of Pei Lang and her imposing manner was high, as if she wanted to suppress him. When Pei Lang was locked up in the dungeon of Prince Ding's residence, he had also thought if Shin Miao would feel guilty and worry about his life and death. When Shin Miao was worried about someone, what was she like? Now he finally saw it. When Shin Miao was worried about someone's life and death, there were no aggressive thorns and she was no different from an ordinary female. Chapter 923. He always felt that Shin Miao was sitting very close to him, but the distance between them seemed to be thousands of miles apart. Pei Lang said, go back to the room. The wind is strong. No need. Shin Miao looked outside. Your body is not fully recovered. Do not need to care about me. Go back and rest first. Pei Lang was silent for a moment before saying, I will accompany you. Shin Miao was too lazy to persuade him. At this moment her mind was not on Pei Lang and was only concerned about Xie Jingxing's injuries. Gao Yang was busy for the entire night. Shin Miao also sat for the entire night. Speaking of which, that night in the hunting grounds while waiting for Xie Jingxing's news, Ji Furen dozed off but Shin Miao did not sleep. She also did not close her eyes for 2 days, but she was full of energy. When the rooster crowed thrice, Gao Yang opened the door and walked out. When he saw Shin Miao and Pei Lang sitting on the steps, he could not help but be slightly surprised. You too? Sat for the entire night? Shin Miao rubbed her numb knees and asked Gao Yang, how is he? It is temporarily stabilized. The effect of the Yuan gathering pill is not bad. Next I will be in the room researching the method to detoxify the poison. No one is to disturb me. He looked at Shin Miao again. These days he will be entrusted to you to take care of him. Uncle Tang, who heard the news, could not help but ask, then if you do not come out after 10 days? Gao Yang did not speak and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. You go. In the silence, Shin Miao opened her mouth. Her voice was very calm, as if the person on the bed who was on the verge of death was not her husband. Gao Yang looked at her seriously. I also hope to succeed. If not, I will not be happy for the rest of my life. He turned and left. Uncle Tang looked at Shin Miao before looking at Pei Lang and said, Foreign gentleman Pei, you two have been keeping watch for the entire night and have not eaten anything. Currently Master's condition has stabilized. It is better to eat something first and rest. Do not let Master's injuries recover but you two fall sick from exhaustion. Shin Miao nodded her head and said, bring it to the room. I will rest here for a while and it will be convenient to take care of him. Also send someone to G4 inside to pass a message that His Highness's condition is temporarily stabilized but he has not woken up. Do not come over for the time being. Uncle Tang nodded his head. Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao and saw that Shen Miao had already walked to the chair in front of the bed and sat down. His eyes dimmed and he turned to leave. Guyu quickly brought a bowl of porridge over and Shen Miao let her close the door on the way out. There was only Shen Miao, the unconscious Xie Jingxing and Tai Yi left in the room. While eating she asked Tai Yi, "What's going on? Can you tell me now?" Tai Yi hesitated. Shen Miao stopped what she was doing and stared at him sternly. "That day you followed him into the inner field so no one is clearer than you about what happened. Even if you only recognize him as your master, you can't hide it from me." Tai Yi hurriedly said, "No madam. It's just that this subordinate is not very clear about master's plan this time. Because it was the emperor who discussed with mistress, even the MOU army was not used. But there seemed to be some changes midway. The emperor's life was hanging by a thread and someone was mixed in the imperial guards to ambush him. Master was seriously injured because he blocked the knife for the emperor and that knife was coated with poison. Someone wanted to take the emperor's life. In that instant, it was as if some beads were finally connected together and there was a vague answer to the conjecture in Shen Miao's mind. This hunt was actually a game between Emperor Yonglu and the Lu family or perhaps the Lu family. Emperor Yonglu wanted to use his own life to bring down the entire Lu family and the Lu family wanted to take the opportunity to deal with Emperor Yonglu but did not know that Emperor Yonglu had already made up his mind to die. Chapter 924. But Emperor Yonglu did not inform Xie Jingxing of this plan of mutual destruction, or it could be said that Emperor Yonglu knew that Xie Jingxing would not agree to it, thus Xie Jingxing said that there was a change in the plan. In order to save Emperor Yongli's fate, Xie Jingxing suffered such a heavy injury. Shen Miao silently looked at the youth lying on the bed. He was usually arrogant and mischievous and was good at grasping everything in the palm of his hands. De Qian's schemes were lifted up high and lightly dropped by him, covered in a careless smile. Because he was always used to showing off his strength, it made people forget that from a certain perspective, he was also an ordinary person and would also die of old age. Once he was injured, he would be in danger and there was even a possibility that he would completely disappear from this world. Shen Miao's heart suddenly felt pain as she recalled the sentence, "Wait for my return," that Xie Jingxing said to her before entering the hall. Looking at the scene in front of her again, she felt that it was extremely ironic. Moreover, the effect of the Yuan Guiyuan pill would not last long and if Gao Yang was unable to research the antidote in 10 days, what would happen? Shen Miao frowned as she looked at Xie Jingxing and her nails gradually dug into her palms. If it could not be done in front of him, then the main culprit would make him taste 10 times the pain. In Weiyang Palace, Emperor Yonglu fiercely threw the booklet in his hands onto the floor. Empress Xian sighed and bent down to pick up the booklet. His Lu family's guts are big enough and their hearts are wild enough. The emperor's face was as heavy as water. At this time they are still flaunting their prowess in front of Zhen. Zhen cannot wait to skin him and drink his blood. The Lu family used their power to commit crimes and this time they even took a risk out of desperation. If not for Jingxing sacrificing his life to protect. Empress Xian did not continue speaking. Hearing this, a flash of pain appeared in Emperor Yongli's eyes. Zhen can't wait for Zhen to die. Jingxing is a child that values relationships and righteousness. The emperor obviously knows that he would not agree. That is why one did not tell him at the start. In other words, even if the emperor arranged everything, it might not make Jingxing happy and to him it would be a shackle. The emperor did not even consider his feelings. Empress Xianda's words were sharp, but she didn't give Emperor Yonglu any face. Emperor Yonglu was already in a bad mood, and when he heard this, he was almost enraged. "Your Majesty, you don't have to be angry. Jingxing hasn't woken up yet. The most important thing right now is to complain." Empress Xianda reminded him when she saw him like this. Emperor Yonglu closed his eyes and said, "I know. I only have this one brother. Gao Yang is taking care of Jingxing's injuries and there is no news from Prince Rui's residence. But Your Majesty, the more important thing is that the Lu family has started to take action." "I know." Emperor Yongli's lips curled up slightly. His current appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the usual Xie Jingxing. He was clearly smiling but one could feel his coldness and danger. He said, "He wanted to deal with me. Since I didn't die, it's my turn to deal with him." Military power? Everyone has it. The Lu family has lived for a long time. This time if Xie Yuan is not well, I want the entire Lu family to be buried with him. He paused and said word by word, If Xie Yuan were to recover, they would have no way to escape. Empress Xinda nodded her head slightly and looked at the sky outside. Outside the imperial palace in June, the sun was shining brightly just now, but now it was overcast with dark clouds. In the end, the heavens were going to change. In the Gao family residence. Gao Yang had just returned to the residence when he heard an aggressive voice. Gao Yang, you are clearly a great Liang's Longyi people but lied to me that you are from Ming Qi's Ding capital. You are not some imperial physician and are clearly the great Liang's Minister of Defense. You are a liar. Chapter 925. Luo Tan angrily stood at the doorway. Her expression was somewhat haggard and there were traces of bruises under her eyes. At this moment when she looked at Gao Yang, it was clear that she needed an explanation from Gao Yang. Gao Yang wanted to return to refined medicine. His pharmacy was in his own residence and there were many medicinal herbs in the residence. The Gao residence and Prince Rue residence were not far from each other, thus he returned to the residence to refine medicine but did not expect to encounter Luo Tan's questioning upon his return. The maidservant beside Luo Tan looked at Gao Yang apologetically. On the morning of the royal hunt, she had originally followed Gao Yang's instructions to have Luo Tan stay away. Who knew that Luo Tan would sneak out on her own and coincidentally see Gao Yang walking among the officials? Luo Tan was usually muddle-headed on small matters but was very astute on big matters. She immediately turned back to ask the maid and when the maid saw that she could not hide it anymore, she could only tell the whole story. For Luo Tan this was somewhat unacceptable. Gao Yang was a pure doctor so it did not matter if he was in the Great Liang or Ming Qi. But he was obviously the Minister of Defense of the Great Liang but was an imperial physician in Ming Qi. In Luo Tan's eyes he was no different from an enemy country's spy. In addition the Luo family was a military family and when Luo Tan was young she and Luo Qian would always go to the opera troupe to listen to plays. Most of those loyal and righteous people would die from the spies. Luo Tan originally had a good impression of Gao Yang. Even though there were some small flaws he would take care of her daily. Now that the person who took care of her had become a bad person, Luo Tan's heart could not accept it. This was really like when it rains, it pours. At this moment Gao Yang was busy with Xie Jingxing's matter and coincidentally bumped into Luo Tan. If it was before he would definitely explain to Luo Tan in a good manner but now there was not enough time. She was alone in a foreign country and her husband's life was hanging by a thread. Perhaps it would be good to have a sister by her side. He then said to the servant beside him, "Tell her that I will enter the room first. No one is allowed to come in." He then walked towards the pharmacy. Luo Tan thought that Gao Yang would explain some difficulties as she did not believe that Gao Yang would do such a despicable and shameless thing. She did not expect that Gao Yang not only did not explain but also directly ignored her and entered the room. She said, "Hey, what do you mean? Tell me first, what are you?" "Young lady Luo," the manservant beside Gao Yang quickly stopped her and said, "Let me tell you. Actually, things are a bit tricky now. Young master went out today to treat someone. Something happened to the prince of Prince Rue's mansion, and he needs young master to treat him." Luo Tan was startled. "Prince Rue? Isn't that my brother-in-law? What happened?" The servant wiped his sweat. "It's a long story." At the other end, Shen Miao leaned over Xie Jingxing's bed and blinked her eyes before sitting up again. After a short nap, she felt much better. She turned to look at the man on the bed. His eyes were still closed as if he was asleep. Seeing that he was fine, Shen Miao's heart was at ease. But her heart was always in a mess. Shen Miao felt that ever since she was reborn she had been living a stable life. Because of the previous lifetime's road in front of her, she always grasped things that others could not grasp. There was no such thing when she was forced to a dead end. But right now it was the first time in her life that she tasted the feeling of powerlessness. Even though it did not happen to her, it was more uncomfortable than if it happened to her. But firstly, she did not have medical skills and secondly, she did not know how to detoxify and could only take out 3 yuan guiyuan pills. Shen Miao was indeed not used to placing all her hopes on Gao Yang. She slowly reached out and held Xie Jingxing's hand that was exposed outside the blanket, as if this would make her feel at ease. Uncle Tang came over to send some hot tea and snacks to Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not rest well and did not eat well so she looked haggard. Uncle Tang said, "Foreign should also eat something. It is very tiring to keep taking care of master like this." Shen Miao gave her thanks and suddenly thought of something. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Uncle Tang, when His Highness just arrived at Longyi 2 years ago, was it also like this?" 2 years ago, there was another reason why Xie Jingxing returned to Longyi. In the battlefield of the northern Jiang, There were Emperor Wen Hui's men in the Ming Chi Xia family's army, and those people wanted to take his life. Xia Jingxing escaped life and death, but he did not escape serious injuries. From what one heard, it seemed to be a life and death situation. At that time it was fortunate that Gao Yang was by his side, and Xia Jingxing's own fortune was great, else one feared that there would not be the current Prince Rui. Uncle Tang was startled for a moment and looked at Xia Jingxing, who was on the bed. His eyes were filled with memories. So foreign also know about it? Indeed, when Master first returned to Longyi, he was also sent back. At that time the physician said that there was no way to save him, and Gentleman Gao was also helpless, but at the end Master managed to pull through. It was really a miracle. Chapter 926. So foreign also know. Indeed, when Master returned to Longyi for the first time, he was also sent back. At that time the physician said that it was impossible to save him, and Gentleman Gao was also helpless, but at the end Master was able to pull through. It was really a miracle. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. There are a lot of people who want his life in Longyi. Uncle Tang looked at Shen Miao with some surprise and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. How is it that easy to defend the great Liang's rivers and mountains? If it is so, at that time. He suddenly stopped talking and said, in short, foreign must take care of your body. As he spoke, he wanted to instruct the kitchen to brew the medicine and was about to leave. Just as Uncle Tang was about to leave the door, Shen Miao called out to him and asked, Uncle Tang, the relationship between the late emperor and His Highness did not seem to be good. Do you know about this matter? Uncle Tang's footsteps staggered and paused before slowly speaking. To be dissatisfied with foreign, this servant was once an attendant of the late Empress' residence. It is just that if foreign wants to know about these matters, it is better to wait for His Highness to tell you personally. Forgive this old servant for not being able to tell. He bowed and turned to leave the room. Shen Miao pressed her forehead. The great Liang's imperial family's secrets were no less than Ming Chi's, so what secrets would Xia Jingxing have? What was the relationship between the late emperor and Emperor Yonglu? Xia Jingxing did not tell her about these matters, and she also did not know the depth of it, thus she could not act rashly. At this time, Shen Miao would rather be more impulsive and not be so cautious. Perhaps she would be able to find out the truth by accident. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Guyu rushing in with wide eyes and a somewhat helpless look. Foreign? Foreign? Shen Miao frowned. The more it was at this time, the more one must not be rash and hasty, as panic would cause chaos. The residence of Prince Rui could not be taken advantage of at this time. She asked, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Before she finished speaking, a familiar voice was heard from outside, Biao youngest sister. Shen Miao was startled and saw a familiar figure suddenly appearing behind Guyu. If it was not Luo Tan, who else could it be? Luo Tan's expression was somewhat anxious. When she saw Shen Miao, she walked in quickly and looked at Xia Jingxing, who was still unconscious on the bed, and muttered, he really did not lie to me. Shen Miao stood up and asked, why are you here? She had always been tolerant towards Luo Tan, like an elder towards a junior. Now that she stood up with a cold face, Luo Tan was startled. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and whispered, it's a long story. After Luo Tan told Shen Miao about the ins and outs of how she came here, Shen Miao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and disapprovingly said, simply nonsense. The distance between the great Liang and Ming Chi was very far, and you are staying alone in someone else's residence. If anything happened, how would Jiu and Jiumu feel? So what if you give in to my parents? Luo Tan knew that she was in the wrong and whispered, I know I was wrong. I just wanted to follow you guys. Then she said in a lower voice, I didn't expect Gao Yang to be from Longye. He lied to me that he had traveled to Longye and happened to have a mansion here. Shen Miao looked at the submissive Luo Tan and did not know what to say. Since the matter had already happened, it would be useless to blame anyone. Moreover, up until now, everything could be said to be safe and no trouble had occurred. Even though Gao Yang was not as simple as he looked on the surface, but since he followed Xia Jingxing, he would not do anything disrespectful to Luo Tan. Even though Shen Miao did not know why Gao Yang would be like this, but looking at Luo Tan's appearance, Gao Yang should have taken good care of her. Chapter 927. Luo Tan was afraid that Shen Miao would mention sending her back now and immediately diverted the topic. Gao Yang went to the pharmacy to refine the antidote for brother-in-law. I thought that he was speaking nonsense, but now seeing brother-in-law, one then know that it is true. She looked at Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, is brother-in-law's injury really serious? Shen Miao did not want to hide from her and nodded her head. The peaceful yuan gathering pill can at most ensure his health for 10 days. If after 10 days, Gao Yang is still unable to refine the antidote, then it would be dangerous. Luo Tan was horrified. Is there no other way? I'm thinking. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. The news had already reached His Majesty's ears and His Majesty is secretly recruiting doctors, but distant water cannot quench present thirst. Luo Tan was silent for a moment but reached out to hold Shen Miao's hands and said firmly, "Brother-in-law is so talented and will definitely be fine. Both of you will be long and I am still waiting for you to give birth to a little nephew for me. You do not need to worry, I will accompany you to guard." Luo Tan was after all a family member and in a foreign country, no matter if it was Gao Yang or Ji Yushu, there was still a layer of closeness. Even if Luo Tan did not do anything, she would at least make one's heart feel better. Xie Jingxing could not be separated from others, and because one did not know if his injuries would relapse, he needed someone to take care of him, so Shen Miao personally took care of him. She sat by Xie Jingxing's bedside almost all day, feeding him water, and when there was nothing to do, she would read a book at the side, which was the Great Liang's political and historical books. She must quickly understand the Great Liang country so that she could have countermeasures in the future. She really did not like to be in a passive situation. Luo Tan also accompanied by Shen Miao's side, and other than returning to her room to sleep at night, she would also sit with Shen Miao in the room at other times. It was rare that she, with her restless temperament, could stay here for a long time. Even though most of the time she would be sitting in a daze. 3 days passed by quickly, and in these 3 days, Xie Jingxing did not wake up at all. Other than Gao Yang, who was in closed-door cultivation to refine medicine, Emperor Wenhui also sent an old imperial physician with the highest medical skills in the palace to take care of Xie Jingxing. Because the old imperial physician was present, Xie Jingxing's pulse was considered stable. Everyone placed their hopes on Gao Yang, hoping that he would be able to produce the antidote within 10 days. Otherwise, no one would be able to help them even if they cried for help. Who knew that on the 4th day, Xie Jingxing suddenly felt unwell. First, his pulse became extremely chaotic and unstable, and his breathing became very rapid. His face was frighteningly pale and he couldn't even drink water. The wound had also begun to fester, and it looked extremely dangerous. The old imperial physician came over to take a look and shook his head with a sigh, saying that the poison in Xie Jingxing's wound was initially suppressed by Gao Yang's acupuncture technique, but it was only for a moment, and now the poison could no longer be suppressed and started to spread. If he did not have those 3 origin-returning pills, Xie Jingxing would not be able to hold on right now. However, even if they managed to survive for now, even if they were lucky enough to survive for 10 days, it was still hard to say what would happen to Gao Yang. Xie Jingxing's sudden deterioration made everyone's heart uneasy, especially Shen Miao. Previously, when Xie Jingxing was injured, he was still considered to be calm, which made her a little comforted, but now she was unable to deceive herself. The matter of Xie Jingxing possibly not waking up was clearly placed in front of her. Even though the old imperial physician's medical skills were brilliant, he was not as brilliant as Gao Yang. If even Gao Yang was helpless, naturally he would be even more helpless. After repeatedly shaking his head, he returned to the palace to report. Uncle Tang hesitated for a long time before asking Shen Miao, "Furen at Ji Furen's end, is it necessary to inform?" When he said those words, Uncle Tang's tone was very difficult, as if it contained great grief. Chapter 928. After Xie Jingxing returned from the hunting grounds, Shen Miao kept it a secret from the Ji residents because she did not want Ji Furen to worry and also to avoid alerting the enemy. But now Uncle Tang's meaning was that if Xie Jingxing really could not make it, Ji Furen would definitely come and see him. No need. Shen Miao decisively interrupted his words, not for the time being. Uncle Tang was startled and Tai Yi was also somewhat surprised. Pei Lang, who had been silent all the while, said, "No matter what, there are some things that should be considered." Consider what? Consider the aftermath? Even though Shen Miao knew that Pei Lang was right and in such a tense environment, grief was unavoidable, but the most important thing was the future. Now one had to plan for the future. Shen Miao's heart burst with an inexplicable fire for no reason. Thinking of the previous lifetime when Wan Yu was married, Pei Lang also said to her in such a light manner, "Her Princess Highness is already married. Your ladyship should think more about the future." She coldly swept a glance at Pei Lang, and that gaze made Pei Lang startled, and his heart could not help but slowly sink. Luo Tan had long been unable to sit still and returned to the Gao residence to look for Gao Yang. However, she was told that Gao Yang must not be disturbed when refining medicine and no one was allowed to enter. Luo Tan was angry. This cannot be done, that cannot be done. Could it be that I want to see my brother-in-law get sick? It is fine if it is my brother-in-law, but my youngest Biao sister is pitiful. In just a few days she has become a lot more haggard and lost a lot of weight. She had just gotten married and this kind of thing happened. If something really happened, my youngest Biao sister would definitely not be able to live. Luo Tan had seen many dramas and had seen quite a number of scenes of people dying for love. Even though Xin Miao was usually calm and collected, she was after all a young female of more than 10 years of age and had just gotten married. If something happened to her husband, how could Xin Miao bear it? It was not possible for a young female to be a widow. The surrounding servants of the Gao residence looked at each other in dismay and did not dare to speak. This young lady of the Luo family's background was not small and was the Di Biao sister of Rui Wangfei. Her temperament was as impulsive as fire, and even their young master had to give in to Luo Tan, not to mention them, the servants. Now that Gao Yang was in the pharmacy and could not be disturbed while he was refining the medicine, they, the servants, were unlucky and had to bear the wrath of Miss Luo. What kind of famous doctor is he? The world's famous magical hand Loyal Heart can't even detoxify a poison. What if he can't detoxify the poison after 10 days? Luo Tan's eyes reddened and her voice choked. It was as if she felt ashamed to cry in front of so many people. She turned her head and ran back into the room. She slammed the door shut and fell on the bed, crying silently. The people of the Luo family all had the kindness to stand up for injustice and judge others by their own standards. Especially since Xin Miao was Luo Tan's relative, Luo Tan could not wait to be in her place. Seeing Xin Miao being upset and not being able to help, Luo Tan felt that she was really incompetent. He felt that he did not have the face to face Xin Miao and was unable to face himself, so he simply locked himself in the room for a whole day. He didn't even eat, as if doing so would make him feel better. Because no matter how sad he was, he would not be as sad as Xin Miao. As a result, Luo Tan's actions scared everyone in the Gao residence. The servants in the Gao residence had been by Gao Yang's side since he was young. Gao Yang had always been gentle with women but had never brought a woman into his residence. Moreover, he liked to tease Luo Tan, which was completely different from his usual lenient behavior. There must be a demon in an abnormal situation. Gao Yang's mind was sharp, but the servants were not stupid. The reason why they indulged Luo Tan was because they saw Luo Tan as their future female master. This future female master's heart was not comfortable at the moment and refused to eat. If their young master came out a few days later and saw Luo Tan's appearance, he would definitely be distressed. If he was distressed, the ones who would suffer would be the servants. Chapter 929. The servants discussed and decided to find someone to go in and comfort young Lady Luo. After searching around, they finally unanimously pushed out a person, a young girl called Benyu. Benyu was the daughter of a poor family that Gao Yang had saved from the hands of a tyrant. If it was not for Gao Yang's rescue, Benyu would have entered a brothel to be a girl. After entering the Gao residence, she became a servant girl. When Benyu was young, she was abducted by human traffickers and traveled all over. Her knowledge was extraordinary and she had some cleverness of the marketplace. She had a silver tongue, and if there was anyone in the Gao residence that could not think things through, it was not wrong to find Benyu to take care of them. At this moment, Luo Tan was not happy, so everyone called Benyu over to let her quickly persuade Luo Tan so that Luo Tan could eat well. Luo Tan was sitting in the room, crying silently. She saw someone push open the door and come in. It was a little girl with 2 red ribbons tied around her head. She carried a food basket in her hand. She placed the basket on the table and opened it, taking out some dishes from inside. The dishes were fragrant, but how could Luo Tan eat right now, so she said, "You go out, I do not want to eat." Young lady must not implicate your own body. The world is big, but the body is the most important. If one does not eat, one would easily fall ill. If young lady falls ill, Rui Wangfei would be very uncomfortable. Benyu said. Luo Tan shook her head. I cannot eat. Young lady, there is no need to think things through. His Highness Qinhuang is a good person and the heavens help him. Even though it is dangerous this time, he will definitely be fine in the end. It is said that one would have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Thinking about it, in the future, it would be a flood of good fortune. Benyu continued to do her best to comfort. Luo Tan smiled bitterly. Anyone can say beautiful words, but it is not something that can be said in a few words. If saying a few auspicious words would make a person better, then what is the use of doctors in the world? No matter how nice you say it now, it is useless. It is better to do something practical to let my younger brother-in-law get better earlier and Biao younger sister be at ease earlier. Benyu was surprised. Luo Tan looked careless every day, and one look and one could tell that she was easy to deceive. She did not think that she would have such insight. When people are sad, they do want someone to say a few words of comfort to them, but only they themselves know what it is for. These pleasant words did not deceive Luo Tan. Luo Tan sighed and her gaze became even more worried. Benyu said, "Miss, it's better to have something to say than nothing. It's never wrong to hope that His Highness will get better." "What you said is correct," Luo Tan said. "It's just that the current situation is critical. If you want me to relax, I cannot do it. Don't try to persuade me. I can't listen to you right now. Even if I let myself listen, my heart," she pointed to her chest, "can't do it." Benyu thought for a moment. This was the first time he was at his wit's end. She racked her brains for a long time before she seemed to think of words that could comfort Luo Tan. She said, "Actually, His Highness the Prince might not be that anxious. It is not the 10th day yet. Previously this servant had a younger sister who had a younger brother at home. He was only 3 years old and contracted a terrible disease. Everyone said that he would not live past 3 days. At that time, young master had also seen and said that the little child would definitely die within 3 days. Who knew that this servant's younger sister was lucky and met an expert who said that he had a way to change the little child's life. The younger sister brought her younger brother to find that expert, and guess what happened after 3 days? This Benyu was probably a talent, to be able to speak in such a way that it was like a storyteller in a restaurant. Luo Tan could not help but be attracted by her words and continued to ask, "What is it?" Benyu clapped her hands. "That little child is alive. Not only is he alive and well, he is even healthier than before." Luo Tan was startled and asked, "Why is it like this?" Chapter 930. Benyu said, "Newbie also find it very strange. Even young master could not explain it." "Where is that pair of siblings now?" Luo Tan asked. Because there were too many curious people, Newbie's little sister felt annoyed. Coincidentally, it was the right time to leave the residence, so she brought her younger brother to move out of Longyi. As to where they went, no one knows. Benyu said, "Speaking of which, she even drew the place where that expert lived for this servant, and this servant returned it to young master. Young master brought people over to take a look, but discovered that there wasn't any house that little sister spoke of, and there was only an uninhabited wasteland. Thinking that that person probably moved away, or perhaps little sister remembered wrongly, he left. In the end, they were not able to see that expert." Luo Tan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Do you still have a map of where that expert is?" "There is." Benyu nodded. "Almost everyone in this residence has one. There were too many curious people at the start, and everyone wanted to find that person to change their fate, to see if they could exchange for a rich and noble future. But in the end, they all returned without success." Luo Tan asked, "Then bring it for me." "What do you want this for?" Benyu suddenly thought of something and cried out, "You wouldn't want to find that expert, right? The matter of the younger brother of Newbie's little sister has been many years, and one does not even know if that person is still alive. Moreover, even Gongzi couldn't find him back then." She said, "Newbie didn't want young miss to find that expert, to think of a way." Benyu's heart was full of regret. She mentioned this matter to Luo Tan to make Luo Tan feel better. Look, that little brother was predicted to not live past 3 days and was able to escape from death in the end, much less Prince Rue. Who knew that this Luo Tan did not follow the normal path and actually wanted to find that expert? If that expert was so easy to find, wouldn't everyone be able to find him? What was the need to be busy here? Gao Yang would also not personally go and refine medicine. Luo Tan shook her head. "You just need to take it for me to see. I do not have to find that expert. I just feel very uncomfortable sitting here and not doing anything. No matter if I search or not, at least I have done my best for brother-in-law and Biaomei. I am not a useless person and my heart will feel much better." Since he had already said it like this, Benyu had no reason to refuse. She went out very quickly and returned very quickly. She handed Luo Tan a map that was embroidered with a handkerchief and blushed. "This servant's drawing is not good and I don't know how to read. I can only do embroidery. I have embroidered a map according to little sister's drawing. Young lady can see if you can understand it." Ever since Luo Tan came to Longyi, she had been wandering outside every day. The more remote the place was, the more interested she was. She had just come to Longyi not long ago, but she was very familiar with every road. She jumped up when she saw it and said, "Isn't this the south of Feng Tu Manor outside the West City?" Benyu was stunned. "Young miss also knows?" She continued, "This servant's little sister said that after passing the Phoenix Head Manor, if we keep heading south, we will be able to see the house at the bottom of the mountain. But when young master brought people over and there were some people who went over later, it was clear that to the south of Fengtu Manor was a broken wall. There was no bottom of the mountain and there were no houses. Luo Tan stared at the map and said, Fengtu Manor is not far from here and one can reach it in a day. Ben Yu said, young lady, you cannot. I will go and find Biaomei. Luo Tan said, you stay here. Ben Yu was somewhat worried that Luo Tan would really go and find that expert who she did not know was real or fake. But thinking about it, Luo Tan was not reliable, but Rui Wangfei was definitely reliable and would definitely not mess around with Luo Tan. Thinking that Luo Tan would feel better because of this, she was relieved. Chapter 931. In the residence of Prince Rui, Shen Miao looked at the unconscious Xie Jingxing and her brows tightly knitted together. Xie Jingxing's situation was getting worse and he could only hold on for 6 days. In these 6 days, other than praying that Gao Yang would be able to refine the antidote, was there any other way? Just as she was thinking about it, Luo Tan ran in from the outside and did not say anything when she came in. She only asked Shen Miao, youngest Biao sister, is the compass that I gave you on your wedding day still there? If it is, can you lend it to me? Shen Miao looked at her suspiciously, what do you want that for? Luo Tan avoided her gaze and said, I suddenly remembered, so I asked you to borrow it to play with. What kind of time was this? Even if Luo Tan's heart was big, how would she still have the mood to play? Shen Miao said, you do not need to lie to me. Say what do you want it for? Pausing, she then said, if you do not tell me the truth, then you do not need to think about getting it. Luo Tan was angry and anxious as she was always afraid of Shen Miao in every big matter. Clenching her teeth, she hardened her heart and simply revealed everything that Ben Yu had said previously. After finishing speaking, Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao's expression and said, I want to look for that expert. Since he can change the fate of this servant's younger brother, it is not possible that he cannot change brother-in-law's fate. There's no other way. It's better to find someone than to find nobody. Shen Miao thought for a while before shaking her head. Gao Yang had already been there once. Compared to you now, as a doctor, he would definitely want to understand what was going on. Since Gao Yang could find that place, how would you find it? Luo Tan said, Biao younger sister, if it is really a fake thing, how would I dare to waste your time at this juncture? I had heard from my grandfather that when he was young, he had seen a kind of Qimendunjia. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but every blade of grass and tree had a hidden mystery. When people walked in, they would unconsciously be confused by the scene in front of them. They would think that they were walking in a straight line, but they didn't know that they were walking on a curved path. He went around in circles but he couldn't get out. In the early years, there were people who thought that this was the art of ghosts. Shen Miao frowned, Qimendunjia? Luo Tan nodded her head, it's just that grandfather also said that he had seen it once when he was young. Later on this craft gradually died out. Until now, I'm afraid that no one has seen it. I thought that since that expert had the ability to change people's fates, it wasn't impossible that he didn't know the Qimendunjia. There's also the Qimendunjia, which is specially designed for martial artists. The higher one's martial arts, the harder it is for them to get out. In the end, they'll be trapped alive in the formation. You want to say that the reason why they couldn't find the house that the siblings were talking about was because someone had set up a Qimendunjia? Shen Miao shook her head. As you said, it's only for martial artists. Other servants of the Gao residence have also been there, but they still couldn't find him. Seeing Shen Miao like this, Luo Tan was somewhat discouraged and said, in the end, you just do not believe me and do not believe that anyone can save brother-in-law, right? I believe. Shen Miao said. Luo Tan stared blankly. Shen Miao asked her, then can the compass not be affected by other things and keep pointing towards the south? The Fengtu manor that you mentioned is towards the south, one's eyes and other things could be affected by the Qimendunjia but the compass would not. That is the work of the craftsman. Luo Tan said, it is precisely this logic. Chapter 932. Tai Yi and the rest did not think that Shen Miao would actually think of such a thing at this juncture. Even though the Phoenix Head Manor was not far from Long Yi, it would take 2 days to travel to and fro with the horses. If there were any unforeseen events along the way, the most important thing was that the legendary expert, other than hearing the Gao siblings' side of the story, no one had seen him before and did not know if it was true or false. Shen Miao going to look for an unknown person was too irrational and too naive. But Shen Miao seemed to have steeled her heart and instructed Uncle Tang on what to do these few days before bringing Luo Tan out. Before leaving, she instructed that the matter of her and Luo Tan going out must not be spread out. After disguising herself, she brought Star Anise, Mo Qin, Song Yang and Luo Tan along the way. Because she wore a bamboo hat and wore the clothes of an ordinary person, no one could recognize her. The residents of Prince Rui had always been good at doing these kinds of disguises. Even though Tai Yi was somewhat worried when Shen Miao was strict, even Shen Qiu did not dare to easily stop her, much less these servants. Looking at Shen Miao's departing figure, Uncle Tang asked, "This? Can Furen find the person?" Tai Yi shook his head. "It is better to have a heart test than to not have one. At least one is a righteous person." He then turned his head to instruct others, "Hide the matter of Furen leaving the residence well. If the news were to leak out, bear the consequences." In the carriage, Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao and said, "Biao youngest sister, why don't you sleep for a while? These few days you did not have a good rest and did not stop for the journey. It is better for you to take a rest first." Shen Miao's heart was somewhat in a mess. Now that the carriage was bumpy, even though she did not have the heart to rest, Luo Tan's words were very reasonable. If she did not rest well, it would not be good to delay the matters at hand. Thus she drowsily closed her eyes and dozed off. One did not know why, but this sleep was exceptionally long. Shen Miao originally set off in the afternoon, and when she woke up, she was shaken awake. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Luo Tan looking at her. "Biao youngest sister, wake up. We have arrived." Shen Miao followed Luo Tan down the carriage, and at this time it was already the afternoon of the second day. The carriage stopped in the middle of a wasteland. Perhaps no one had taken care of the branches growing there, but the branches were intertwined and almost covered the sky. In June there would still be sunlight even in the evening. However, this place seemed gloomy and dark. There wasn't even a trace of heat. It was quite frightening to look at. Mo Qing and Song Yang also frowned. Song Yang said, "What kind of damn place is this? There's not even a person. I heard that there used to be an embroidery shop here." The embroidery shop specialized in embroidery of a phoenix tail. However, the embroidery shop gradually declined and the shop was abandoned, explained Octagonal Anise immediately. He was an inquisitive person. Luo Tan looked up and down, left and right. She unfolded the handkerchief embroidered with the map and said, "But there should be a small path embroidered on this map. There are no roads here." Everyone came over to take a look. Sure enough, the map was clear. In front of the Phoenix Head Manor was a small path. If they walked along the path, they would reach the fields and houses. But there wasn't even a trace of a path here, let alone houses and fields. Why is there not even a single person? It is as if no one has been here for a long time. Luo Tan said, "Could it be that the grass has grown and covered the path so that we cannot see it?" Mo Qing and Song Yang looked around and shook their heads, "Not to the extent." Octagonal Anise and Fennel Xiang also looked around. Fennel Xiang said, "This forest is too big. After the sun sets, it would be easy to get lost in the forest and there might be other wild beasts. We are also not familiar with the roads here. Foreign, you see." Chapter 933. As servants, the most important thing was to protect Shen Miao's safety, lest Shen Miao fall into danger before the fated expert was found. The people of the Mou army were good at dealing with enemies, but in this unfamiliar dark forest, they were not good at walking in the middle of the night. In fact, Fennel and the rest did not care much about the expert that Luo Tan mentioned. From their point of view, Luo Tan had a whimsical idea and was too naive, but Shen Miao was also as naive as Luo Tan, making everyone's heart somewhat subtle. Only Mo Qing did not doubt Shen Miao's orders. Fennel and the rest did not understand Shen Miao, as Mo Qing had followed Shen Miao from the very beginning. Initially in Mingqi, Shen Miao's situation was even more precarious, but she was still able to walk out of such a difficult situation. Every decision that Shen Miao made would have a special effect in the future, and Mo Qing never doubted this point. Shen Miao looked at the map and asked Luo Tan, "Ben, you said that after the siblings entered the Phoenix Head Manor, they kept heading south, right?" Luo Tan said, "Yes. But she also said that there was a small path on the south side of the map and the small path just happened to head south, but there is no small path here." "Let's go," Shen Miao said. Everyone was surprised for a moment before Song Yang asked, "Furen, where are we going?" Shen Miao indicated Luo Tan to take out the compass and said, "Head south. But there are no small paths here." Fennel was extremely surprised. If there is a wrong path, would it not be wrong from the start? Shen Miao glanced at the Fennel and said, "Since we are already here and cannot differentiate which one is right and which one is wrong, then let's try all of them. There are only these directions here, and since that pair of siblings said to head south, the direction would be the same. No matter where the small path is, at most search in the four directions of north, south, east and west. When there is no other way, trying is also a way. She took the compass and walked forward. Everyone was stunned for a moment before Luo Tan said, "Biao, youngest sister, you also wait for me." Octagon Anise smiled, "Let us quickly follow." The others followed behind him. The sun soon set. The forest was already dark because of the dense foliage. After the sun set, it became even darker. Fortunately, Song Yang had brought enough matches with him. After lighting them up, he moved forward. It was just that the tree branches were the same all the way here. In the end, it was impossible to tell the difference between the front and the back. They were almost all the same branches. And because it was too cold, it was so cold that it did not feel like it was the 6th month. Mo Qing and Song Yang were still alright, but the females were somewhat cold. Shen Miao and the rest had brought along their outer garments, and at this moment they could not help but hold their outer garments tighter. Indistinctly, there were sounds of wild beasts roaring in the forest. Mo Qing and Song Yang stopped at the same time and slowly placed their hands on the swords at their waists. Fennel lowered her voice and whispered, "It's the sound of a wolf. There are actually wolves here." "Wolves are afraid of fire." Shen Miao said, "Everyone hold 2 matches in their hands and light them up. Wolves are a very cunning animal. If there is a pack of wolves in the forest and see so much fire, they would think that there are many of us and dare not approach." Fennel was surprised for a moment, and a surprised look appeared on his octagon round face. "Furin, you even know the method to deal with a pack of wolves." It was not strange for the MOU Army's people or the pugilistic world's people to know these methods, but Shen Miao was the daughter of an official's family, so it was unusual for her to know these. Even if the Shen family was a military general, this method seemed to be too skillful, as if it was a veteran from a hunter's family. Chapter 934. Shen Miao smiled, heard it mentioned by others. In the beginning, when Wanyu was going to marry the Xiongnu people, she heard that there would often be wolf packs at the Xiongnu's side. Shen Miao was worried and found many ways to drive away the wolf packs for Wanyu, thinking that Wanyu would be able to use it in the future, but was a pity. A flash of pain flashed past her eyes, and when Shen Miao looked up again, she was very calm, continued to move forward. "Still move forward?" Feng Xiang said, "Furin, we have already walked for several hours. Did you not discover? We seem to be going around in circles and did not move forward at all. Just now we have walked several times, and if this goes on, one fear that one would not be able to reach the end even if one were to walk here for an entire night." Song Yang also said, "Correct. For even if one want to walk, one cannot keep walking without an objective. Otherwise we would be making mistakes again and again." Shen Miao pondered for a moment before looking at Luo Tan. "Is the direction of the compass always towards the south?" Luo Tan quickly nodded her head. "Yes, we definitely did not walk in the wrong direction, but this scenery indeed seems to have been seen before. Obviously we did not walk in the wrong direction, but the scenery is exactly the same. This is even more strange." Shen Miao said, "Things that are extremely abnormal must be a demon. If we walk in the wrong direction, we would definitely fall into the trap and definitely not be able to return. It is better to keep walking like this. But what you all said is not wrong. One would always see the same scenery, and these trees look exactly the same, so it would inevitably mislead one. If it is really the same, one would be disgusted and suspicious, but if it is fake, it would confuse one's senses." She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and asked Luo Tan to take out a handkerchief as well. She tied the handkerchief around her eyes and said, "Let's do it this way, we won't be misled by our eyes and won't be able to see anything. We'll just follow the compass and see where we can go. Me and older Biao sister will cover our eyes, and Star Anise will look at the compass at the front. Song Yang and the rest of you will be at the back and try to walk forward." Mo Qing was somewhat hesitant. "Furin, is this really possible?" "I know what you all want to say." Shen Miao covered her eyes, but her tone was unquestionable. "Honestly speaking, I also do not know what the consequences of walking like this would be, but Xie Jingxing does not have that much time. If we take another step, there would be more possibilities. If he didn't even leave, then the result wouldn't be strange." Yes. Luo Tan also quickly said, "No matter what, we have to give it a try first. What's the use of saying it 1,000 times? It's better to do it yourself." Fennel was somewhat surprised. She felt that she really could not understand this foreign. When she married into the residence of Prince Rue, the subordinates of the MOU army had secretly peeped and felt that this foreign had a calm and steady temperament, so she was not warm enough towards her mistress. It could be said that she was heartless, but she was willing to take the risk for her mistress to walk in the dark forest for an entire night. He looked like a smart person who rationally analyzed the pros and cons, but at this moment he naively believed in the legend of fate changing, and even used such a stupid method. Fennel was unable to understand Shen Miao's contradictory actions, but in fact it was not as complicated as she had imagined. At a special juncture, one would unconsciously reveal one's sincerity, and in times of emergency, it was not reason and intelligence that commanded others but instinct. At this moment, wisdom was no match for the urgency in his heart. Mo Qing silently followed behind Shen Miao. Fennel and the rest paused for a moment but did not say anything and continued to follow. The people in Longyi City did not know about the matters that happened in Fengtu Manor. All the officials only knew that Prince Rui was injured on the day of the hunt, but no one knew how serious his injuries were, and naturally no one dared to ask. It was just that Xie Yuan's position in the Longyi court was very subtle. Some people were looking forward to his death, and some people's lives were tied to him, and prayed that nothing would happen to him. Chapter 935. No matter how suspicious everyone was in their hearts, the residence of Prince Rui was like an impenetrable wall and did not reveal a single bit of information. They did not know what was going on, and no matter how itchy their hearts were, they could not find any clues. Thus, those who were restless continued to be restless and those who were gloating continued to gloat. No one was able to help anyone. In the Lu residence, Lu Wanner was pacing back and forth in the room and acted coquettishly to Lu Furin. "Mother, I want to go and see His Highness the Prince. I do not know how his injuries are. What if his injuries are serious?" Lu Furin comforted her. How could it be so serious? If it was really serious, one would definitely look for a doctor. Now that there is no news from the Prince residence, it should be fine. What are you going over for? But my heart is very uneasy. Lu Wanner said, "It is all that Shen Miao's fault. She is simply a jinx. She had just married and His Highness the Prince met with such a big incident. She is really a jinx to her husband. It is better to divorce her as soon as possible. If he continues to be entangled with her, who knows what will happen to His Highness the Prince." Lu Furin smiled. Yes, but you cannot go over now. When Prince Rui's body is better, let your eldest sister think of a way to let you meet. Now you cannot cause trouble. Lu Wanner said unhappily, "Mother must not lie to me." After Lu Wanner left, the smile on Lu Furin's face sank and she instructed the maid at the side, "Take good care of young lady. Do not let her go out these few days. If master's matters are spoiled, I will hold you all responsible." Speaking till the end, her tone was sinister and her face was sinister, exactly the same as that ruthless and cruel General Lu Jingchun. The maids all lowered their heads and complied. On the other side, in the Prime Minister residence, Madame Yi and Master Yi were also talking about this matter. Madame Yi was playing chess with Master Yi. Yi Maokai and Lu Jingchun were completely different. Lu Jingchun was a typical martial artist, and one look and one could tell that he was someone who had rolled on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with killing intent and his fiendish appearance could even scare a child to tears. Yi Maochun, on the other hand, was born with a fair complexion and no facial hair. He looked very amiable. If one did not know him, one would think that he was a scholarly scholar from some family. However, this prime minister was able to make the officials of Longya not dare to act rashly against the Yi clan when he had few children. Emperor Yongla also could not openly fall out with him. He was definitely not as harmless as he looked. Madame Yi placed a chess piece down and said with a smile, "This Prince Rui's residence is like an iron bucket. There is no news coming from it at the moment. I wonder how Prince Rui is doing now. I can't eat well and I can't sleep well either. I'm really troubled." "Doesn't Madame already have a plan in mind? Why are you still troubled over this?" Yi Maochun smiled and put down a chess piece. Madame Yi looked at him reproachfully. She wasn't a pampered girl in her late 20s. When she acted like a spoiled child, it was a little inappropriate. However, Madame Yi didn't realize it herself. She continued to move her chess piece and said, "No news means bad news. A person like Prince Rui who tried to be brave, as long as he could see someone, he would definitely come out. The reason why he hasn't shown himself is probably because he can't." Yi Maochun laughed. "Maybe he's trying to confuse others." "Master, you're looking down on me and trying to coax me." Madame Yi said, "It's definitely not a lie." "Why is that so?" Madame Yi looked at the chessboard and said, "I'm not sure about the situation at Prince Rui's residence, but His Majesty didn't hide it at all. Isn't he starting to deal with the Lu clan now? Seeing how His Majesty dealt such a heavy blow, Prince Rui's injuries aren't light." Yi Maochun laughed heartily. "Madam, it turns out that you're able to see through the affairs of the imperial court. I feel guilty. Why don't Madam make a guess and see what I'm planning? Chapter 936. Madame Yi lowered her head and smiled. That's hard to say. We have to see what happens to Prince Rue. Seeing that Yi Maochun did not deny it, Madame Yi felt that she was right. She continued, His Majesty and the Liu family have been fighting in the dark for so many years. Recently he has been trying to rope us in. However, we are not stupid. How can we be used by others? When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Let His Majesty and the Liu family fight. Previously, when Prince Rue was still around, we were biased towards His Majesty and were happy to be on good terms with him. However, if Prince Rue fails to escape this time, with just His Majesty, the world will still be controlled by the Liu family. It's just Prince Rue. How can he be as magical as you say? Yi Maochun smiled faintly. Prince Rue is a formidable person. Madame Yi smiled as well. Doesn't Master think so too? Yi Maochun paused and looked at Madame Yi meaningfully. Madame Yi seems to be able to read my mind. However, do you think that Prince Rue will be able to escape this time? Madame Yi thought for a long time before saying, He won't be able to escape. Yi Maochun looked at her. Master, do you still remember that when Prince Rue returned to Longyi 2 years ago he was seriously injured? His Majesty could hide it from others but he could not hide it from us. At that time, we thought that Prince Rue would not be able to turn the situation around. We don't know where he got such good luck and came back to life. Later on, he single-handedly messed up the situation in the imperial court. Madame Yi smiled. However, it is impossible for a person to be lucky twice. The last time God protected him. This time who will protect him? A person's fate is probably predetermined from the beginning. Prince Rue is destined to have no future. He managed to escape 2 years ago, but he will not be able to escape 2 years later. Is that so? Yi Maochun placed a chess piece after Madame Yi and said, I'm thinking the exact opposite of what you think. 2 years ago, Prince Rue's medicine was ineffective, but he survived. A person's fate is probably predetermined from the beginning. Prince Rue is destined to have a bright future. Since he managed to escape 2 years ago, he will naturally be able to escape 2 years later. Madame Yi did not get angry or refute Yi Maochun. She only said, let's wait and see. Yi Maochun also smiled. He placed the last piece and said, Madame seems to have lost. Madame Yi took a look and confirmed that it was true. She half coquettishly said, Master, it's not nice to play chess while I am talking. Let's play another round. Yi Maochun shook his head with a smile and said, maybe another day. We're going to test Hongguang's homework today. It's almost time. Madame Yi hurriedly said, then you should leave first, Master. Hongguang's homework is more important. Yi Maochun stood up and left. Madame Yi looked at old Master Ye's departing figure and her expression gradually turned cold. She appeared extremely ugly and said sharply, he's just a cripple. So what if he's knowledgeable? In the end, he can only stay in the residence for the rest of his life. In the end, he felt it was difficult to quell his anger. He swept the chess pieces on the table to the ground and said in a low voice, exactly the same as that vixen. The servant girls in the room did not dare to move. Everyone knew that Madame Yi disliked young Master Yi the most. Yi Hongguang was the son of that concubine and was raised under Madame Ye's name. He was the son of the first wife and the only heir of the Yi family. The morning sun shone on the ground through the gaps between the tree branches. It looked like specks of silver and was very beautiful. In the pitch-black night, the silvery sunlight finally drove away the haze. Although it was only a little, it was enough to make people feel gratified. Fennel and Star Anise stopped in their tracks and turned around to support Shin Miao and Luo Tan, whose eyes were still bandaged. They said to Shin Miao, Madam, the sky is already bright. Chapter 937. If they did not see it with their own eyes, Fenxiang and the rest would not have thought that Shin Miao, a young lady of a noble family, would actually walk with them in the dark for an entire night in this uninhabited forest. Fenxiang and the rest had gone through special training and naturally did not feel it, but Luo Tan, who had a foundation in martial arts, was already very haggard and sleepiness was written on her face, but Shin Miao still had a clear and awake look. Fenxiang and Song Yang were muttering in their hearts. Could it be that this foreign was actually a martial artist? That was why she had such a strong willpower? In fact, they were thinking too much. It was just that when Shin Miao was in the cold palace, Mei Foreign and the other concubines would sometimes make things difficult for her, and the palace was not lacking in the matter of throwing stones at someone when they were down. Moreover, the situation was urgent and she only wanted to get out of the forest, so how would she have the mood to be sleepy? How far have we walked? Shen Miao asked, replying to Furen. Song Yang said, after walking for an entire night, one have walked very far, but according to the marks left along the way, one did not see a second time, so one should not have returned. She then said, the blindfold method is indeed effective. It seems that we were deceived by our own eyes previously. But this forest still looks exactly the same. Luo Tan said weakly. Continue walking. Shen Miao said, after walking so far, one would be able to walk to the end. Fen Xiang was startled for a moment but did not say anything this time. Last night, they had tried to stop Shen Miao a few times, but not only did Shen Miao not listen to them, most likely she was annoyed by their words and even reprimanded them a few times. It was the subordinates of the MOU army who were used to being arrogant and despotic were actually scolded by Shen Miao like a cat that had seen a mouse. Fen Xiang and Song Yang were also puzzled in their hearts. This foreign looked gentle and steady and easy to talk to, but once she got angry, why was she so scary? Even that Empress Xiandao in the palace would not have such a terrifying and imposing manner. The few of them continued to walk behind Shen Miao. Luo Tan was somewhat dispirited. Even if she practiced martial arts, she could not be compared to Shen Miao and the rest. She was also not as bitter as Shen Miao, thus she could only forcefully hold on and widen her eyes, trying to find something to distract her attention. With such a distraction, one could sense that something was not right and pulled Shen Miao. Hey? There are flowers here. I didn't see any flowers along the way. Everyone was taken aback. They all came over to take a look. Sure enough, there were small flowers hidden in the bushes. If they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have been able to see them. Mo Qing suddenly frowned. There seems to be the sound of a chicken crowing. Fennel Star Anise and Song Yang's martial arts were high. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Finally they said, not bad. Why is there a rooster crowing here? Shen Miao muttered, could it be that there is a house in front? She said, don't look anymore. Let's go. Since there are sounds, the exit shouldn't be far away. We'll be able to walk out of this forest soon. When everyone heard that they could walk out of this forest, their fighting spirit soared and they immediately regrouped and set out. This time his luck was pretty good. After walking for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he felt that the gaps between the branches were getting bigger and bigger. Previously the forest was dense, but now it was much more sparse. The more sunlight shone in, the more comfortable they felt. Looks like we really have to go out. Luo Tan was so excited that her sleepiness was swept away. Let's go quickly. Before she finished speaking, she saw that the forest had reached the end, but there was a small path. Everyone looked at each other and Shen Miao took the lead to walk in. Walking along the small path until the end, he suddenly saw a field. Although this field was a field, it was also planted with flowers and vegetables, but it looked very messy. It was as if someone had planted it but didn't take care of it properly, allowing it to grow naturally. As a result, it grew into a mess. Even so, there was still a house at the back. The house was made of thatch and was on the verge of collapsing, as if the roof would be blown away by the wind in the next moment. Everyone walked forward and Octagon Anise ran in first before shaking his head and came out. Furin, there is no one inside. No one? A trace of disappointment flashed in Luo Tan's eyes. How can there be no one? This place was very different from what they imagined. They imagined that it would be the residence of a peerless expert, but it was so dilapidated and there was no one at the moment, which made them feel even more discouraged. Shen Miao said, the flowers and plants are still here and it does not seem like there is no one. Wait here, one will appear. Before she finished speaking, a hoarse voice was heard. Oh, there is a distinguished guest. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Everyone turned their heads and Shen Miao could not help but be startled when she saw that person's face. She cried out involuntarily, it's you. Octagon Anise asked, Furin? Do you know him? That smiling middle-aged man who was wearing a tattered Taoist robe was the strange Taoist priest who received Shen Miao's golden peanut in Mingqi Pu Tua Temple. He was the one who calculated that her phoenix fate is good but imprisoned for a lifetime, calculated that her past life is like a dream, one must avoid entanglement, calculated that her extreme prosperity, purple air comes from the east. Chapter 938. Shen Miao did not think that the so-called expert was the strange Taoist priest that she had met once in Mingqi's Pu Tua monastery. That day the strange Taoist priest's words made Shen Miao brooded for a long time, as she felt that this person seemed to have seen through the secret of her 2 lifetimes. But afterwards, when she sent people to search for that Taoist priest's whereabouts, They searched the entire Ding capital and did not find any trace of that person. Now thinking about it, it was no wonder that she could not find anything. This Taoist priest actually came all the way to the great Liang's Long Yi. Thus the matter was somewhat strange. According to what Ben Yu said, that pair of siblings had met this Taoist priest a few years ago. A few years ago the Taoist priest was actually in Long Yi, and it seemed that this Taoist priest had stayed in Long Yi for quite a long time. Could it be that this Taoist priest was from the Great Liang? Then why would he appear in Ming Qi's Ding capital? It was not possible that he came all the way back just to calculate those 2 divination sticks for her, right? Shen Miao said, Taoist priest? The strange Taoist priest looked at her and stroked his beard before shaking his head. This Taoist priest's name is Qi Yan. Foreign is here to save someone. This Taoist priest has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Tan was startled for a moment before asking, Taoist priest Qi Yan, you already knew that we would come back to look for you? Taoist priest Qi Yan smiled proudly and shook the divination pot at his waist. The pot made a crackling sound as he said, this Taoist priest also did a divination for himself. Shen Miao thought that this Taoist priest was weird but seemed to have some real ability. For example, the words that he said in Pu Tuo Monastery were very reasonable. If he was that so-called expert it would not be surprising. She said, my husband is seriously injured and upon hearing that Taoist priest can go against the heavens and change one's fate, I specially came over to ask Taoist priest to save my husband's life. After the matter is done there will be a reward. Fen Xiang and the rest were standing behind Shen Miao. When they heard Shen Miao's words, it seemed that she knew this strange Taoist priest. Even though they were bewildered in their hearts, it was not a good time to ask. Now that he heard Shen Miao's words, he started to suspect if she was possessed. The matter of defying the heavens and changing fate was too mysterious. No matter how he looked at it, this priest was just an ordinary person who grew up eating grains. Could it be that Shen Miao had been deceived by a swindler? Shen Miao however knew that for a person who was able to see that she had lived 2 lifetimes and was able to see that she was an empress in her previous life, this strange Taoist priest was not someone who spoke nonsense and guessed. Hearing Shen Miao's words, strange Taoist priest smiled and shook his head. As he got closer, everyone could see clearly that he was carrying a premonition on his back and holding a fish basket in his hand. It seemed like he had gone fishing. However, there was a line on the fishing rod and the hook connected to it was straight. It would be strange if he could catch a fish like that. Sure enough, the fish basket was also empty. How pitiful. Seeing that he was not replying to Shen Miao, Luo Tan became anxious and asked, Taoist priest, can you save my brother-in-law? The Taoist priest placed the fish against the door and then straightened his back. He looked deeply at Shen Miao and said, Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. I cannot even divulge heaven's secrets to madam. How would I dare to go against the heavens and change my fate? But you have saved Ben Yu's friend, that little brother. Luo Tan was puzzled. Isn't that considered going against the heavens and changing one's fate? That is because my son is not fated to die. He was fated to meet me and I was fated to save his life. Qi Yin Taoist priest said. Fen Xiang, Ba Anis and the rest were stunned. They thought that it was just the siblings talking nonsense and did not expect it to be true. Moreover, the Taoist priest in front of them also admitted that he was the one who did it. Shen Miao frowned slightly, then dare I ask Taoist priest, what is our fate? The Taoist priest smiled, heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Chapter 939. To the left, heaven's secrets must not be revealed, to the right, heaven's secrets must not be revealed, and at such a critical juncture, even if Shen Miao was able to endure it, her anger rose to her head and she said angrily, what a person outside the secular world does is not something that is completely devoid of conscience. Now that good people are harmed by scoundrels, the bad people are instead proud of themselves. It is really that killing and arson is a golden belt, repairing bridges and mending roads without a corpse. What kind of heaven's way is this? What kind of righteousness is this? Taoist priests still carried out such a practice. This is really an eye-opener for me and I also find it extremely ridiculous. Song Yang's eyes widened. Why was Shen Miao scolding people now? These words could not be said to be incisive, but for Shen Miao to say it in one breath, it made one's heart feel refreshed. Contrary to everyone's expectation, Taoist priest Scarlet Flame did not get angry after being scolded. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, it's true that you have been with that dragon for a long time, you have also become so fierce. Very good. Luo Tan muttered softly, are you sick? Being scolded and still so happy. Taoist priest Qi Yan opened his mouth, you are right. Heaven's way is originally unfair, but the people of the world care about the matters of the world. Heaven's way dominates the way of fate but cannot dominate the way of fate. He smiled gently, his horsetail whisk even though he was dressed in rags. At this moment there was a trace of celestial air about him. He said, even though Heaven's way did not preordain me to change his fate and his fate is too precious and I am unable to change it, but Heaven's way preordained us to meet here and also preordained this poor Taoist to bestow you with fate. He spoke in a muddled manner and everyone was puzzled. Only Shen Miao looked at him sharply. She heard that Taoist priest said, "You really want to save him?" "Correct." The Taoist priest laughed again, "Since you want to save him, then follow me." Finishing, he turned around and made a move to walk forward. Shen Miao did not hesitate and immediately followed. Fennel and the rest also quickly set off. Taoist priest Qi Yan suddenly turned back and looked at Fennel and the rest. "You all cannot follow." "What?" Song Yang's face was filled with anger. They were ordered to protect Shen Miao's safety, so how could they let Shen Miao follow a strange Taoist priest alone? If something happened to her, how would they explain it to Xie Jingxing when he woke up? "In front of us is the Qi Men Dun Jia set up by my master. No one in the world can solve the Qi Men Dun Jia set up by my master, including me. There was only one life gate on this journey, and the others were all death gates. This was meant for those who were skilled in martial arts. The higher one's martial arts, the faster one would die. This madam doesn't know any martial arts, so she can travel with me. As for the rest..." He shook his head, "Enter and die." "But why should we believe that you won't harm madam?" Fennel said, "If you don't let us follow, how do we know where you will take madam?" Taoist priest Scarlet Flame spread his hands like a scoundrel. "If you don't believe me, I won't go. Take this lady back quickly." Feng Hua almost vomited blood. Shen Miao said, "All of you just wait here for me. I will go over with the priest." For Octagon Anise also disagreed. "That." Luo Tan carefully opened her mouth. "I say, can I go or not? Even though I have martial arts, it is not high, so it should not affect me." Taoist priest Scarlet Flame seemed to have noticed Luo Tan and sized her up from head to toe. "Still all right. More or less no martial arts. All right, you also come with me." Luo Tan. What did he mean by more or less no martial arts? Her martial arts were just a little worse and could not be compared to those in Prince Rui's residence who trained since young, but it was not that she did not have any good martial arts. Chapter 940. However, compared to Feng Hua and the others, at least she could go with Shen Miao. Luo Tan said, "Little cousin, I will accompany you. If anything happens, I can take care of you." Shen Miao thought for a while and nodded. Although Luo Tan was impulsive, she had not caused any trouble. Shen Miao did not know what Taoist priest Qi Yan wanted to do. She had always been on guard against people. Although she believed that Taoist priest Qi Yan had some ability, she was still suspicious of him. Feng Hua and the others saw that Shen Miao had made up her mind and knew that it was impossible to persuade her. Seeing that Luo Tan also followed them, they were slightly relieved. They gave Luo Tan some instructions and even gave her the signal fireworks that the Moyu army used to send messages. They said that if anything happened, she should crush the fireworks and they would naturally think of a way to rush over. Taoist priest Qi Yan was somewhat impatient and said, "Why are you still not leaving? When it gets dark, this poor Taoist will not be able to help you." Shen Miao said, "Let's go now." The path that Taoist priest Qi Yan took with Shen Miao and Luo Tan was very strange. Or it could be said that this place was like a forest and originally there was no road. However, Taoist priest Qi Yan took a very sharp turn and fell at a certain time. It was as if there was a clear road in a place that they could not see. The road that he took was not easy to walk on. Sometimes it seemed that there was no way out, but he could dig out a new road. Luo Tan was amazed and Shen Miao was also somewhat surprised. Luo Tan asked, "Taoist priest, you seem to be very familiar with this place. Do you come here often?" "This poor Taoist has lived here since young and is naturally familiar with it." Taoist priest Qi Yan proudly stroked his beard and said, "Many of these trees were planted by this poor Taoist." Luo Tan nodded, "It seems that you are a native of Daliang. How come I heard that you have met little cousin before? Little cousin has never been to Longyi before. Could it be that you met in Longyi?" Luo Tan was still thinking about Shen Miao's surprised look when she saw Taoist priest Qi Yan. It was obvious that they knew each other before. Taoist priest Qi Yan gave Shen Miao a meaningful look. "This poor Taoist and this madam are fated to meet each other. No matter where we are, we will definitely meet." Luo Tan scratched her head. She didn't understand. Shen Miao, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. She always felt that this Taoist seemed to know more than she thought. After this incident with Xie Jingxing was over, could he seriously ask her about his previous life? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Taoist priest Qian said with a smile, "Madam, you want to save someone but you also want to ask questions. You can only choose one of the two, you can't have both. Where there are gains there are losses, and where there are losses there are gains. Madam, you must think carefully about your choice." Shen Miao's heart quivered. The Taoist priest seemed to be able to see through her thoughts. This meant that if they wanted to ask about the past life, they couldn't save Xie Jingxing. If they wanted to save Xie Jingxing, they had to keep silent about the past life. What kind of rule was this? Shen Miao was somewhat depressed. She heard Taoist priest Qian ask, "Has Madam made a decision in your heart?" Luo Tan looked at the two of them curiously. She didn't understand what Taoist priest Qian and Shen Miao were talking about. However, Shen Miao had always been like this. Very few people could understand what she said. Her brain was not good, so it was even more impossible for her to understand. Shen Miao lightly said, "I can think of a way to find the answer myself. But when it comes to saving someone, I don't have any medical skills nor do I know how to change fate. I can only trouble Taoist priest. How can a secret be compared to a life? Taoist priest, please save the person first." Strange Taoist priest laughed again. "Madam is not honest. Instead of a secret and a life, it is better to say that you regard him as more important than yourself. So for him you gave up the things that you are pursuing." He mysteriously smiled. Madam's hostility has also dissipated a lot because of this. Chapter 941. Shen Miao frowned slightly. That Taoist priest casually picked up a willow branch, and like a child, he hummed an unknown tune as he continued to walk forward while swaying back and forth. She had no choice but to follow. The priest walked for a long time and was afraid of delaying matters. Luo Tan did not dare to complain and Shen Miao did not say anything either. They did not know what time it was and only felt that the sky was getting darker and the sun was getting weaker. The priest suddenly stopped and said, "We have arrived." Luo Tan and Shen Miao both took 2 steps forward and saw that in front of them was a huge mountain valley. This valley was filled with fragrant flowers and it was already the height of summer in June and the flowers and plants were in full bloom. In addition to the golden rays of the setting sun, the 5-colored flowing lights made it seem as if they had arrived at a paradise on earth and one would feel that it was unreal. "This place is so beautiful," Luo Tan exclaimed. Priest Qian looked at Shen Miao. Did Furen discover anything? Shen Miao only felt that there was a faintly discernible medicinal fragrance in the air and looked at the flowers and plants everywhere. Even though they were bright, they did not seem to be the same as ordinary flowers and plants. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Are they medicinal herbs?" Taoist priest Scarlet Flame laughed. "Exactly. Although I can't save your husband and can't change his fate, my master has a medicinal valley with a stalk of herb that can cure 100 poisons. This stalk of herb can save your husband's life." Shen Miao did not tell Taoist priest Qian about Xie Jingxing's injuries, but Taoist priest Qian was able to tell that Xie Jingxing was poisoned. Luo Tan looked at the strange Taoist in admiration, but Shen Miao did not think much of it as she had already expected that this strange Taoist had some skills. It was not strange at all. She said, "I beg Daozhang to give me the medicine that can cure 100 poisons and save my husband's life." Qian smiled. "This herb was left by my great-great-great-great master. It has been placed in this medicine valley. Until now, there is only one in the world. If an ordinary person were to eat it, their lifespan would be prolonged. If a poisoned person were to eat it, their illness would naturally be cured. This stock of medicinal herb is so precious, how can I give it to you for free?" "You are a compassionate Taoist priest." Luo Tan said, "If it is gold and silver, my youngest Biao sister can afford it. What do you want to exchange?" Shen Miao also said, "As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely do it for priest." "What if I want Furen's life in exchange?" Qian said slyly. Shen Miao was startled and before she could speak, Luo Tan said, "You are such a bully. How can there be such conditions?" Qian waved his hand and said, "Monks are merciful. I am a Taoist priest, so naturally I will not do this kind of murder and arson. It's just a joke. I have a question that I need to ask Furen." He looked at Shen Miao, who was momentarily stunned. "Can Furen dispel my doubts?" "Miao, Shin, Fu, priest, Shin, Shinzes, Taoist deist Fu Shin Shin to Shi how to it he how he. But how to? If one invested too much emotion, one would be hurt deeper in the future. Everything in her past life was a living example. She could try to love again, but she did not dare to have a strong love and could not afford to gamble. Youngest Biao sister? Luo Tan shook her arm. Shen Miao settled her mind and looked at the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, please speak. The Taoist priest crouched down and pointed to a small flower in the grass. This is red sleeve grass. It is an elixir that can treat coughs. But these days it does not bloom much. What is the reason? Chapter 942. What did this mean? Shen Miao was not a doctor and did not even know how to distinguish the medicinal herbs, so how could she see these problems? But she still squatted down and took a closer look. She saw that the flower bud was densely packed with black spots. Her heart moved and said, most likely there are insects. This priest also thinks so. Qi Yan had a distressed face. But this red sleeve grass is the most delicate and one cannot use medicine to expel insects, but it attracts insects the most. To get rid of these insects, one can only use one's hands to pull it out bit by bit, and one's actions must be gentle, otherwise the petals will be damaged. Luo Tan said, so it is like this, but what does this have to do with us? Priest Qi Yan stood up and saw Shen Miao also standing up before smiling. But this priest is a male and one's actions are rough and usually not very careful. One fear that one would not be able to pick clearly and one would damage the petals if one is not careful. These are all rare elixirs and are very precious, so one would like to ask Foreign to help me pick out the insects on them. Luo Tan's eyes widened. This priest let Shen Miao come over because he treated Shen Miao as a flower farmer? Shen Miao asked, after picking out all these insects, will this priest give me the herb that can cure hundreds of poisons? Qi Yan nodded his head. Alright, I will do it. Shen Miao intended to immediately immerse herself in the task. Luo Tan did not speak anymore. It was not a loss to be a flower farmer for a while and earn a medicinal herb. But Qi Yan shook his head and led Shen Miao and Luo Tan a few steps forward. It is the red sleeve grass here. When the two of them saw it, they were somewhat stunned. It was a large field of medicinal herbs, and it was almost as much as the farmland of a large family added together. Moreover, the medicinal herbs in the entire field were not neatly grown. Some red sleeve grass and some other grasses grew together and were incomparably dense. It would take a lot of effort to find those red sleeve grass, not to mention there were so many red sleeve grass. To pick out all the insects, one did not know how long it would take. Are you deliberately playing with us? Luo Tan suddenly jumped up and said angrily, these things, how can one person pick out all of them? Qi Yan just looked at Shen Miao with a smile. Foreign also think that one person cannot pick out all of them and one cannot do it alone? Shen Miao only looked at him deeply and said, after finishing all these, will Taoist priest really give me the herbs? Cousin. Luo Tan panicked. He's obviously playing tricks on you. If he really wanted to save them, why would he suggest such an impossible task? How does he look like a compassionate person? Qi Yan said, little girl, you're wrong. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In this world there were gains and losses, and there were gains and losses. If you wanted something, you had to pay the corresponding price. If this madam wants my medicinal herbs, then she has to help me get rid of the insects on the other herbs. This is a very fair thing. Moreover, isn't it up to this madam to decide whether I can complete the task or not? He said, pick out the insects on the flower buds of the red sleeve grass, then fertilize the herbs on the mountain, and I will return the herbs to you. He raised his horsetail whisk again and said, you can't fool around. I will check the herbs at the end. If you are even half-hearted, then I won't give you the herbs. Also, he looked at Luo Tan again, this young lady cannot come and help. Foreign, can you do it? I can do it and hope that Taoist priest will keep his promise. After saying this, Shen Miao jumped into the herb thicket, bent down, and began to seriously pick up the insects. A dignified Qinhuang Fei, who was a pampered and spoiled official's daughter, was actually a flower girl and an herb farmer for a mountain villager. Even those herb farmers would not do so much work, pick the insects and fertilize. Luo Tan really could not imagine Shen Miao's frail body carrying the fertilizer. She only felt that if Shen Xian and Shen Qiu in the Ding capital knew about it, they would definitely be furious. Chapter 943. But when would Shen Miao go back on her decision? Luo Tan clenched her teeth and wanted to go over to help, but was stopped by Shen Miao. Stop. If you do not wish for me to hate you, then do not come down. She spoke harshly, but Luo Tan's eyes were red and her heart was flustered. If she knew that Shen Miao would be led by the nose, she would not have told Shen Miao about running to the moon. Now it was a sin to implicate Shen Miao to suffer and be cheated by others. She shouted, But this strange Taoist priest is clearly playing with you. Is it worth it? I did not do anything for him. Xin Miao did not even lift her head as she seriously took care of the flowers and plants. If there is a glimmer of possibility, then do it. She then said, if you are really thinking for me, then help me find one or make a lantern yourself. Later when the sky turns dark and one cannot see it, I will have a light. Luo Tan took a deep breath and in a blink of an eye, she saw Taoist priest Qi Yan smiling as he walked towards the other side with his horsetail whisk. She quickly followed and said, strange Taoist priest, listen to me first. Xin Miao was squatting in the flowering shrubs. She had not done such things for a long time and was not used to it. She did not feel that there was anything unbearable about picking insects and fertilizing for others. In this world, self-esteem and whatnot were not used at such times. When one should bend down, one should bend down. When one could not use schemes, one should obediently do manual labor and not do futile things. In her previous life, she had spent her entire life in the cold palace to finally understand this principle. If she had given up fighting with Mei Furan earlier and lowered her head, perhaps Mei Furan would not be so against Fu Ming and Wan Yu. Why would she let herself suffer a loss just because she wanted to be strong? Revenge? Unwillingness? These could be thought about later as the present was the most important. If Qi Yan was able to keep his promise, then it was worth it for her to suffer. To do some manual labor like a village woman in this wilderness was much more honorable than sitting on the Empress's throne in her previous life and being ridiculed by everyone. It was just that one did not know how long it would take to gather the red sleeve grass in this valley and there was no time to waste if one lied to her. Xin Miao could not help but smile bitterly. When Luo Tan brought the lantern over, the sky was already dark. In the valley at night, there was a cool breeze, bright stars, the moon and the chirping of cicadas, but Xin Miao was not in the mood to appreciate it. In the middle of the night, she carried a lantern and touched the herbs one by one. Carrying a heavy load, she staggered as she walked. There were mosquitoes and flies around her. Her delicate skin was bitten and swollen, and her hands were pricked. She did not rest for the whole night. Luo Tan burst into tears, but she couldn't help. She could only curse Qi Yan in her heart. Finally, it was the afternoon of the second day. Xin Miao wiped the perspiration off her forehead and placed the empty pole down for Qi Yan Taoist priest to take a look. Priest Qi Yan laughed, there is no need to look, you have done very well. He then took out a small box from his personal luggage and handed it over to Xin Miao. Xin Miao opened it to take a look and indeed saw a stalk of medicinal herb lying inside. This is the herb. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame smiled. You helped me heal all the red sleeve grass on the mountain, and I'll use it to heal your husband's injury. I will keep my promise. Luo Tan angrily said, this is a profit for you. Foreign's persistence made this priest look at you in a new light. I hope that no matter what happens in the future, Foreign will think of today's sincerity. If Foreign had a little bit of luck, the insects would not have been completely removed and this herb would not be in Foreign's hands. Many thanks for the priest's gift. Xin Miao was in a hurry to rush back. The moment she received the herb, she felt a deep weakness all over her body. She did not sleep all night and these days she did not rest well. She was like a fully stretched bough, and now that she relaxed, she felt that her head was heavy and her feet light. Many thanks for the priest's gift. Luo Tan was very dissatisfied with this priest's strange request, and looking at Xin Miao's sorry state, her heart was very uncomfortable. Xin Miao was the calmest and most calm person in the Luo and Xin family, but now she was teased by others without any leeway to retaliate, making her very unreconciled. She said, also hope that in the future the red sleeve grass will not have any more insects. In the future, there will not be anyone as kind as my youngest Biao sister, to be an herb farmer and do all the work in the mountain for you. Even those herb farmers would not do their best in one night. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame laughed out loud, that cannot be said. I and Foreign have met 3 times and this is only 2. There will still be one more time. Luo Tan's lips twitched, who wants to meet? She pulled Xin Miao and said, I will support you. Let's go down the mountain. She then said to Taoist priest Scarlet Flame, priest should also hurry up. One is still waiting for the thing to save lives. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame followed behind and looked at their backs. His gaze landed on Xin Miao's slightly staggering footsteps, and the smile on his face disappeared as a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head and spat out 2 words. Futile. Chapter 944. Xin Miao and Luo Tan returned to the initial thatched hut. Fennel and Star Anise stood under a locust tree and looked into the distance while Tsong Yang and Imo Ching sat under the tree hugging their swords with their brows furrowed tightly. Fennel suddenly said, "They are here." Octagonal Aniseed hurried over and saw Luo Tan and Shin Miao following behind the strange Taoist priest. Luo Tan was still fine, but Shin Miao seemed to have tripped over somewhere. She was covered in mud and her hair was a mess. There was a strange smell coming from her. Fennel and Star Anise looked at each other and had the same thought. Star Anise asked, "Furin, you are?" Just as Luo Tan was about to speak, Shin Miao pulled her sleeves. When she looked up, Shin Miao shook her head at her and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Shin Miao said, "Let's go." Priest Chi Yen said, "Since you are in a hurry, there is no need to take the path that you came from. Let me show you a shortcut." He brought the few of them around, and when they reached one side, there was an impressively endless farmland. In these crisscrossed farmland, there was a clearly visible path. Ben Yu once said that the path that the siblings took had farmland and small paths. Now it coincided with the path in front of them. It seemed that the siblings did not take the path that Shin Miao and the rest came from but this path. Chi Yen said, "You all follow this path straight ahead and you will be able to reach the exit." He then looked at Shin Miao and smiled. This priest once told Furin that Furin will face a calamity. Shin Miao looked at him calmly. Priest is trying to say that the calamity is about to appear? The calamity is born in response to heaven's will and the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. The priest smiled mysteriously. However, not long later, this priest and Furin will meet again. At that time, one hope that Furin can be like last night and remove all the bugs on the red sleeve grass. At that time, the calamity will have a chance to be resolved. His words were neither yin nor yang and were unclear. The others were confused and Shin Miao also did not understand. However, there wasn't much for him to do here right now. If he didn't make a mistake, including the time when he left and the night he stayed here, today was already the 6th day. That Yuan Guan would at best last for 10 days. Moreover, the old imperial physician said that Xie Jingxing's poison had already started to spread and would be in danger in around 7 days. There was no time to linger. After saying goodbye to Chi Yen, Shin Miao and others walked on the path in the field. Just as Taoist priest Scarlet Flame had said, the path was much easier than the one they had walked in the forest the day before. When they were about to board the carriage, Finxiang could not help but ask, "Furin, what did that priest make you do? What happened last night?" She looked at Shin Miao's sorry figure and could not believe that nothing happened. Shin Miao said, "Nothing much, it is more important to return first." They were the first to board the carriage and saw that Shin Miao was unwilling to talk more. Even though Finxiang and the rest were suspicious, they were helpless. In addition, Xie Jingxing's injuries could not be delayed and they quickly rode back. In the carriage, Luo Tan asked Shin Miao, "Biao youngest sister, why did you not say anything?" In Luo Tan's view, for Shin Miao to suffer so much because of Xie Jingxing, it was touching no matter what. Even if it was a husband and wife from an ordinary family, they would be able to do this for each other. A young lady from a noble family was willing to kneel down to be a herb farmer and do it for an entire night. Not everyone would be able to do that. Shin Miao suffered but did not tell others and instead hid it. What benefits was there in doing that? Doing all these is not for others to show off. Shin Miao said, "Moreover, if it were to spread out, it would damage the face of the residence of Prince Rue. This matter ends here and you must not tell others." Chapter 945. Luo Tan asked, "Even Prince Rue cannot know?" Shin Miao nodded her head. Luo Tan said, "I know." She then said to Shin Miao, "You rest for a while first. After going back and forth, it would be tomorrow when one reaches Longyi. You were busy all night last night and did not rest at all. Now you look very haggard. Even if I help you to hide it, one would not be able to hide your appearance from others." Shin Miao nodded her head and closed her eyes as she leaned against the back of the carriage. After being busy all night yesterday, she was indeed sleepy and tired and was almost on the edge. There was no need to hold on and almost immediately fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes. She did not care about the jolting of the carriage. This night's sleep was very short and it seemed that she did not sleep for long before Shin Miao was shaken awake. When she opened her eyes, it was Octagon Anise looking at her. "Furin, young lady Luo has returned to the residence." Luo Tan also woke up and both of them jumped off the carriage. It was actually the morning of the 2nd day and the sun was already high up in the sky. Shin Miao rubbed her forehead and when she saw that there was no one guarding the doors of Prince Rue's residence, her heart turned cold. The residence of the Prince of First Rank had always been heavily guarded, and the guards at the door were people from Mou's army. Normally they were very strict, but now that there was no one around, could it be that something happened? Luo Tan also saw it and had a bad premonition in her heart, but she was afraid of making Xin Miao sad, so she did not dare to say a word. It was Mo Qing who said, "Furin, let's go in and take a look first." Song Yang and the rest were Xie Jingxing's subordinates and naturally had a worried expression. When they walked into the residence of the Prince of First Rank, they saw that it was empty and their hearts became more suspicious and uneasy. Xin Miao walked in a hurry and almost bumped into someone. That person jumped in shock and turned back to look, but Xin Miao was stunned. "Furin, you have returned." This person was Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang's clothes were in a sorry state and no longer had the usual astute look. Xin Miao quickly asked, "What happened? Why is there no one in the residence?" "Furin, why did you only return now?" One do not know how the news of Master's life hanging by a thread was spread out. These days there were many people probing openly and secretly. The residents wanted to help to hide it, and the people from the imperial court also came over. "It is really a mess. Ji Furin came several times to inquire about your whereabouts and also the emperor." Luo Tan said, "Youngest Biao's sister is also busy helping brother-in-law to look for that expert. Speaking of which, we have already gotten, right?" Uncle Tang slapped his head. "I forgot to tell you a piece of good news. Master is awake." Xin Miao and Luo Tan were stunned at the same time before Xin Miao asked, "Awake?" "Yes." Uncle Tang said, "Furin may not know, but the night Furin left, Zhuzi's wound suddenly split open. The poison could not be stopped no matter what. The imperial physicians in the palace all said that the Yuan Guiyuan pill could not save Zhuzi's life. Even young Master Gao couldn't do anything about it. He said that in less than 2 days Master will be in trouble." Uncle Tang's words were full of twists and turns. Everyone's heart sank. Luan was in quick and could not help and could not and said. Wu, Li said. Tan was Long and Ruk Ming. Luo Ji Furin was anxious. Seeing that the entire Long Yi kingdom knew about it, she simply posted a notice outside, asking for doctors who passed by to treat her mistress's illness. They would definitely reward them handsomely. Coincidentally, someone uncovered the notice and invited him in. He gave his master a medicinal herb, and young Master Gao refined the herb into a pill for his master to consume. His master's wounds gradually healed, and he even woke up in the wee hours of the morning. Young Master Gao and the imperial physician in the palace had seen that Master's injuries were gradually recovering and the poison was also cured. Chapter 946. Uncle Tang finished speaking in one breath and paused before sighing. Everyone said that Master's life should not end like this. 2 years ago, others also said that Master could not make it, but Master managed to pull through. Now that it is like this, it is really heaven's benevolence, and it is also the late Empress who is blessing Master from heaven. When Xin Miao heard that Xie Jingxing's poison had been cured, she was really relieved this time. Ba Jiao and the rest also patted their chests, and their suspended hearts were finally put back into their stomachs. Luo Tan looked at Xin Miao and thought that it was not easy for Xin Miao to obtain this stock of medicinal herb from that harsh and strange Taoist priest's hands, but now that medicinal herb was useless. Who asked that passerby to uncover this notice for no reason? But after thinking about it, that person still managed to cure Xie Jingxing and felt that there was nothing wrong with that person. It was just that looking at Xin Miao secretly felt that it was not worth it and felt that Xin Miao had done so much for nothing. Uncle Tang said again, when Master just woke up, he asked Furin where did Furin go? Furin did not allow this old servant to casually speak of this matter, and these days Furin did not return. This old servant was afraid that something would happen and was afraid that Master's imagination would run wild and cause his injuries to worsen, so this was concealed. Xin Miao said, "You did very well." She didn't want others to know that she went to find Qi Yan. On the one hand, she was afraid of being taken advantage of by others. On the other hand, if a person was too sad about something, it would become an obvious weakness of that person. If one day others wanted to deal with Xin Miao, they only needed to lay their hands on Xie Jingxing. Xin Miao did not want to expose her weakness too early. Moreover, Xin Miao did not dare to be sure how Xie Jingxing would view her somewhat rash actions. She only wanted to wait for a few days when Xie Jingxing's injuries were better before explaining everything to him. "I will go and see him first," Xin Miao said. "Furin." Uncle Tang stopped her and said, "Master had just taken the medicine that Gentleman Gao brewed and is resting now. It is not good for Furin to go." Xin Miao muttered to herself and looked at Uncle Tang. Why is there not even a guard at the residence's entrance, and why is it so chaotic? There do not seem to be many people. What is going on? Uncle Tang smiled in shame and said, too many things have happened these days. This old servant actually forgot to tell Madam about this matter. Even though the entire Longyi knew that the master had been saved and that the master was safe and sound after walking through a life and death situation, Ji Foreign and young Master Ji could not be at ease and had been staying in the Fu for the past few days. This old servant also concealed Madam's whereabouts from them, only saying that Madam went to find a doctor for help. As for the people who saved Master's life, it can be considered as Master's kindness. This old servant placed them in the residence. Today Master woke up and Ji Foreign and the others also went to see him. That benefactor is now sitting in the hall of the mansion. Mrs. Ji and young Master Ji are all in the hall, saying that they want to reward him well. However, my benefactor is not someone who covets power. Previously I wanted to give them a huge sum of money but they refused. Then what does he want? Luo Tan asked. Didn't the results come out? If it is not to ask for something, why would he want to do it? Uncle Tang looked at Luo Tan and smiled. This old servant's heart is also puzzled. Ji Foreign had asked the benefactor and the benefactor said that he happened to pass by and coincidentally saw the results. He remembered that the benefactor's ancestors passed down a stalk of spiritual herb that could cure 100 poisons. Thinking that this herb could save a life, he did not think much and came to our residence after the results came out. Luo Tan shrugged her shoulders. That is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I'm not able to do that. One have to weigh the things passed down from the ancestors. To save strangers that one has never met before. It really requires boldness. Uncle Tang also smiled. It is indeed so. Then he looked at Xin Miao and said, Ji Foreign is also having a headache because of this matter and this old servant could not make a decision. But since Foreign is back it is good. Foreign, come take a look and see what to give them. Chapter 947. Since they are the benefactors, I will go and meet them first. Xin Miao's eyes drooped down. Are they in the main hall now? Exactly. Uncle Tang said, this old servant is about to head over. Just nice, Foreign can also head over. Xin Miao nodded her head and Luo Tan quickly followed. Along the way, Uncle Tang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of which, those two benefactors seem to have just arrived in Longyi and are not familiar with Longyi. They said that they are here to look for relatives. Ji Foreign thought that in a few days' time, we will help the two of them out and our prince of first-rank residence can also contribute. It would be good if we could post some notices outside. Two benefactors? Xin Miao asked, why are there two? That is a pair of siblings. Uncle Tang smiled. Their age is about the same as Foreign's and they are also very outstanding. Ji Foreign is warm-hearted and wanted to introduce some talented youths and young ladies to that pair of siblings. They look very sensible and after coming to our residence for a few days, they are getting along well with the servants in the residence. The servants in the residence of Prince Rui were all trained by Xie Jingxing from the MOU army and even if they were not from the MOU army, they were all people with firm minds. Xin Miao had been in the residence of Prince Rui for the past few days and saw that these people had their own rules and regulations. It was difficult for a person like Xie Jingxing who had no regard for rules and was undisciplined to train up a group of subordinates that were so strict to the point of self-abuse. And to be able to get along well with these people was not something that an ordinary person could do. No matter how warm-hearted one was, there would be a basic level of vigilance and boundaries between people, especially the people from the residence of Prince Rui. One did not know if it was Xin Miao's intuition, but she felt that this pair of benefactors were not simple. Luo Tan was curious. In that case, this pair of siblings are extremely good people. Approximately. Uncle Tang smiled. No matter what, to be able to save Master's life, one would be a guest of honor for life in the residence of Prince Rui. Just as they were speaking, they had already walked to the entrance of the main hall and upon entering, they saw Ji Foreign and the three Darren sitting in the middle of the room. Ji Darren was talking to Ji Foreign about something. Seeing Xin Miao following behind Uncle Tang, Ji Foreign immediately stood up and quickly walked forward to say, Jiaonyang, you're finally back. There were some Furins in the hall but Xin Miao had never seen them before. Xin Miao looked at Ji Foreign with some doubt. Ji Foreign noticed her gaze and said in a low voice, these are the Furins who came to visit Jingxing. It is not easy to send them back during the day so they can only sit here. Xin Miao understood that Xie Jingxing's position in Longyi was really delicate and his life and death was related to the life and death of many people in the imperial court. And to see if he was really dead, those court officials could not come forward and let their foreign come to see him in the name of comforting Ji foreign. Comforting was in name, but seeing Xie Jingxing's injuries was real. Xie Jingxing woke up this morning and most likely these foreigners specially rushed over to see if it was real or fake. Madame Ji said, "Where have you been these past few days?" Housekeeper Tang said that you went to find a doctor, but he couldn't find you. I almost couldn't even deal with this group of people. You are finally back. At the end of the words there was a little complaint. Jingxing is still not awake. I know that you are anxious, so you went to find a doctor, but no matter what, you should accompany your husband's side. When he woke up this morning he was disappointed not to see you. Now your identity is not an official's young lady but the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui. One must think of the cause and effect before doing things, as there are many eyes watching. Even though the words were not pleasant to hear, Shen Miao knew that Ji Furen was thinking for her. Moreover, it was reasonable that Ji Furen's blood relation was Xie Jingxing and not her, Shen Miao. Before the reason was explained, her action of leaving without saying goodbye was indeed overboard and unreasonable. Thus Shen Miao did not feel wronged by Ji Furen's words of criticism. Chapter 948. Ji Furen had just finished speaking to Shen Miao in a low voice when a matron in the hall looked at Shen Miao and said with a smile, "Qin Wang Fei has calculated. These few days when we came to visit, we did not see Qin Wang Fei. We thought that Qin Wang Fei was heartbroken because His Highness the First Prince was bedridden and thus did not come out. Our hearts were very worried and were afraid that something would happen. Now that we see that Qin Wang Fei is fine, we are relieved." These words were saying that Shen Miao was not qualified to be Rui Wang Fei. As a Wang Fei, her own husband was seriously injured in bed and she did not even show her face. She did not stay by the bedside and did not come out to meet the guests. Not only was her movements suspicious, she was also cold and heartless. Ji Furen's expression was somewhat ugly. Shen Miao smiled slightly and said to that foreign indifferently, "The family is in chaos and have troubled foreign to worry." The meaning behind her words was that she did not need to trouble an outsider to worry about her own residence's matters. Shen Miao was a person who would become stronger when meeting strong people. She had to be soft when dealing with Xie Jingxing, that kind of unfathomable person, but she did not need to think too much when dealing with a brainless female. Thus her words were especially sarcastic. That foreign was speechless. But when she turned sideways, her appearance was clearly exposed in front of everyone. One could only hear another foreign exclaiming, "Rui Wang Fei, what happened to you? Why are your clothes so dirty? Could it be that you fell?" Then she suddenly covered her nose and revealed an extremely uncomfortable look. Ji Furen and Ji Darren were surprised. Uncle Tang was also surprised and everyone's eyes in the hall focused on Shen Miao. Only then did they discover that Shen Miao's clothes were covered with mud and dust and was extremely dirty. Looking carefully, her hair seemed to be a little messy. Even though she had tidied it up, she still looked a little embarrassed. And there was a faint smell coming from her body, but it was like the smell of fertilizer. Those Furens originally did not like Rui Qin Wang Fei, this outsider, and now that there was a topic to talk about, they immediately started talking at once, saying if Shen Miao was anxious in her heart and made a mistake in her actions, or if she suddenly fell down or something. Luo Tan was fuming with anger as she heard it from behind. Only she knew how Shen Miao ended up in such a sorry state, but Shen Miao had warned her that this matter must not be spoken out. Uncle Tang was a little surprised. When he saw Shen Miao, he was preoccupied with official matters and neglected Shen Miao's appearance. Moreover, Shen Miao had always been dignified and noble and her dressing was meticulous. There was never a time when she did not care about her appearance. Embarrassment appeared on Ji Furen's face. Shen Miao was her niece-in-law, and to say that Shen Miao was not was tantamount to ruthlessly slapping her face. In the midst of the whispers, Shen Miao's expression was the most indifferent as she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. These madams were xenophobic and had never seen her as one of their own. For those who were picky, no matter how expensive she was dressed today, those people would not change their opinion of her. Therefore, she did not feel that her sorry state was very embarrassing in the eyes of the crowd. After all, in the future they would not have a relationship of sitting and drinking tea together. Just as Ji Furen wanted to say a few words to smooth things over, she suddenly heard a male's laughter coming from the outer hall. "Brotherly is really talented. I am unable to solve this 9 interlocking rings, but you managed to solve it in less than half an incense stick of time. Other than my third older brother, there is no one faster than you." It was Ji Yushu's voice. Following that, another voice sounded and it seemed to be a young male's voice. It was very clear but also somewhat hoarse. When put together it was somewhat special. That person said, Brother Ji has given way. This one dare not be compared with His Highness Prince of the first rank. Chapter 949. Shen Miao's heart moved and involuntarily, her heart suddenly tightened into a ball. That clear and hoarse voice was very familiar, but she could not remember who it was, but her soul trembled at this moment. She lowered her head to look at her own hands. The sleeves were very long and only the fingertips were exposed, but those white and tender fingertips that had a few bloodstains because of last night's busy work were trembling violently at this moment. In the next moment, Ji Yushu's voice sounded, Do not say it like this. When my third older brother wakes up, he will definitely want the both of you to compete. Third older brother likes intelligent people the most, and if you go, third older brother will definitely appreciate it. The curtain of the main hall was lifted and two people walked out. Ji Yushu was at the front, and when he suddenly saw Shen Miao, he was surprised for a moment before disregarding the presence of all the Furins and walked over in 3 steps. Sister-in-law. He then said softly, You have returned. These days you were not around, and even when I asked Tai, he was not willing to tell me. Where did you go? Shen Miao did not answer his words, and her eyes stared fixedly at the person who was following closely behind Ji Yushu. It was a young male who looked to be in his early 20s. His facial features were very plain, so plain that one would not be able to see any special features, but inexplicably attracted one's gaze. This was because his entire body exuded the aura of an intelligent person. He was wearing a rosin-colored robe and green cloth boots. His pair of eyes were like the summer sun, warm and slightly tipsy but with a faint fanaticism. Shen Miao's body tilted and almost fell down. Luo Tan's eyes and hands were quick to support her waist from behind, as she thought that she was too tired the night before and could not hold on any longer. Ji Furan saw her looking at that young man and said, This is one of the benefactors who saved Jingxing, Gentleman Li. The young man bowed to Shen Miao and smiled. This one is Li Ku. Shen Miao shouted thousands of times in her heart. She would never forget this name and would never forget this pair of seemingly warm and innocent eyes. In just a few years he had grown to become Fu Xiuyi's left and right arm, and was able to stand up to Pei Lang as an equal, this Mei Furan's biological brother, Li Ku. She had never thought that after such a long life, she would be able to see the man in front of her again in this life. But in this strange country, in her mansion, in front of a room full of people, Li Ku had appeared so openly in front of her. Her face suddenly turned pale. On one hand, she rationally reminded herself that she couldn't do anything strange in front of these madams. On the other hand, she stared fiercely at Li Ku. She couldn't wait to rush up and tear this person into pieces, drink his blood and eat his flesh. Mei Furan and her brothers. The reason why she ended up in such a tragic state in her previous life was because of this pair of siblings. Mei Furan won Fu Xiuyi's heart, and Li Ku's fowls and dogs rose to heaven. Li Ku was always at Fu Xiuyi's beck and call, while Mei Furan leaned against a big tree to enjoy the shade and was even more favored. Both siblings relied on each other and were promoted. Mei Furan thought of ways to marry out Wan Yu, and Li Ku thought of ways to depose the crown prince. Mei Furan caused the first household of the Shen family to be exterminated, and Li Ku had a deep friendship with the second and third households Shen Gui and Shen Wan. This bad karma was something that could not be escaped in this lifetime. But Shen Miao did not think that it would be him who was Xie Jingxing's benefactor. She suddenly remembered what Uncle Tang said, that is a pair of siblings. Shen Miao's fierce gaze made Ji Furan stunned for a moment. She asked, Jiaonyang, isn't there 2 benefactors? Shen Miao smiled gently and slowly moved her gaze away. In her tone of voice, there was a treachery that even she herself did not notice. Where is the other one? Just now the maid poured tea on her and I let her change her clothes. Jiaonyang has a lot of clothes and there are no other female clothes in the residence. It is not good to take the maid's clothes, so I took Jiaonyang's clothes to deal with it. Ji Furan said. Just as she was speaking, she saw Ji Yushu looking outside the door. Coming? That female had a hibiscus face and a willow waist. Her appearance was comparable to a fairy. She wore a thin gown and slowly walked over. The noon sun came in because she pulled open the curtains, and it made this young lady even more beautiful. Her light smile was dazzling, and it was as if Shen Miao was separated by a lifetime, and saw the brilliance that she saw before her death. Shen Miao stood in the room with disheveled clothes and a pale face. The way she stared at that female was like a hungry wolf, like a fierce tiger, like a venomous snake lying in wait for an opportunity to strike. That person wore her clothes and came to her residence. She saved her husband and appeared in front of her with a swagger. The old enemy of the previous lifetime, the death enemy of this lifetime, the bad karma could not be cut off and was once again pushed to the edge of fate. Mainyang greets princess consort. The female said. Mainyang? No, you are not Mainyang. You are the blood of the emperor of Ming-Chi Fu Xiu-yi, the imperial consort of the new crown prince, Fu Ming. She is also my mortal enemy Mei Furan. Chapter 950. Ji Furan smiled. This young lady is the one who took out the medicinal herb, young lady Li Mei. Shen Miao stared at her. The reason why Mei Furan was able to be favored in the inner palace for so many years was because Fu Sheng was able to stand firmly as the new crown prince. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines, which one of them was easy to deal with? Fu Xiu-yi favored her alone, so she was not someone that an ordinary female could deal with. Those who were more beautiful than her were not as smart as her, and those who were smarter than her were not as beautiful as her. When it was time to advance, she would advance, and when it was time to retreat. She was obviously scheming, but she always gave others a feeling that she acted according to her nature. Arrogant but also guarded her own sense of propriety. She had beauty but knew when she was in her most beautiful posture. The concubines in the inner palace once discussed behind her back that if she wanted to, there was no man in this world that would not submit to her skirt. Just like at this moment, she came in wearing Shen Miao's clothes. Even if it was a dignified and somewhat conservative dress, it was worn by her in a lively manner and naturally made Shen Miao look even more wretched. Mei Furan had a pair of extremely charming eyes, like a cat that woke up in the afternoon with a careless laziness. Shen Miao's gaze on her was too strange that she could not help but look at Shen Miao. She was rather surprised, but it was just right at a point where it would not be rude. Her surprise was caught by Ji Furan and Ji Yushu, who were closest to her. Both of them looked at Shen Miao at the same time and were startled when they saw Shen Miao's eyes. But in the next second, Shen Miao lowered her head, and when she raised her head again, it changed into a smiling expression, as if those were all an illusion. It is a neat person. Shen Miao said softly. Uncle Tang could not help but frown. Shen Miao's words were like those in the palace. No, those main wives in the residence were picky and contemptuous towards their newly married concubines. But Shen Miao was not an unreasonable person. She did not even put Lu Wanner's matter in her heart, so how would she be sensitive to be jealous of a person that she had just met for the first time? Luo Tan sighed in her heart. Previously, Uncle Tang had said that the pair of siblings were also very outstanding. When she saw Li Ku, she didn't think much of it and felt that he was at most passable. Only when she saw Li Mei did she know what it felt like to be outstanding. Luo Tan had always felt that among all the females she knew, the most unique was Shen Miao. Putting aside her looks, Shen Miao had a dignified and imposing air in her bones, which was a beauty that any female would envy. This Li Mei, however, had a completely different feeling. If one were to say that Shen Miao was a blooming peony, the king of the flowers, then this female would be a poppy. She had a strong temptation, charm, beauty, and there was a trace of unexplainable evil beauty. Shen Miao said, Is young lady Li from the Great Liang? Exactly. Li Mei looked at Shen Miao in surprise and smiled. Just arrived at Long Yi. Miss Li and brother Li are from Qingzhou. Madame Ji laughed. As soon as I arrived at Longye, I exposed the notice at the city gates and saved Jing Xing's life. Just arrived and you exposed the notice? Shen Miao looked at Li Mei with a smile that was not a smile. This should be saying that your highness is lucky? Or is it that young lady Li is lucky? This time everyone in the room could hear the hostility in Shen Miao's voice. Li Mei was also startled. Li Ku took a step forward and smiled as he bowed to Shen Miao. Since his highness the prince of first rank is fine, this one and older sister will leave first. These days in the residence there have been many disturbances and have offended. This Li Ku's words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was as if he had heard Shen Miao's words and acted out of anger due to his pride. Ji Furan was stunned for a moment and did not have the time to ask Shen Miao what was going on. She subconsciously wanted to embrace Li Ku and Li Mei. What disturbances? You have saved Jing Xing's life, how can it be said that one has offended? Speaking of which, we have not repaid. Chapter 951. But Li Mei smiled and said, Ji Furan had already told you before that it was a coincidence that we came here to take down the results and did not think too much at that time. This herb is used to detoxify and save people's lives. Us siblings did not use it, so it was a waste to hold on to it. Things that can save people naturally have to be used to save people. This can only be considered that this herb and His Highness Prince of First Rank are fated. As for the rest, one cannot say more. When the other Furins in the hall heard this, they clicked their tongues in wonder. She was beautiful and had a good temperament. It was rare that she was generous and did not covet power. She looked like a good person, but on the contrary, Shen Miao inexplicably made things difficult for others. She did not have the bearing of a Prince Rui's consort. Li Mei then looked at Shen Miao and said apologetically, "It is just that this commoner's clothes were dirty just now, thus wearing Wang Fei's clothes. One hoped that Wang Fei would not mind. After this commoner has washed it clean, one would definitely return it to Wang Fei personally and there would not be a trace of wearing it." Shen Miao looked at her fixedly. When Shen Miao saw Mei Foran, it was after she returned to Ming Qi from the Qin country. She had long expected that there would be many more concubines in the palace, but the only one who gave birth to a son was Mei Foran alone. At first she did not believe that Fu Xiuyi's cold temperament would dote on a female, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she had no choice but to admit it. Mei Foran was deeply doted on by Fu Xiuyi, so from the start when she faced Shen Miao, she never lowered her head. Even when she lowered her head, it was a fake, perfunctory and one that did not have a trace of happiness. Even if Shen Miao was the Empress in the inner palace, it seemed that Mei Foran was a head higher than her, just like how Fu Sheng was always more doted on than Fu Ming. And right now, that woman who always gently raised her chin and looked at her with ridicule, actually had a humble attitude and called herself a commoner girl, and called her princess. How big was the world? So big that one's life could be repeated twice. How small was the world? So small that after 2 lifetimes, one could still meet enemies from the previous lifetime. Li Mei saw that Shen Miao did not reply and was somewhat embarrassed. She smiled and wanted to pull Li Ku away. Ji Foran wanted to persuade her, but in the end Shen Miao was the matriarch of the residence and she had no reason to make a decision without Shen Miao. "Wait," Shen Miao suddenly said. Li Ku and Li Mei were surprised for a moment before both of them turned their heads over and saw Shen Miao smiling gently like water. She said, "Since one saved His Highness' life, one is the benefactor of the entire residence of Prince Rui. If the 2 of you leave now, won't the Rui Qinhuang residence be criticized by others and be said to be cold-hearted? How can you say that the Wang Fu is cold-hearted?" Li Mei shook her head and smiled, "This is our idea. One must wait for His Highness to recover before leaving." Shen Miao smiled gently, "Otherwise, the residence of the Prince of First Rank cannot afford to give up halfway." There was some doubt in the meaning of these words. If the legendary medicinal herb that was passed down was actually fake, then Xie Jingxing's old illness would relapse in a few days. At that time, where would he go to find him? Ji Foran and Ji Yushu were somewhat embarrassed. Shen Miao was not an overbearing person, so why was she so harsh towards this pair of siblings? They were the benefactors and no matter what, one could not use this kind of attitude. Even if there were suspicions in one's heart, there was no need to say it out loud. But Shen Miao knew that this pair of siblings would not stay because of the gratitude of the residents of the Prince of First Rank, but they would definitely stay because of the suspicions of the residents of the Prince of First Rank. Because in their life, they wanted to leave a good name after doing all the bad things and would not allow themselves to have a stain. How could they allow others to pour a basin of dirty water on them for no reason? Sure enough, when the words were said, Li Ku's face revealed an indignant expression as he said, "Do not worry. We will definitely be here and personally witness His Highness the Prince of First Rank recover." Chapter 952. Shen Miao smiled gently, "That is good. The residence of the Prince of First Rank owes you such a favor. If one do not stay, how can we repay?" One moment she was suspicious and the next moment she was talking about repayment. This kind of ambiguous attitude made one somewhat unable to make heads or tails of it. Li Mei looked at her thoughtfully and Shen Miao noticed her gaze and smiled again. "I still have some matters and will not accompany everyone here." She then said to Ji Foran, "Mu help me to look for and bring along all the Furins." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of Li Mei. He said with a smile, "I also think that this dress suits you very well, as if it was made for you. Since it fits you, there is no need to take it off and return it to me. Just take it as a gift from me." Shen Miao said to gift clothes, but it did not seem to be gifting clothes. It was as if she was bestowing something. Even though Uncle Tang was usually slick, he was somewhat confused by Shen Miao's inexplicable actions. It was only after Shen Miao left that he looked at Luo Tan. Luo Tan stuck out her tongue, "Do not ask me. I also do not know." She then turned around and left. Ji Foran looked at Li Mei and Li Ku with some shame. These days the princess has been worrying about Prince of First Rank's illness and most likely is somewhat sensitive. One hoped that both of you can be more understanding. One can naturally understand the heart of a fist. Li Mei smiled. Then let us go inside first to talk. Ji Furen smiled. Ji Yushu also looked at Li Ku and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Older brother Li, please." Shen Miao returned to the room, and when Jingzhi and Guyu saw her return, they first went up in surprise. "Furen, you have finally returned. These days these servants have been anxious and feared that something bad happened to you." When they saw Shen Miao in a sorry state, both of them were stunned at the same time. Jingzhi asked, "Furen, what is going on? Did you suffer from any grievances?" Shen Miao's clothes were dirty and messy and her expression was strangely ugly. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a sense of loss, as if she had suffered a huge blow. It was still Guyu who was quick-witted and said, "Furen, this servant will first prepare some water for you. You should first wash up and then drink a bowl of hot porridge. Left and right highness are fine, and after you have a good rest, it is not too late to slowly think about things." She then pulled Jingzhi to prepare some hot water for Shen Miao. After the hot water was prepared, Shen Miao sent the two away and sat in the wooden bucket. And the water was just warm, but at this moment Shen Miao felt that it was as cold as ice. Why would Mei Furen appear in the Great Liang? How did she become Xie Jingxing's savior? By a freak combination of factors. She had endured untold hardships to not kill Mei Furen the moment she saw her. It was also because this was the residence of Prince Rue and she was unable to explain her actions. But no matter how, no, and her. She, her. Shinen. She, I, and I, rank you, Shen Yu, and... In the previous life, Shen Miao went to the Qin country to be a hostage, and when she returned, Mei Furen had already entered the palace. One heard that Mei Furen was the daughter of an official that Fu Xiuyi met during the Eastern Expedition, but now that Fu Xiuyi had not started the Eastern Expedition, naturally he would not be able to meet Mei Furen, and now Mei Furen was in the Great Liang. Could it be that in the previous life, Mei Furen was also in the Great Liang? According to this time, Mei Furen had not met Fu Xiuyi and had already met Xie Jingxing? Then why did Mei Furen finally become Fu Xiuyi's favored concubine, and why did she come to Ming Qi? Could it be that this was also Xie Jingxing's intention? Shen Miao could not help but shiver. Chapter 953. In her previous life, she and Xie Jingxing did not meet and did not follow Xie Jingxing to Longyi. Xie Jingxing also did not come to the Ming Qi's tribute banquet. Shen Miao was Fu Xiuyi's wife and Xie Jingxing was unconscious in Longyi like now. Mei Furen and her siblings who were passing by saved him, so they should not have a hostile relationship. If Mei Furen was originally a Great Liang person, but at the end became the favored concubine of the Ming Qi emperor, could it be that she was also a spy? Just like how Xie Jingxing was obviously a prince of the Great Liang but became the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and in Ming Qi's Ding capital. Could it be that Mei Furen was a spy sent by the Great Liang? But in this case, Mei Furen did not need to give birth to Fu Sheng for Fu Xiuyi and finally made Fu Sheng the crown prince. Her brows knitted tighter and tighter, but compared to that, what made her most afraid was whether Mei Furen and Xie Jingxing were allies in the previous lifetime. If in the previous lifetime Mei Furen was the person that the Great Liang's imperial family sent to Ming Qi, no matter what, Shen Miao's ending was inextricably linked to the Great Liang's imperial family. Fu Ming and Wan Yu that could never be redeemed, then how would she and Xie Jingxing deal with each other? As she was lost in her thoughts, Shen Miao did not even know when the water in the wooden bucket turned cold. It was Jingzhi who could not let it go and came over to knock on the door to call her. Only then did Shen Miao leave. When she touched the water, it was strangely cold. She wiped herself clean, put on her clothes and went out. The first thing she saw was Luo Tan. Luo Tan came forward and asked, "Biao youngest sister, do you not like that Li Mei?" Shen Miao said, "Why say so? You're always very polite to people. But this Li Mei is very strange, just like how he treated Chang Ziqing." Luo Tan thought about it, that Chang Ziqing was not a good person at the end. Could it be that this Li Mei is also not one? Speaking of which, one always feel that you do not like this Li Mei more than Chang Ziqing. Shen Miao was twisting her hair with a handkerchief as she lightly said, "If I say that she is a bad person, would you believe it?" "Is she really a bad person?" Luo Tan was stunned. "But she doesn't look like one." Shen Miao shook her head. No matter what she said, before there was any evidence, everything was useless. She said, "Are you going back?" Luo Tan was startled. "Aren't you going to see brother-in-law?" Shen Miao paused and said, "Today one is very tired and want to sleep early." "All right. Luo Tan nodded. You've been running around for a long time these past few days. You've lost a lot of weight. Why don't you take a good rest? I won't disturb you anymore. After thinking, he said, if you feel that there is something wrong with that Li Mei, you can also tell me. In this great Liang, only we have the same blood in our bones. After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao's face turned cold and said to Jingzhi, call Mo Qing over for me. It was rare for her to be this serious, especially today. There was a faint murderous aura that made Jingzhi and Guyu not dare to ask any more and went out to look for people without a second word. Mo Qing quickly walked in and Shen Miao got people to close the door tightly. When there was no one else around, she asked Mo Qing, where is that pair of siblings currently staying in the residence? Mo Qing thought that Shen Miao had something important to instruct him and was slightly startled when he heard it before saying, staying in an empty room in the side courtyard. You kill them for me, Shen Miao said. Mo Qing was stunned. Ever since he started following Shen Miao, Mo Qing had always seen Shen Miao's situation and it was not too much to describe it as a abyss of fire. There would always be people scheming and people shooting arrows everywhere. In such an environment, Shen Miao had never suffered a loss before. She instructed Mo Qing to do this and that, and actually it was a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, but it was the first time that she directly said, you kill them for me. Chapter 954. Mo Qing looked at Shen Miao and hesitated for a while before asking, Furin, they have a feud with me, a blood feud that is absolutely irreconcilable. If we don't get rid of these two, there will be endless troubles in the future. Kill them for me, she said. Before Mo Qing could answer, a voice was heard from outside the window, this is not a good plan. Both of them looked back and saw that Jingzhi had left in a hurry and did not even close the window. Coincidentally, it was dark in the evening and one did not know when there was someone in front of the window, but it was Pei Lang. Shen Miao gestured for him to come in. Pei Lang walked in and glanced at Mo Qing before shaking his head at Shen Miao. Rashly killing is not a good strategy. Shen Miao coldly stared at him. Mei Furin's appearance made her recall the dark days in the past and she did not have a good expression towards Pei Lang. Pei Lang rubbed his nose in confusion. He coughed twice and said, that pair of siblings are currently living in the Princess Fu. If you kill them now, the Princess Fu will not be able to escape responsibility. Such a large prince's residence with countless guards couldn't even protect the lives of a pair of brother and sister. Do you think others would believe it? They will only say that it was done by someone from the prince's residence. Secondly, what you did outside today was too much. You probably don't know, but there are rumors outside that you are jealous of Li Mei's beauty and deliberately made things difficult for her. Previously, I didn't know why you were like this, but now that I heard that you have a grudge against them, I understand. Since you have enmity with them, you shouldn't show it. Once you show it and let others see it, if something happens to the siblings, the first person to be suspected will be you. Third, you found Mo Qing to kill for you. This shows that you do not trust others, including Prince Rui's subordinates. But was Mo Qing really a match for the other guards in the residence? Even if Mo Qing's martial arts skills were higher, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Normally when one was caught, Prince Rui would definitely ask you the reason. You let Mo Qing take action but did not tell Prince Rui, so there must be a reason that could not be told to others. If you're discovered, you won't be able to keep your secret. Therefore this plan is not a good one, Pei Lang said in one breath. Shen Miao stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. Mr. Pei, are you always so rational? Without waiting for Pei Lang to speak, he laughed coldly, that's true. If you aren't rational and aloof, how can you be above others? Pei Lang did not understand her words and only heard Shen Miao speaking again, what you said is right. It is indeed so. I cannot rashly kill people in the residence of a prince of Qin. Moreover, to let them die so easily, it would be too easy for these two people. Mo Qing did not speak, so Shen Miao said to him, you go out and help me to investigate clearly first. I want to know clearly the background of this pair of siblings, no matter big or small. Mo Qing complied and left. Shen Miao took a deep breath. The enemy was right in front of her, but she could not make a move now. This kind of heart-wrenching feeling was really uncomfortable and it almost made her want to vent her anger on others. Mo Qing complied and went out. Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao and thought for a while before asking, you have deep resentment towards this pair of siblings. Shen Miao sneered, why do you say such words? One have never seen that you want to take someone's life the moment you come. He looked at Shen Miao with some probing, this shows that you have fear and guard against them in your heart. This pair of siblings are very powerful. Shen Miao's heart jumped as she looked at Pei Lang in front of her. Anger rose in her heart and she asked, Teacher Pei is always able to understand the thoughts of others. Then do you know what kind of deep enmity I have with him? Are you willing to tell me? Chapter 955. They owe me 2 lives that cannot be taken back. Shen Miao said, even if I kill them 10,000 times, it would not be enough to compensate. Pei Lang was shocked by the obvious fierceness in Shen Miao's eyes and said, I can help you. Shen Miao stared at him. Why should I believe you? These words made Pei Lang somewhat surprised. In the past few days he clearly felt that Shen Miao's attitude towards him had eased up and seemed to have let go of some things. He always felt that the relationship between them was not as tense as before. But the Shen Miao today was like a hedgehog with its spikes raised up and was on guard. Her attitude towards him had returned to the past and was even more distant than before. As if they were enemies. Pei Lang knew that this was definitely related to that pair of siblings. He pondered for a moment before asking, heard that pair of siblings are from the Great Liang. In the past you should have never been to the Great Liang and have never seen both of them. How could there be such a deep enmity with them? Teacher Pei. Shen Miao interrupted his words. I have already said everything that I can tell you. You are also very clear about my attitude towards this pair of siblings. I do not expect that Teacher Pei would be able to help me strategize but would request Teacher Pei not to interfere and not to tell this matter to others. In Pei Lang's heart, there was suddenly a kind of unbearable anger. He also had a body of pride and was willing to lead a carefree life but was persuaded by Shen Miao using Lu Ying to enter the imperial court and became Fu Xiuyi's people, and then inexplicably became a spy and left for a foreign country. And when his sincerity was treated as speculation with ill intentions, he also had the impulse to turn around and leave. But when he saw Shen Miao's cold eyes, he felt that he could not get angry. It was as if when he saw her, he would have an inexplicable guilt attack him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, You do not trust me. Shen Miao coldly said, I do not trust anyone. Pei Lang left and Shen Miao sat back at the table. It was as if she had used up all the strength in her body and felt very weak. Li Mei and Li Ku were living in the residence of Prince Rue with such an identity and one could not kill them but could only trap them in this residence of the prince of first rank. This great enmity must be avenged, otherwise she was not fit to be the mother of 2 children. Just as she was thinking, Jingzhi pushed the door and walked in and said to Shen Miao, Furen, His Highness just woke up and wants to see Furen. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and her face revealed a complicated expression. After a moment she said, I know. The Great Liang's imperial family, Xie Jingxing, Mei Furen siblings, all of these possible relationships were all guessed by Shen Miao and the more she thought about it, the more terrifying it was. If those frightening conjectures were true, Shen Miao did not know how she should react. Mei Furen's appearance disrupted her plans and mood, and she even found it hard to face Xie Jingxing. She was afraid that others would see the hatred in her heart and was also afraid that Xie Jingxing would confirm the terrifying guess in her heart. The bedroom was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, and the servants coming and going were all busy with their own things. Now that Xie Jingxing was awake, there were many things that were worth thinking about and his condition needed to be taken care of. Gao Yang was carrying his medicine box as he walked out and was surprised for a moment when he saw Shen Miao. He just woke up once in the morning and asked about you. His wound hasn't healed yet, so you should go along with him. Shen Miao complied and pushed the door to enter. Xie Jingxing was only wearing his middle clothes and an outer robe as he was half leaning on the couch reading a book. One did not know if it was because of his injuries, but these days he looked thinner and the contours were even more distinct. When he was quiet, he was like a noble son of a noble family as he elegantly flipped through the book. One would not be able to tell that a few days ago he was walking on the line of life and death. Shen Miao wanted to enter but just as she took a step out, she was somewhat hesitant, as if she took this step, she would have to face a problem that she did not dare to face. She was afraid of the answer and instinctively wanted to avoid this problem. However, in life, there was no problem that could be avoided forever. Xie Jingxing's eyes did not lift up as he lightly said, Since one is here, why not come in? Shen Miao paused and clenched her fists before slowly walking in. Nearing the couch, she then sat down and said, Are you all right? Hearing that Uncle Tang said that you were already awake, one thought that you wanted to rest and did not disturb. Most likely Xie Jingxing's body was not fully recovered as his voice was still hoarse. But his lips suddenly hooked up and one did not know what kind of tone it was. Interesting. Shen Miao looked at him and his eyes were still on the book as his voice was somewhat cold. You do not dare to look at me? How could it be? Shen Miao smiled gently, is it that the illness has muddled you? Xie Jingxing also smiled gently, but the smile did not reach his eyes. With a puff sound, he closed the book and threw it to the side before turning his head. Ever since Xin Miao came in, this was the first time he looked at Xin Miao. His eyes were sharp, but there was a hint of anger as he asked, "Xin Miao, is it that if I did not let anyone call you, you would not come over?" Chapter 956. Xin Miao, is it that if I do not let others call you, you will not come over? The atmosphere in the room was cold and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Even though his face was pale, his aura was never weak. Xin Miao said, "You are thinking too much. Are you hiding something from me?" Xie Jingxing asked. Xin Miao shook her head. No. How to say it? In all fairness, this lifetime was completely different from the previous lifetime, and Xie Jingxing might not really have any involvement with Mei Foran. But to pull Fu Ming and Wan Yu into it, she was unable to look at this matter rationally. If she did not have any shred of feelings for Xie Jingxing, then perhaps it would be much simpler. The most frightening thing was that the feelings would be mixed with other things. Hate would not be hate, love would not be love, and at the end it would breed countless fears and one would not even have the courage to face the problem. Xie Jingxing looked at her deeply, and Xin Miao was afraid that some of her secret thoughts would be seen, so she said, "Since your body is better, then you should rest more. The night is very long, take the medicine and sleep early." She stood up and turned to leave. "You are that impatient to leave?" Xie Jingxing's voice came from behind, and there seemed to be some unseen grievances. "These few days one heard that you did not come to see me. But the first time I opened my eyes, I thought that you must be frightened." His lips pulled up and his eyes drooped down. "It is me who is thinking too much." Xin Miao did not say anything and pushed the door open to walk out. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Xie Jingxing would definitely discover her abnormality. He was such a sensitive person, and if he were to discover it, her secret would not be able to be explained. Song Ziqing's matter was after all related to her family, but she had never seen Li Mei and younger brother before, and they were Xie Jingxing's benefactors. It was because the entire Long Yi knew about it that nothing could happen to Li Mei and younger brother, and once she was suspected, it would even throw dirty water on the residence of Prince Rui. On one side was a possible disaster, and on the other side was to eradicate the enemies of the previous lifetime as soon as possible. It was torture for Xin Miao to let them live in this world. It was also related to Xie Jingxing. Xin Miao felt that after being in the Great Liang for so many days, she finally met her biggest calamity. Ba Jiao carried the empty medicine bowl over and was surprised when he saw Xin Miao. "Why did Foreign come out so quickly? Won't you accompany Master for a while longer?" "No need." Xin Miao said, "All of you take good care of him." She walked forward without turning her head back. 2 days later, Mo Qing came to Xin Miao with the news that he had inquired. He said, "This pair of siblings are from Qinzhou. They are the children of a merchant family, but they were adopted. The merchant's wife had died early, and the master had passed away not long ago. Before he died, he told them that they weren't his biological parents. After burying his adoptive father, they came to Long Yi to look for their relatives. But there aren't any clues." "Impossible." Xin Miao stood up. Mo Qing said, "There is only so much information that can be inquired. This subordinate let people inquire in Qinzhou, and all the neighbors know that they had watched this pair of siblings grow up." "Are you sure that Li Mei did not go to Mingqi?" Xin Miao's nails unconsciously dug into her palms. She had never traveled far before, and this was the first time she left a place outside of Qinzhou. Mo Qing said. Xin Miao closed her eyes. These 2 days, Li Mei and Li Ku were in the residence of the Prince of First Rank and would occasionally go to the Ji residence to chat with Ji Foreign, but did not do anything. Xin Miao asked, "Then did they see your highness?" "That they did not. Without passing the message, no one can personally see your highness, even if it is the benefactor." Mo Qing answered. Chapter 957. I know. You can go down and continue to pay attention to this pair of siblings. If there is any movement, immediately inform me. Xin Miao said. Mo Qing complied and retreated. After Mo Qing left, Xin Miao sat back on the chair and her gaze gradually deepened. Since Mo Qing was inquiring, he would definitely not miss the slightest clue. In this kind of situation he was able to find out such news. Either this lifetime was really different from the previous lifetime, from a Mingqi official's daughter to a Great Liang merchant's daughter. It was really strange. Either that or this pair of siblings were too good at concealing themselves. Their background was clean and there were no traces of them at all. In this way, even if she told Madame G that these two people had ill intentions, no one would believe her. The Shang siblings grew up in Qinzhou and came to Longya for the first time to look for their relatives. Who would believe that they wanted to murder the prince's mansion? She got up and originally wanted to go and see Xie Jingxing, but when she thought that the Li siblings were still using the name of Xie Jingxing's benefactor, and that the great Liang imperial family and the Li siblings might have a connection, she felt that it was difficult to face. In the end, he didn't take that step. Weiyang Palace. When Empress Xiande heard the palace maid in front of her finish speaking, she finally let out a breath. A relaxed smile also appeared on her face. She said, "Since he's awake, at least it's more daunting than dangerous. Come, take the 200-year-old ginsengs in Ben Gong's box to the prince's fu, let the prince nourish his body." She suddenly thought of something and said, "Does the emperor know about this matter?" "His Majesty already knows," the palace maid said with a smile. "That's perfect. I'll talk to him about this." Empress Xiande was about to stand up. The palace maid hesitated and said, "His Majesty is currently at Imperial Concubine Jing's, probably celebrating?" Empress Xiande's movements paused and then she smiled warmly and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need for me to go." An imperceptible trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. "However, Your Highness, when this servant heard that His Highness had woken up, I heard some of the madams discussing that." "Say what?" "They said that the Qin Wang Fei doesn't seem to like the siblings who saved His Highness the Prince's life and is making things difficult for them. Perhaps it's because she's jealous that the other party is more beautiful than her, or perhaps she doesn't want His Highness to be saved at all." At the end of her sentence, her voice gradually weakened, as if she also knew that her words were disgraceful. "Nonsense!" Empress Xiande shouted harshly, "How can Qin Wang Fei not want His Highness Qin Wang to be saved?" The palace maid was so frightened that she didn't dare to raise her head. Empress Xiande calmed down after this shout. She said coolly, "You want to say that Qin Wang Fei is jealous? This consort feels that this pair of brother and sister aren't ordinary people to be able to stir up such a storm just by being a benefactor." Weiyang Palace was silent. No one spoke. Empress Xiande sat on the high seat. Her gaze changed, but she seemed extremely lonely. For more than 10 days, Shen Miao locked herself in her room and carefully thought about the best of both worlds. However, no matter how she thought, she could not be sure that there would not be any future troubles. The opportunity that Li Mei and younger brother appeared in this lifetime placed the two of them in a very sensitive position. It was almost a natural barrier that Shen Miao could not move at all. And in these 10 days she had been deliberately avoiding Xie Jingxing. Because every time she faced Xie Jingxing, there would be countless suspicions in her mind. If the Li Mei and younger brother siblings were really related to Xie Jingxing in the previous life, Shen Miao really did not know how to face Xie Jingxing. She was afraid that their fate as husband and wife would come to an end. Chapter 958. Because with Wan Yu and Fu Ming between them, she could not act as if nothing had happened. This morning when Shen Miao woke up, her expression was very ugly. Jingzhe and Guyu could see that something was wrong with her. After asking a few times, Shen Miao only brushed it off perfunctorily, but her heart was bewildered. Last night she had a dream the entire night. She dreamt that she was in the Ding capital's Kunning Palace. Wan Yu and Fu Ming were eating fruits and chatting in front of her. As they were talking, Wan Yu and Fu Ming's mouths started to bleed at the same time. She panicked and went to look for the imperial physician. When she looked up, she saw Mei Furen and Fu Xiuyi walking over. Fu Xiuyi ordered people to tie her up and threw Wan Yu and Fu Ming, whose life and death were uncertain, into the palace. Then a big fire burned the entire Kunning Palace. The raging fire licked the Kunning Palace and quickly engulfed Wan Yu and Fu Ming. She screamed at the top of her lungs but saw Mei Furen smiling lightly and said to her, "You have lost." Shen Miao suddenly woke up from her dream. Even though the summer sun was in the morning, it was almost as hot as midday, almost dazzling one's eyes. Shen Miao broke out in cold sweat and her entire body was drenched in sweat. However, Wan Yu's and Fu Ming's desperate expression filled her mind, making her feel restless. Just as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw Li Mei who was walking out. When Li Mei saw Shen Miao, she immediately stopped and bowed to her. Shen Miao's eyes darkened. Every time she met this female in front of her, she had to restrain her killing intent. Especially that dream last night, she almost could not help but reach out to strangle the other party to death. Her fingertips that were hidden in her sleeves pricked her palm and there was a slight pain, which made her somewhat awake. Shen Miao looked at Li Mei and said, "Li young lady, where are you going?" Her tone was stiff, and there was a strange undertone in it that could not be concealed no matter how hard she tried. Li Mei smiled. "His Highness the Prince of First Rank has awakened and summoned us siblings over. Second younger brother had already gone over and this commoner girl was also planning to rush over." She then looked at Shen Miao with some shame. After disturbing the residents for so many days, after seeing His Highness the Prince of First Rank, this commoner girl should leave. The princess consort has taken care of us a lot, but she still hasn't said a word of thanks. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. She had never let anyone take care of these two people, so it should be Ji Foren's idea. In addition, everyone in the residence saw that they saved Xie Jingxing's life, so they were more polite to the two of them. "Why are you talking about leaving?" Shen Miao said indifferently, "We have not properly repaid you." Li Mei shook her head. "We came to Longyi to look for our relatives. Since His Royal Highness has recovered, we should leave." Shen Miao's lips twitched and she did not even bother to respond with a smile. Shen Miao really could not believe Li Mei if it was to look for relatives. Who knew what they came to Longyi for? Li Mei looked at Shen Miao and suddenly said in a soft voice, "Princess Consort, has this common girl offended the Princess Consort in some way?" "The Princess Consort does not seem to like this common girl." When the words were said, Shen Miao's attitude towards Li Mei was somewhat obvious. Towards the benefactor who saved Xie Jingxing, other than seeing her once on the day of her return, Shen Miao did not see her again. Shen Miao's actions were appropriate and gentle, so it was definitely not because she had forgotten, but it was intentional. As for why it was like this, it made one puzzled. "I indeed do not like you." Shen Miao raised her chin. She could feign civility to her enemies, but she could not do this to Mei Furen. She wanted to directly express her hatred. If it was not for the residence of Prince Rue, if it was not because she was unable to explain it to Xie Jingxing. She chuckled, "Do you want to know why?" Chapter 959. Li Mei looked at her in puzzlement. That pair of charming eyes were filled with puzzlement and seemed to contain some sincerity, totally different from the contempt in Shen Miao's memories. "Instinct," Shen Miao said coldly. Then without turning her head back, she brought Jingzhi and Guyu to walk past Li Mei. Li Mei stood there for a while, shook her head and left. And Shen Miao, who was standing far away, looked at her back view with a cold expression. Jingzhi and Guyu did not dare to say a single word. They did not know why, but they always felt that when Shen Miao faced this unfamiliar Mei Furen, she seemed to become very scary. That kind of terror was something that they had never experienced before from Shen Miao. "About to leave?" Shen Miao whispered to herself before coldly saying, "Can you leave?" She turned around, "Call Mo Qing over." Mo Qing quickly came to Shen Miao's room and said, "Furen, this subordinate has a matter to report." Shen Miao said, "Put your matter aside first. I have more important matters." Mo Qing was puzzled. "Furen, please speak. Kill Li Mei and Li Ku for me." Mo Qing was stunned. Shen Miao said, "I have thought about it again and again. Even though this matter is not appropriate and perhaps it would bring disaster to the residence of Prince Rue, but if these two people are left alive, it would be a bigger variable. I would rather be charged with other crimes than to let these two people live and become a bigger threat in the future. These two wolves haven't fully grown their claws yet. Once they're fully grown, it won't be easy to kill them. I don't want to think about this matter. I just want to ask you, can you think of a way to kill them?" Shen Miao asked in a low voice. Her voice echoed in the room as if it came from the depths of hell, but with a deep determination. Wan Yu and Fu Ming's dream reminded her that she could not be indecisive. Since there was no way to have the best of both worlds, she would kill them first. Since this pair of siblings were only the children of a merchant, it would be much less troublesome to kill them. If they were to find someone to rely on in the future, it would be even more difficult. Moreover, Li Mei also said today that they would be leaving Prince Rue's residence soon. Where could they go after they left? Could they go to a place that could protect them? Shen Miao thought that one must pay attention to the timing of killing and could not drag it any longer. As long as Li Mei and Li Ku were alive, she would not be able to get over it and would suspect Xie Jingxing. In the choice between her previous life and this life, she chose to kill Li Mei and Li Ku now. As for what role the imperial family of the Liang had played in her previous life, she did not want to pursue it. This was the biggest concession she could make for Xie Jingxing, and also the only concession she could make. Mo Qing suddenly knelt down and said, "Forgive this subordinate for being unable to do it." Shen Miao stared at him. This subordinate wanted to talk to Madam about this matter. I have just inquired about the news that the relative that Li Mei's siblings are looking for is the current Prime Minister Yi Maokai. Li Mei's siblings are Yi Furan's children. Mo Qing said, the Yi family has already sent people over. Shen Miao staggered back and said, what did you say? This subordinate has failed Madam's trust, please punish me. The room was silent for a long time and Mo Qing did not dare to look up. He did not know why, but he could almost imagine the disappointment in Shen Miao's eyes, and that kind of powerlessness made him not have the face to look at Shen Miao's expression, as if he was unable to bear this helplessness. One did not know how long had passed before Shen Miao's voice was heard from above. Her voice was desolate and tired as she said, do not blame you. They came prepared and I was not determined, thus I hesitated and missed the opportunity. The rebirth of the malicious Empress of military lineage. Chapter 960. But. Her voice suddenly turned sharp, as if a sharp blade had appeared from its scabbard, sharp and murderous. Even if there is the Yi family, I must take these two lives. Longyi was different from the Ding capital. The Ding capital was located in the north and the scenery was the most flourishing in winter when it was the most magnificent. Longyi was located in the south and the best season was summer when the night was as cool as water and the stars were like the Milky Way. The courtyard was the most secluded one, but it couldn't block out the night. A pot of tea and a game of chess seemed to be the most satisfying thing in the world. The green-clad male drank alone under the moonlight, as if he was a green bamboo that grew in the forest. When Shen Miao came to the courtyard, she saw such a scene. Pei Lang sat in front of the stone table, drinking tea and playing chess. In fact, he was often like this. Even when he became the country tutor, his temperament was still as cold as before. Shen Miao always felt that it was not a good decision for Fu Xiuyi to let Pei Lang enter the court. With Pei Lang's temperament, he was more suitable to live a carefree life. He read books, loved saints, liked to play chess, flowers and bamboos. All of these were elegant things, but what he did was the methods of internal strife in the court. Teacher Pei. Shen Miao sat down opposite him. When Pei Lang looked up and saw that it was Shen Miao, he was slightly surprised. That day Shen Miao mercilessly cut off the relationship between the both of them. No matter how much Pei Lang tolerated, he was after all a male and had self-esteem. These days he did not take the initiative to look for Shen Miao. Moreover, Shen Miao was not one who would take the initiative to lower her head. Now that she appeared in front of him, Pei Lang's mood also fluctuated slightly. Previously Teacher Pei said that he would help me. Does this sentence still count now? Shen Miao did not intend to have a heart-to-heart talk or play chess with him and directly asked, which matter are you talking about? Pei Lang put down the teacup in his hands. Everything, but the current matter is that I want the lives of Li Mei and younger brother. This is very difficult. Pei Lang smiled bitterly. It is more difficult than you imagine. Shen Miao said, these two siblings have a relationship with the Yi family and said that they are Yi Maotsai's children. Most likely it will soon become Yi Mei and Yi Ku. It is impossible to simply kill them secretly. But I can't let them go. She said can't and not don't want to, which meant that no matter what, she wanted the lives of the siblings. Pei Lang frowned, but why must you take their lives? Shen Miao's smile was somewhat cold as she said, not everything must have an answer. You ask me why, I still want to ask other questions. If I can't find the answer, how can I tell you? Pei Lang looked at the chess pieces on the table and smiled after a while. I understand. I won't continue to ask you the reason, but what do you want me to do? You are not good at killing people, but I know your ability. Shen Miao said, since it has become Yi Mei and Yi Ku, then the one to deal with is the Yi family. I want to deal with the Ye family. No one knows better than you how to topple a family in the imperial court. I want you to be my advisor. Pei Lang was startled for a moment before shaking his head. I do not understand your meaning. Even though I am by Prince Ding's side, it is only to give advice on political matters and do not have the experience of overthrowing the enemy. How can you say such words? Shen Miao smiled slightly, but her heart was thinking that she naturally knew. Pei Lang looked like a gentle and refined person, but his methods were completely different and ruthless. When Fu Xiuyi just ascended the throne, Prince Zhou's men were eyeing him covetously and tried to make a comeback, but at the end they were all defeated by Pei Lang's hands. Chapter 961. I only ask you, will you help or not? Shen Miao asked. Pei Lang muttered, the Yi family's current situation in Longyi is very subtle. The emperor of the Great Liang wanted to use the Yi clan to deal with the Lu clan. The Yi clan did not have any children, so they were easier to control. But if you have a pair of children, the structure will be broken again. Perhaps the Yi family will change sides, perhaps they will fight with the Lu family, perhaps they will ally with the imperial family to deal with the Lu family. The appearance of Yi Mei and Yi Ku is an extremely subtle point. The royal family's attitude towards the Yi family would also affect the Yi family's attitude towards the royal family. At this time, the royal family could not act rashly, so they had to be more polite to the Yi family. And you are the princess of Prince Rui's residence. Prince Rui is the emperor's younger brother and is tied to the imperial family. If you want the lives of the Yi siblings, the Great Liang emperor will be the first to not agree. Shen Miao stared at him. I naturally know this, so the method I want you to think of is for the royal family to take the initiative to deal with the Yi family. Whoever moves first loses. The royal family is watching and so is the Yi family. If you really want the lives of the Yi siblings, you must first find a mistake in the Yi family and grab hold of the Yi family's weakness. It's best to stir up a dispute between the Yi family and the royal family. Shen Miao asked, what about the Lu family? Pei Lang was stunned. What if I let the Lu family and the Yi family fight? Pei Lang shook his head. You only think that way because you want to protect the prince's residence. But I must warn you that it is impossible to have the best of both worlds. The Lu family is not a fool. At this time they will not take the initiative to fight with the Yi family. Shen Miao said, I understand. You really do not hesitate to offend the imperial family to deal with the Yi family? Pei Lang frowned. If you really oppose the imperial family, then between you and Prince Rui. Pei Lang did not continue speaking as there would inevitably be animosity. Even though he found it strange that Shen Miao's attitude towards Yi Mei and her brother was so unyielding that she would not hesitate to perish together with them. What did the Yi Mei siblings do? I do not have a second path to take. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Perhaps I do not have fate with the imperial family. In the past and present lifetime, she was unable to escape the sacrifice of the imperial power. But so what? How do you plan to sow discord? Pei Lang asked. This is the matter that I want to discuss with you. Shen Miao said. The Great Liang and Ming Qi were two entirely different battlefields, thus one was not familiar with the various forces in Long Yi and now knew even less. She was unable to face Xie Jingxing calmly but was not willing to let her enemy live well under her eyelids. After thinking about it, even if she had to perish indiscriminately, she would take revenge for Wan Yu and Fu Ming. And Pei Lang was her only ally. Pei Lang was good at scheming and plotting. He was the best at analyzing the situation of the imperial court. Slandering without leaving a trace, easily sowing discord, this imperial preceptor was truly an expert. She wanted to join hands with Pei Lang to reap the lives of these two people. Even if Yi Jia's brother and sister have a huge backer, she will also bring down the backer. This discussion lasted deep into the night. When Shen Miao felt that it was time to return to her courtyard, it was already very late. Only Jingzhou and Guyu accompanied her. She returned to her own courtyard and pushed open the door to enter the room. Just as she was about to take off her outer clothes, her movements suddenly paused and she turned her head over. Xie Jingxing was hugging his chest as he sat in front of her desk, flipping through a book in boredom. Why did you come over? Shen Miao asked. You can get down from the bed? Today Xie Jingxing was going to see Li Mei and her brother, but Shen Miao did not want to think about it and even more did not want to see it. She was afraid that once she saw this scene, she would involuntarily suspect some terrifying possibilities. What the eyes do not see, the heart does not grieve, but she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would actually come knocking on her door. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and did not answer her question. It is so late. Why did you only come back now? Could not sleep. Shen Miao said, so strolled outside. Xie Jingxing threw the book in his hands onto the table and said, Oh? Did you go to drink tea and drink with Pei Lang? This posture, it seemed that he was here to denounce her. Shen Miao's mind was filled with Yi Mei's matter as she asked with a frown, What do you want to say? Half a month. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao stared at him. He also stared at her and his complicated gaze made Shen Miao's heart palpitate for a moment. He said, I have been awake for half a month and you only came over to see me once. Did you forget that you are the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui and my wife? He said. Shen Miao did not speak as this could not be explained at all. But Xie Jingxing stared at her and his gaze was disappointed and slightly angry as he said, I waited here for you for an entire night and you were drinking tea and playing chess with Pei Lang. Shen Miao, could it be that you like that scholar? Shen Miao's heart suddenly surged with an unknown fire. She was entangled with Yi Mei's matter and could not sleep at night. Because there was a residence of Prince Rue in the middle, she did not dare to rashly move, thus she missed the best opportunity and was unable to kill the enemy. In such a quagmire-like place, Xie Jingxing was actually able to put her and Pei Lang together. She said, "What does that have to do with you?" Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao in front of him. He pulled so hard that Shen Miao almost fell down and was supported by him. Xie Jingxing pinched her chin and said word by word, "If I want you now, then there would be a relationship." Shen Miao frowned and said, "Perhaps our alliance is too hasty." Xie Jingxing paused and looked at her deeply. "Perhaps?" He suddenly let go of his hand and stood up all of a sudden. With his back facing Shen Miao, he said lightly, "Is your heart made of iron? In your eyes, there is only use and schemes, but I am a living person. Actually, from the beginning to the end, your heart has never been moved," he said indifferently. Chapter 962. Xie Jingxing left. Shen Miao was sitting alone in front of the table when Jingzhe walked in and looked outside. Just now she was in the outer room and these two people's voices were not deliberately lowered, so she could hear every single word that was said. Now seeing that Shen Miao's expression was not good, even though her heart was perturbed, she could not help but speak. "Furen, you are too distant with His Highness." Shen Miao did not speak and Jingzhe continued, "Originally before Furen married into the residence of Prince Qin Wang, you treated His Highness better than now. These days it seems that you are deliberately hiding from His Highness. One who is ill would be particularly sensitive, especially after His Highness escaped from death. One fear that his heart would be even more subtle. Furen is not concerned at this time. His Highness would inevitably feel uncomfortable. After Furen persuade him with some kind words, it should be all right. Furen must not be too sad." Shen Miao said, "I know. You can leave." Jingzhe then withdrew. After Jingzhe left, Shen Miao then pressed her forehead. She was struggling to face Xie Jingxing, but in all fairness, Xie Jingxing was also innocent in this. That sentence, "Actually from the beginning till the end, your heart has never been moved right," made her shudder. Shen Miao could not remember when she was moved by Xie Jingxing. Perhaps it was when he saved her life at the Wanli Lake, or perhaps it was when he took off his mask in front of Princess Rong Xian in the princess residence, or perhaps it was on the day of their marriage when he stretched out his hand on the tall horse, or perhaps it was even earlier. Even earlier when she set fire to the ancestral hall, the first time she met Xie Jingxing, and the confrontation with Xie Jingxing. The feeling of being moved was too far away. In her previous life she was only moved by Fu Xiu and the price was heavy. With the previous example she did not dare to be easily moved, and even if she had to give out her feelings she would be stingy, careful, and care about the gains and losses before giving out. However, Xie Jingxing was different. One did not know if it was because he was so arrogant or reckless, but he squandered his feelings. In this marriage the two of them did not contribute equally. But Shen Miao had also given her everything that she could give. Until now, because she was tempted, she could not deal with Mei Furen without scruples. Admiration and suspicions were intertwined and she was unable to face Xie Jingxing. As for Xie Jingxing, he was probably completely disappointed in her in his heart. She was sitting in front of the table. The herb that she had obtained from Taoist priest Qian with great difficulty was casually thrown aside in a box. Because no one had taken care of it these days, a thin layer of dust had fallen on it and no one paid attention to it anymore. For the next few days, Shen Miao's days were somewhat strange. One did not know what happened between Luo Tan and Gao Yang. Most likely Luo Tan was bothered that Gao Yang had lied to her. When Gao Yang saw that Xie Jingxing's poison was almost cleared, he left the old imperial physician in the prince's residence and pulled Luo Tan to an unknown place. Ji Furen and Ji Yushu also returned to the Ji residence. As long as Xie Jingxing was fine, there was no meaning for them to stay in the residence of the prince of first rank. For some reason Pei Lang seemed to have caught a cold, so he rested in the room and did not go out. Thus Shen Miao was suddenly left alone by her side. The servants in the residence of the prince of first rank could see that Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were in a cold war, so they were very careful with their work. In a moment, everyone in the residence of the prince of first rank felt insecure and the atmosphere was even heavier than when Xie Jingxing was unconscious. It was at this time that people from the Yi family came. People from the Yi family came to recognize Yi Mei and Yi Ku. The Yi family seemed to know that Shen Miao did not like Yi Mei and Yi Ku, so they did not mention this matter to Shen Miao. Today he was just here to inform them. Chapter 963. It was just that Xin Miao, as the princess of Prince Rui's residence, still had to meet her. In the main hall of the prince's residence, Yi Furan was talking to Yi Ku and Yi Mei was sitting at the side with a slight smile. Yi Maocai's head was slightly raised as if he was saying something, and the person sitting in front of him was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was wearing a silver-purple robe, and most likely because his injuries were not completely healed, he was sitting lazily and casually. Listening to Yi Maocai's words with a smile that was not a smile, one could not clearly see what it meant. When Xin Miao came in, the first person to see her was Yi Mei, and Yi Mei quickly stood up to greet her. However, Yi Ku did not move. Now that they were the children of the Yi family, their status had risen, and naturally there was no need to greet the princess of the prince like in the past. It was just that Yi Mei wanted to greet, but Xin Miao did not even help and just accepted it. A trace of unhappiness flashed in Yi Furan's eyes, but Yi Ku did not show it. Yi Maocai swept a glance at Xin Miao and saw everything. Xin Miao walked to the other side and sat on the main seat beside Xie Jingxing. Yi Maocai got up and said, "These days in the prince's residence, Mayor and Kerr have troubled us. Thanks to the princess' care, one is very grateful." Xin Miao smiled gently. "One cannot bear the word troubled. Speaking of which, ye young lady and gentlemen, ye are His Highness's benefactors. It is somewhat excessive to say troubled." Yi Maocai laughed and said a few words to smooth things over, but heard Xin Miao's words change and asked doubtfully, "But how did Li young lady and gentleman Li become Yi young lady and gentleman Yi? It is somewhat surprising that the relatives that the two of them are looking for are the Yi family." When she spoke like this, Xie Jingxing only played with the teacup in his hands and did not stop nor comply, as if he was watching from the sidelines. Yi Maocai was somewhat unsure of Xie Jingxing's meaning and hesitated for a while before smiling. "It is shameful to speak of it, but it was something that happened more than 10 years ago. At that time when my lowly wife was giving birth, the midwife in the residence was disloyal and received orders from a traitor to change my son from a dragon to a phoenix. They were actually a pair of brother and sister, but they had been replaced by a baby girl who had died young. In the past few years, with the thought of not washing their dirty linen in public, they had never made it public and had only investigated in secret. This time, the two of them entered Long Yi and accidentally came to the prince's mansion. Later on, they said they were looking for their relatives, so they met. Yi Maocai was born with a fair complexion and no facial hair. Looking at the amiable scholar, his words were even more sincere, as if he had taken out 120% of his sincerity. He looked at Xin Miao and laughed. "It is said that Mayor and Kerr saved His Highness the Prince of First Rank's life, but in fact our Yi family should be the one thanking His Highness. If it was not for this freak combination of factors, our family would not be able to reunite." "Exactly." Madame Yi laughed as well. Ever since Xin Miao met Madame Yi, this was the first time she saw Madame Yi laughing so happily. It was as if she was genuinely happy. No one would suspect that Yi Mei and Yi Ku were her long-lost children. But Xin Miao could not do it no matter what. In her previous life, she was a daughter of an official's daughter in Mingqi, but in this lifetime, she became a great Liang person. One feared that the entanglement of this was not that simple. Yi Mei and Yi Ku sat at one side. Yi Mei was beautiful and Yi Ku was astute. With one look, one could tell that they were rare talents. What was even rarer was that they kept their propriety and did not speak rudely or use their identity as Xie Jingxing's savior to do anything. Because of that, others could not have any ill feelings towards them. That's right. Fu Xiuyi was an astute and almost cold person. He was so selfish that he did not even hesitate to lay his hands on his own children, but he only doted on Mei Furan. It could be seen that she had her own uniqueness. Chapter 964. That is really a coincidence. Xin Miao smiled gently and casually said, "Qin province is not far from Long Yi. The Yi family had searched for more than 10 years and could not find it, but this time they found it upon entering the residence of the Prince of First Rank." She looked at Yi Mei. "It is really fate. Is it not, young lady Yi?" Yi Mei smiled. "Of course. The residence of the Prince of First Rank is a blessed land." She did not seem to hear the meaning behind Xin Miao's words and instead readily agreed. Xin Miao shifted her gaze and looked at Yi Maocai. "Today Yi Darren came over," Yi Maocai quickly said. "I am here to bring them back to the residence." Finishing, he blushed. "As the biological father, it is our fault to let the siblings wander outside for so many years. Now that the family is finally reunited, naturally one cannot let them live in the wilderness. Today they will be brought back to the residence and be placed on the jade plates tomorrow. From now on, they are the descendants of my Yi family. When he finished, there was some excitement in his expression. Looking at Yi Mei and Yi Ku again, there were faint tears in their eyes. Shen Miao however felt that this play was lame and tasteless. Yi Maokai complimented Xie Jingxing a few more times, but it was because of Yi Ku and Yi Mei that he wanted to build a friendship. This attitude was somewhat subtle. The imperial family of the Great Liang had the intention to rope in the Yi family to deal with the Lu family, and the Yi family's position was crucial, thus they had always been neutral and did not express their stance. Logically speaking, if Yi Mei and Yi brother returned to the Yi family would have more confidence to contend with the Lu family, and naturally there was no need to compromise and submit to the imperial power. Now this attitude revealed that they wanted to stand on the side of Emperor Yonglu. After all, the relationship between the residents of Prince Rue and Emperor Yonglu was very close, and by pleasing the residents of Prince Rue, it was tantamount to expressing loyalty to Emperor Yonglu. Shen Miao's heart gradually sank. This was naturally not what she was happy to see. Once the Yi family really stood on the side of Emperor Yonglu, if she were to bring down the Yi family from behind, it would be cutting off Emperor Yongli's support. Not to mention Emperor Yonglu, even Xie Jingxing would not be willing. But if she were to form an alliance with the murderer who killed her children, she would not be able to escape the word disgusting in this lifetime. However, Xie Jingxing's attitude was thought-provoking. He listened to Yi Maocai's words carelessly and answered in an indifferent manner, perfectly avoiding questions that required him to express his attitude. He was neither up nor down, neither clear nor clear, fooling Yi Maocai around in circles. Yi Maocai and Madame Yi stood together and talked for a long time. It seemed like they had told Xie Jingxing everything. Thinking back, it seemed like Xie Jingxing did not reveal anything. When the Yi family expressed goodwill to the imperial family, even if the imperial family did not immediately shed tears of gratitude, they still had to reciprocate. But looking at Xie Jingxing's attitude, it was as if he was watching a show, lazy and not paying attention. It even made people doubt if he understood the hint in Yi Maocai's words. Yi Maocai and his wife were somewhat anxious and exchanged glances with Xie Jingxing. Everyone said that this Prince Rue of the Great Liang was slippery but very thorny and watertight. Today when they got so close to him and left the court, it still made one unable to fathom him. This kind of attitude made Yi Maocai and his wife unable to get angry and also had no reason to be at ease. They originally wanted to put on airs, but in the end, they did not know who did it and Xie Jingxing gained the upper hand. Unknowingly, they were led by the nose by Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao was also somewhat surprised by Xie Jingxing's attitude. Thinking about it, the Yi family's sudden goodwill was already fishy and Xie Jingxing was not a brainless person, so naturally he had to investigate it clearly. But this made her heave a sigh of relief. As long as Xie Jingxing did not clearly express goodwill towards the Yi family, or in other words, looked at the Yi siblings in a different light because they had saved their lives, her heart was much calmer. Chapter 965. In the end, no one was able to convince the other. It was the first time Yi Maocai met with such a neither soft nor hard nail like Xie Jingxing. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yi Maocai did not say anything. He did not see Xie Jingxing express a clear attitude and knew that today's trip was a waste and there was no point in staying any longer. But his family's intentions had been conveyed and he brought Yi Mei and Yi Ku to leave. Xie Jingxing instructed Uncle Tang to send them off. Just as he was about to leave the main hall, Madame Yi seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and asked, "Prince Wu's birthday is in a few days, right?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. She did not know about Xie Jingxing's birthday, so the one in Mingqi was definitely not true. As for Great Liang's side, she had never heard Xie Jingxing talk about it. However, Madame Ye's eyes were sharp. She saw Shen Miao's slightly surprised expression and asked with a smile, "Why does it seem like Qin Wangfei doesn't know?" Yi Mei and Yi Ku also stopped and Yi Mei looked at Shen Miao with a subtle gaze. As a wife, she didn't know her husband's birthday, and it was an outsider who told her. The relationship between husband and wife was strange. Xie Jingxing sat in the living room and drank his tea. It was as if he did not hear what Madame Yi said. Shen Miao smiled faintly and replied, "Does Madame Yi still remember Miss Yi and young Master Ye's birthdays?" This. Madame Yi was puzzled. Shen Miao did not give her a chance to speak and smiled. After missing more than 10 years, Yi Foreign should first think of how to compensate young Lady Yi and Gentleman Ye's birthdays. The meaning behind her words was, take care of your own matters before worrying about other people. Do not be bored after eating your fill. Madame Ye's expression turned ugly after being mercilessly slapped in the face. Yi Maokai seemed to be a little embarrassed. Yi Mei pulled Yi Ku and bowed to Shen Miao before hurriedly bidding farewell. Looking at their departing figures, Shen Miao took a deep breath. Yi Mei and her brother had finally succeeded. Before she made her move, the Yi family had finally succeeded in sheltering them. From now on, if he wanted to suppress Yi Mei and Yi Ku, he would first have to deal with the Yi family. This was much harder than just assassinating a pair of siblings, especially when it was mixed with the complicated interests of the imperial family of the Great Liang. Pulling one part would affect the whole body, and it would be even more difficult. It really made one feel indignant and unhappy. She thought and hesitated for a moment before turning back to look at Xie Jingxing, thinking about how she was angry yesterday. Because of the relationship between Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she vented her anger on him. Today he did not treat Li Mei and her brother specially, so he must be rational. Perhaps they should have a serious talk. These days her performance was indeed a little too terrible. But just as she turned her head, she saw Xie Jingxing expressionlessly standing up and walking past her as if he was a stranger. Not a single word was spoken. Shen Miao's sentence of, "I have something to tell you," was stuck in her throat and could not be swallowed for a long time. When Gu Yu and Jingzhe behind saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. Both of them knew that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were in a cold war these days, and if the master was not good, naturally the servants would not be happy. But just now Shen Miao obviously had the intention to reconcile, and Xie Jingxing was so cold, one feared that his young lady's heart was hurt. Jingzhe and Gu Yu had followed Shen Miao for so many years, especially in the recent 2 years, they had a clear understanding of Shen Miao's temperament. Her self-esteem was extremely strong. With Xie Jingxing like this, even if Shen Miao had the intention to make peace, she would not take the initiative to do so. Jingzhe said in a low voice, "This is bad. If this goes on, she had just married over, how would she live in the future?" Gu Yu also muttered, "One must think of a way." When Shen Miao returned to the room, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Xie Jingxing's attitude towards a stranger was really very vexing. She had been an empress in Mingqi for many years, and other than Fu Ming and Wan Yu who wanted to curry favor with Fu Xiuyi, she had never given in to others. She had a strong temperament, else she would not have fought with Mei Furen for so many years. Chapter 966. With Xie Jingxing's current attitude, it made her thoughts of having a good talk with the other party fade. Both of them were inflexible, but Xie Jingxing usually disdained to fight with others, and she herself hid it well, so when they tangled with each other, it was a tragic sight to behold. Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door, and it was Ba Jiao who pushed the door open. Ba Jiao placed a plate of pastries on Shen Miao's table with a smile. "This is the new pastries made in the small kitchen and was specially made according to Ming Qi's taste. Furen should try and see if it is to your taste." Because of the cold war between Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing, the servants in the residence were also cautious. The people from the Mou army would naturally side with their own masters, just like Jingzhe and Gu Yu would definitely stand on Shen Miao's side. Ba Jiao and Fennel had already left, and one did not expect that Ba Jiao would come back at this time. One feared that the drunkard had ulterior motives. Shen Miao looked at him and said, "You have something to say to me?" Ba Jiao smiled at once and scratched his head. "This servant is stupid and was seen through by Furen before I said anything. Furen, this servant was found by Jingzhe and Gu Yu to persuade you." Outside the door, Jingzhe and Gu Yu's expressions suddenly became strange. This Ba Jiao said that she was stupid, but she usually looked very smart. She said that she was smart, but now she was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube and bringing the two of them out. They really didn't know what to say. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself. "What do you want to persuade me about?" They all said that Furen's temperament is very cold. After Master was injured for so many days, Furen ran out on her own without a trace and did not come to see Master. After Master woke up, he only came to see once. Everyone felt it was unfair for Master, so these days Furen has been cold to Furen. One hoped that Furen will not blame. Shen Miao shook her head. "What they said is the truth. But Furen's temperament is not cold." Ba Jiao smiled. "Furen just does not like to say it out. Otherwise she would not bring us to wander around the forest for an entire night and must find that expert to ask for herbs for Master." "But why didn't Madame tell Master about this?" Shen Miao said blandly, "The person who saved him was not me, and at the end the medicinal herb was useless. It was a futile effort and did not have any effect, so it is not counted as merit. What is there to talk about? She also did a lot of things for Fu Xiuyi in the inner palace. She reduced it to simplicity and helped Fu Xiuyi win a good reputation in the world. In the end, she could not match the decree that Li Ku issued for Fu Xiuyi. If he said it out loud, he would only be laughed at and pitted. It would be better not to say it at all. Octagon Anise frowned and said, "But those are your kind intentions." Shen Miao looked at her. "Feelings?" Octagon Anise nodded. "Regardless of whether you managed to save Master or not, even if the herb was useless in the end, your intentions were genuine. If you hide your intentions, how will Master know?" Madame wandered in the forest for a whole night, and when she insisted on moving forward, those were her kind intentions. In this servant's opinion, Madame's intentions are even more precious than those medicinal herbs. If Madame hides your intentions because the medicinal herbs are useless, wouldn't that be throwing away a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed? Shen Miao was startled. Octagon Anise said with a smile, "Madame, your intentions are more useful than the medicinal herbs and can cure Master's illness. Must the intentions be said out loud in order to be known?" Shen Miao looked down. "If there is a heart, how can one not understand?" Octagon Anise shook his head. "It may be so for others, but it is different for Master." "Oh. You also know that Master's life was not smooth sailing. The Mou army was built by Master, and this servant has followed Master for a long time. Master usually faces schemes every day, but those are from outsiders and enemies, so there is nothing wrong with it. But as one of us, one would hope to be more frank." Octagon Anise looked at Shen Miao seriously. "Madam, you are Master's wife and the person closest to Master. If you do not even explain your intentions, Master may be aware, but he will not be sure. The more precious something is, the more demanding it is. Master values your intentions, so he would be angered. He does not doubt you but himself." Chapter 967. He was not doubting you but doubting himself. Shen Miao suddenly jolted, as if a piece of ice in her heart had blossomed because of this simple sentence. From it, soil was born, a trickle of water was born, and a long green field was born. Master would also doubt himself, doubt that he is not good, doubt that he is not as good as others, and doubt that you are dissatisfied with him. When all these doubts are added together, it would become doubt of your intentions. Like this, do you still want to hide your intentions? Shen Miao's eyes slightly drooped and her heart started to rise and fall. Xie Jingxing was such a proud person that even in the midst of thousands of troops, he would still casually smile. He lived in the filthiest and most chaotic court strife, and at such a young age he had to carry a heavy burden that did not belong to him. His relatives, brothers and friends, he was neither close nor distant, and no one believed in his sincerity. This made him seem like a person who did not care about anything. However, it made people forget that he had the most straightforward sincerity and the naivety of a youth. Just like how he treated Su Mingfeng, Princess Rong Xan, and even the Marquis of Linan. He was so proud that he refused to explain everything but was doing everything behind the scenes. This kind of person in the past life or this life would not mix together with Li Mei and Li Ku. She should not have doubted at all. Her distrust came from her lack of confidence in herself. Just like Xie Jingxing's suspicion towards her, it came from his suspicion towards himself. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Just like what Octagon Jiao said, when one was facing the most precious thing, they would always be extremely demanding. She was moved by Xie Jingxing, thus she was afraid that Xie Jingxing and Mei Furen were involved, and Xie Jingxing's concern for her made her become a thorn in the other's side. She seemed to have done something wrong, but fortunately there was still a chance to make up for it. Octagon Jiao saw the change in Shen Miao's expression and suddenly smiled. "Furen, hope that you can coax Master well. These days Master's temperament is very cold and the Mou army would not be able to take it." Shen Miao shook her head and smiled. "I know. But..." Octagon Jiao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Furen, do you have any grudges with the siblings of the Yi family?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. "Why do you say that?" Everyone in the prince's residence knew about her cold attitude towards the Yi siblings. Everyone had their own guesses, but this was the first time they met. Everyone said that Shen Miao was jealous of Yi Mei's beauty. Although it was ridiculous, they could not find any other reason. Why would the octagonal Anis ask such a question? You are too cold to that pair of brother and sister. These days, Master had sent people to investigate the background of that pair of siblings, but it seemed that nothing was amiss. So, Madam? Shen Miao's heart moved. Firstly, it was unexpected that Xie Jingxing would secretly investigate the background of Yi Mei and her brother. Secondly, the background of this pair of siblings, even Xie Jingxing could not find anything wrong with it, so they were really innocent. They do have some grudges with me. Shen Miao said, but this matter is of great importance and will not be mentioned for the time being. The octagonal anise thoughtfully nodded his head and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. It is good that Madam has thought it through. Foreign must not hide your intentions. Right now Master is muddle-headed from anger and can't see it, but that day when we accompanied Foreign to look for the strange Taoist, we all saw it clearly. Anyone with eyes can see Foreign's intentions, so there's no need to hide it. He then winked at Shen Miao. Master's birthday is on the 3rd day of the next month. In previous years there would be a banquet at the Baishao Lu in Longyi. This servant had secretly asked the housekeeper, and it is the same this year. If Madam wants to prepare a birthday gift, it is best to prepare it for Master in these few days. Before Shen Miao could speak, the octagonal anise threw another sentence. Master is a person that is easy to coax. If it is not possible, Madam can personally make a bowl of longevity noodles and Master's anger will be appeased. Of course, the most important thing is not to hide your intentions. Master will be even happier. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. Shen Miao looked at the 2 doors that she had knocked open and was startled for a moment before laughing out loud. Her heart was much more relaxed than a few days ago. Since some things could not be avoided, then it was better to face them directly. For example, a blood feud that could not be severed. For example, unspeakable intentions. Chapter 968. The 3rd day of the 7th month was Xie Jingxing's birthday. Everyone in Prince Rui's residence should be busy. It was said that although Xie Jingxing himself did not like it, Emperor Yonglu would hold a banquet for Xie Jingxing at the Azure Heaven restaurant every year. The more Emperor Yonglu valued Xie Jingxing, the more the courtiers respected Xie Jingxing. Of course, Xie Jingxing's performance in these 2 years was worth scrutinizing. The birthday banquet had always been a day to curry favor. Early in the morning, a steady stream of birthday gifts poured into the courtyard. Uncle Tang was busy recording these things in the book and even showed it to Shen Miao. Shen Miao was after all the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui. Even though she was in a cold war with Xie Jingxing these days, she still had to look over the accounts. Shen Miao glanced at it and saw a dazzling array of names. No matter if it was a high-ranking official or a low-ranking official, all of them rushed over to curry favor. The Lu and Yi families also sent over congratulatory gifts. Shen Miao sighed in her heart. It was only because Emperor Yonglu and Xie Jingxing had a close relationship that if it was in Mingqi, any official who held a birthday banquet with so many people coming over to congratulate, in the eyes of the emperor, that person would be the first to be suspicious. In the end, when it came to Longyi, he did it with great fanfare, which made people feel a little surprised. Uncle Tang pointed out to Shen Miao which gifts should be placed in the storeroom and which gifts could be used directly. At the same time he asked Shen Miao, "Today Foreign must not forget to dress up early. Tai Yi's side will send someone to fetch Foreign to Baishao Lu." Shen Miao was puzzled. "Me?" Uncle Tang smiled and said, "Madam is our Wang Fei and His Highness's wife. Madam naturally has to attend His Highness's birthday." After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, "When a husband and wife quarrel, they quarrel at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. His Highness looks angry, but if Madam doesn't go over today, I don't know how long she'll be sulking with me, so—" "Understood. I will go over," Shen Miao said. Uncle Tang then heaved a sigh of relief and exhorted Shen Miao with a few words before leaving. After leaving, Shen Miao finished looking at the account books and packed them up before preparing to return to the room. Jingzhi came up with a thick face and carefully asked Shen Miao, "Foreign will definitely go to Baishao Lu tonight, right? Prince Rui's residence is being stared at by others. Now that I have just arrived at the Great Liang, there will surely be people watching the show. If I don't go, it will instead give people the chance to gossip. It is better to go directly and deal with whatever comes. Isn't it better?" Jingzhi nodded her head repeatedly. "That's right. They want to see what our Mingqi's Wang Fei looks like, so let them see it clearly. A foreign that came out of the general residence, how can anyone casually become a Wang Fei?" Guyu pulled Jingzhi and glared at her before whispering, "The more you speak, the more exaggerated it is." Jingzhi's lips twitched, and seeing that Shen Miao had already walked into the room, she whispered to Guyu's ears, "Furin is still feeling awkward and finds so many reasons. If one wants to give in to son-in-law, then just say it first, no one would laugh at it." He then sighed with emotion. Furin is finally willing to admit defeat. Son-in-law is truly capable. Guyu said, "Speak less of it." When Shen Miao returned to the room, Jingzhi and Guyu also followed in. Guyu asked, "Does Furin want to pick what to wear tonight? This servant also wants to think about what kind of hair to comb." Shen Miao said, those will be done later. Help me grind the ink. Jingzhi and Guyu looked at each other in dismay. Both of them did not know why Shen Miao was interested in writing at this moment. Speaking of which, Shen Miao was not a person who loved to write and draw, but they would naturally follow their mistress' intention. Shen Miao spread out the letter and Guyu and Jingzhi then understood that it was to write a letter. Chapter 969. Shen Miao asked Guyu, older Biao sister should be back soon. Guyu said, Gentleman Gao had sent someone to pass the message and would definitely be able to make it in time for Bai Xiaolu's birthday celebration tonight. Luo Tan and Gao Yang had disappeared for the past few days. Luo Tan had a fiery temper and Gao Yang had lied to her before. It would take a while for Luo Tan to calm down, so Gao Yang simply abducted her. Shen Miao was also relieved as she knew that Gao Yang's character would not do anything bad to Luo Tan, and on the contrary Gao Yang was much more dangerous. Today was Xie Jingxing's birthday, and as Xie Jingxing's left and right arm and also Xie Jingxing's friend, naturally he would rush over. Shen Miao pondered for a moment before picking up the brush to write a letter. She was somewhat hesitant in writing, and after writing 2 or 3 sentences, she seemed to feel that it was not good and quickly crumpled the letter into a ball before throwing it into the wastepaper basket. She started to write again, and after writing for a while, she threw it away like before. At the end, one did not know how many pieces of paper were wasted before she kept the brush. After putting the letter into an envelope, she handed it over to Jingzhi. Later when you see Tai Yi, pass this to him and let him pass it to Xie Jingxing during the birthday banquet. Jingzhi's eyes widened as she did not think that it was for Xie Jingxing. She thought that Shen Miao was writing a letter to Shen Xian and wife, and was feeling strange that the letter was already written 2 days ago, so why was it being written again? Shen Miao said, Guyu, go out for me. She then casually pulled a piece of paper and wrote a few strokes before handing it to Guyu. Help me by these few things. Guyu quickly said yes. Both of them left in a hurry. Shen Miao sat in the room but gave a sigh of relief. She rarely gave in to someone. Especially in this lifetime, the pride in her bones did not allow her to lower her head to others, but this time it was considered that she was in the wrong. Moreover, Xie Jingxing was also a proud person, and between the two of them, one must lower their head first. Shen Miao thought that since Xie Jingxing did not know anything, there was no need for him to lower his head. After receiving so many congratulatory gifts at the birthday banquet, she had to show something. However, Prince Rui's residence was not lacking in gold, silver and jewels. Her handmade needlework was not considered exquisite. After thinking about it, there were only some simple things. Hopefully what Octagonal Anise said was true. Xie Jingxing looked picky on the surface but was actually easy to coax. However, what she was most concerned about was that among the guests of the Azure Heaven restaurant, the Yi family had come, so the Yi siblings were also one of them. Whenever the Yi siblings were present, she would always follow closely behind to prevent the two from playing any tricks. It was even more impossible to allow Xie Jingxing to have any interaction with the two when she was not present. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The people that Tai Yi sent had already started to come over to pick them up. Jingzhi inserted the last hairpin for Shen Miao and smiled. It is done. Foreign will definitely be able to beat everyone today. I'm not a contestant. What's the use? Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself and looked at the mirror. She then pulled out that pearl hairpin and replaced it with a purplish-red jade begonia. Jingzhi blinked her eyes. This match is better than that hairpin just now. The image of the first time Xie Jingxing gave her this jade begonia floated in front of Shen Miao's eyes. At that time they were suspicious and wary of each other and were full of suspicion towards each other. At that time Shen Miao was still not clear of Xie Jingxing's background and only felt that he was not the same as the mischievous youth in the rumors of her previous lifetime. Most likely there were too many coincidences and inconceivable wonderful things in life. Now she and Xie Jingxing were husband and wife and came to the Great Liang together. This was something that she would not have thought of at that time. Wearing this jade begonia, perhaps Xie Jingxing's anger would be appeased. It would also make him think that since they had come this step from strangers to husband and wife, there was no need for any other unnecessary suspicions or jealousy. Chapter 970. Shen Miao stood up and there was a slight smile on her face. Ba Jiao and the rest are still waiting outside. Let's go. The few of them went out together and indeed saw that the horse carriage was already prepared at the door with Ba Jiao and Shi Xiang guarding outside. Jingzhi asked curiously, Is His Highness not going with foreign? Shi Xiang replied somewhat awkwardly. His Highness had already gone first and let this subordinate come over to pick up foreign. This made others feel that something was wrong. The prince of first rank and Wang Fei did not go out together but one after the other. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that there must be something wrong with this. Jingzhi and Guyu were somewhat indignant for Xin Miao, but Xin Miao said lightly, "All right, let's set off." She knew what kind of character Xie Jingxing had. He was a proud person deep in his bones, but sometimes he was as stubborn as a naughty child. She would not fuss over these matters, but when she thought of her apology tonight, she felt a sense of unease. Bai Xiaolu was the largest and most expensive restaurant in Longyi. Not to mention the common people, even those high-ranking officials would have a lot of face if they wanted to hold a banquet here. Thus, to hold a birthday banquet here, it was not just one or two tables but almost the entire restaurant. That was considered to be boundless. The more glorious it was, the more expensive it was. The residence of Prince Rui had held banquets here every year for the past 3 years, which was enough to see that the residence was overflowing with wealth. On the main seat, a young man was sitting diagonally as he carelessly listened to everyone's compliments. The purple gold robe almost covered the entire seat. Looking from afar, it was like the flowing night sky with a kind of gorgeous charm. There were many people toasting and one would naturally be slightly tipsy. However, that pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, as if he was slightly drunk but was incomparably clear, making one unable to tell if he was drunk or sober. There were also females among the guests, and when they looked at that young man, they could not help but cast gazes of admiration. This Prince Rui was young and was incomparably handsome. He was full of elegance but had a bit of evil charm, which was the type that females were most infatuated with. In addition to his noble status and wealth, he was the type that one would want to rush to his side no matter what. It was a pity that he had already married a wife at such a young age, and she was even a legitimate princess. But, although there was a princess, the position of concubine was still empty. Even if she could not become a side consort, becoming a concubine was something that everyone would fight over. Lu Wan'er sat beside Lu Foran and her gaze involuntarily went to Xie Jingxing's side. 2 years ago when she saw Xie Jingxing for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. At this time, all the males were vulgar and only this person could make her fall in love with him. Unfortunately, the position that she should have stood beside him was occupied by that stupid woman, Xin Miao. Thinking of this, Lu Wan'er was unable to restrain her anger and wished that she could tear Xin Miao into pieces. She had the intention to go over and say a few words to Xie Jingxing, but right now there were those officials who were fawning over Xie Jingxing. She was after all an official's young lady, and even if she was more daring, it was impossible for her to fawn over him in front of so many people. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. In the blink of an eye, she saw Yi Mei talking to Yi Ku and Lu Wan'er's face darkened. As a female, one would always be the most sensitive to the appearance of other females. Lu Wan'er thought that she was pampered and spoiled, eating and wearing the best clothes, so when she looked at the females beside her, she would always look down on them. In the entire Longyi, she thought that she was not much different from a princess and did not even put the Yi family, which was as famous as the Lu family, in her eyes. This was because the Yi family did not have many descendants and did not have any young ladies. But now she heard that the Yi family had recognized a son and a daughter who were wandering outside. Originally Lu Wan'er had the mentality of watching a show and wanted to take a look, but after seeing what Yi Mei looked like, she was not happy at all. Chapter 971. Yi Mei was too beautiful. Not to mention her beauty, she also had a special charm that attracted people to look at her all the time. It could be said that she was charming, but it was more naive than charming. It could be said that she was naive, but there was a mature charm to her. Most importantly, Yi Mei was very smart. For example, the two of them had just acknowledged their ancestors and met many madams for the first time. However, they were already able to chat happily with those madams. A beautiful, intelligent woman who knew when to advance and retreat was now crowned with the title of the Yi family's daughter. Seeing how Madame Yi doted on her even though she felt guilty, Lu Wan'er felt that she was in a much better position than Madame Yi in terms of status and influence. This made Lu Wan'er feel a strong sense of crisis. She heard that this Yi Mei saved Prince Rui's life, so she naturally had a closer relationship with Prince Rui's residence. Lu Wan'er gritted her teeth in hatred. All along, Lu Wan'er saw Xie Jingxing as her. Even with Xin Miao, Lu Wan'er had never given up on this idea. A foreign official's daughter with no relatives or connections in Longyi, with the Lu family's ability, It would not be difficult to find an opportunity to make her disappear in the future. Thus, Lu Wanner had never put Shen Miao in her eyes. However, Yi Mei was different. One must know that the relationship between the Yi family and the Lu family had always been subtle. They could not be considered friends, but they were not enemies either. If the Yi family wanted to form a marriage alliance with Prince Rui's residence, Lu Wanner quivered and bit her lips tightly, not saying a word. While she was deep in thought, Madame Yi said in astonishment, "Speaking of which, I have never seen Princess Yu before. Why didn't the princess come today?" All the madams started whispering to each other again. Actually, they weren't blind. Since Shen Miao wasn't here, they had already seen it. The only reason why they didn't mention it was because no one wanted to. Now that Madame Yi had brought it up, they naturally started discussing it. Madame Yi said again, "Could it be that she is sick? A few days ago when I went to pick up Mayer and Coeur, I saw that the princess looked a little haggard. Come to think of it, the prince was sick. As his wife, she was naturally worried. It seems that her health was not good at that time, and even the prince did not take care of her." His words caused an uproar. In Madame Ye's words, she secretly mentioned that she had been to the prince's residence before. The prince's residence and the Yi family had a close relationship because of the Yi siblings. He then ruthlessly belittled Shen Miao. When Prince Rui's life was hanging by a thread, Shen Miao did not even take care of him. Even if he was really sick, he was too heartless. On the other side, Xie Jingxing was drinking a cup of wine offered by his colleague. It was unknown if he had heard Madame Ye's words, but the corners of his mouth were curled up into a faint smile. He did not even look over. Someone said, "Could it be that the couple quarreled? How could this be?" Lu Furen smiled amiably. Didn't Qin Wangfei personally say that Rui Qin Wangfu would not accept any more people? It could be seen that the relationship between the two of them was very good. Otherwise they wouldn't have said such words. Since their relationship was so good, they definitely wouldn't quarrel. Don't think too much about it. Until now, Lu Furen was still brooding over the words that Shen Miao said in front of Lu Wanner. The more she said it, the more Shen Miao slapped her own face. Saying it like that, wasn't it just separating from her husband? Thus, people should not be so arrogant. When Lu Wanner heard this, her mood from being disturbed by Yi Mei became slightly better. Even though she was not happy with Yi Mei, but if Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were not good, she would be happy to see it happen. Yi Mei looked at Yi Furen slightly and said, "The prince's residence will not accept people?" Chapter 972. Madame Yi shook her head and whispered, "Qin Wangfei said it herself." Luo Tan really had a stomach full of anger when she heard it. She had rushed back in a travel-worn state and did not expect to not see Shen Miao. She did not know any of the madams and ladies here and could not rashly say anything to cause trouble for Shen Miao. Now that these people were going overboard, she could not bear it anymore. "Could it be that she is not coming?" a madam asked. Just as Luo Tan was about to refute, she heard a gentle and smiling voice from the door. "Sorry everyone, I am late." Everyone subconsciously looked towards the door. A young lady brushed aside the bead curtain and walked in with a smile. She was young and looked very delicate. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her lips were slightly hooked. She was wearing a purple sunset lily dress with dark patterns, a lilac embroidered robe, a cloud bun and dark purple gourd earrings. She was not dressed extravagantly and could even be considered simple. However, it seemed that with her arrival, the luxurious long hall became brighter. The somewhat dignified purple not only did not go overboard, it contrasted with her snow-white skin and picturesque eyebrows. When she walked over step by step, the hem of her dress swayed and her beauty was compelling. That was a beauty that was completely different from Li Mei. Beauty was in the bones and not in the skin. Li Mei was beautiful, but this lady's beauty was like the spring stream, the summer thin ice, the autumn crescent moon and the winter snow. Beauty was in her bearing and expression. It was as if 1 point more was more and 1 point less was less. It made people unable to take their eyes off her, but at the same time, they felt a biting cold. They did not dare to daydream and could only look up. Shen Miao slightly raised her chin and walked to the seat below the main seat and sat in the middle of the female side. Her expression was graceful. This room full of madams and ladies as well as high-ranking officials and nobles, paled in comparison to her. She took the wine that Luo Tan handed over and smiled, "Late, punish yourself with a cup." Elegantly drank it clean. Neither servile nor overbearing. Impartial. There was heroism but elegance. Among the people that came, there was Xie Jingxing following behind. Admittedly it was to curry favor, but Xin Miao's actions made others have a good impression and immediately raised their cups and smiled. Wang Fei has a good bearing. Let us toast together. Luo Tan blinked her eyes and felt that Xin Miao was exceptionally good-looking today and her bearing was exceptionally different. No matter what, she was proud of it and felt that there was light on her face and she could not help but straighten her back. Xin Miao gently smiled and swept her eyes across everyone present, but she remembered that Jingzhi and Guyu had been busy for most of the afternoon for her. She had to use the identity of Prince Rui's consort to get to know everyone in the Longyi royal court, and more importantly, Mei Furen was present. She did not allow herself to have any trace of defeat in front of Mei Furen. This was the dignity that she had brought along with her, a pair of children. No matter how badly she lost in her previous life, this life would not be the same as her previous life. She would not give in even the slightest bit. Li Mei also looked at Xin Miao in a daze and there was surprise in her eyes. Xin Miao faintly smiled at her, but her heart was as cold as ice. This pair of brother and sister actually dared to appear in front of her so openly over and over again? Did they really think that with the Yi family they would have nothing to fear? Luo Tan pulled Xin Miao slightly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Biao, youngest sister, did you quarrel with brother-in-law? Why does it look like something is not right?" Xin Miao turned to look at Xia Jingxing. He was listening to a bureaucrat's toast in front of him and was listening indifferently. His eyes did not even look over at this side, it was really full of indifference. Xin Miao was slightly sad. She did not know if Tai Yi had given him that letter. If it was given to him, it would still be like this. Tonight. Xin Miao was also not sure if she could explain it. Chapter 973. Just as he was thinking, he heard an official say, "Since everyone is here, let us congratulate His Highness the Prince's birthday together." Everyone raised their cups and congratulated. Xia Jingxing's lips curled as he drank his cup. One of the madams said, "Speaking of which, Madame Yi has just found Miss Yi and young Master Yi. Miss Yi is so beautiful. She must be talented and has a good relationship with Prince Rui's residence. Why don't you accept Jing, or why don't you show your skills to His Highness the Prince?" These words were somewhat belittling. A young lady from a wealthy family performing in front of everyone. If it was not a proper competition, it would seem frivolous. What's more, Yi Mei was raised by a merchant's family. Who would know about her talents? This foreign was obviously here to nitpick. The Yi family had many political enemies in Longyi. Yi Ku was unhappy and Yi Furen was about to return the compliment when she heard Yi Mei say with a smile, "It is not impossible, but I am afraid of spoiling everyone's mood and dare not make a fool of myself." The foreign who made the suggestion could not wait for her to make a fool of herself and immediately laughed. "How can that be? Thinking about it, it should not be. Isn't that right, Your Highness the Prince?" Xia Jingxing raised his eyebrows and swept a glance over. His lips curled up and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Dance." His tone was somewhat casual, as if he was instructing a dancer to entertain others. Yi Mei's eyes flashed and she stood up. She first bowed to Xin Miao and said, "Since everyone is in such a good mood today, I do not know if I have broken the rules by coming to Longyi. I am not very sensible, but I am willing to make a fool of myself to make everyone happy. After all, I am in the mood to play around." Her words were well behaved and seemed to be thinking for others. There was some naivety, but there was some charm and provocation. But Xin Miao saw the provocation in Yi Mei's eyes. "I have learned a type of water sleeve dance from my adoptive mother in Qinzhou. Today I will dance it for everyone to see," she said. Xin Miao lowered her head slightly and a sneer flashed across her lips. Yi Mei quickly changed her clothes and came out. She was born with a somewhat charming appearance, but she was wearing a snow-white long dress, and a wide belt wrapped around her waist, making her extremely slender. To think that she was dressed in filial piety, she was indeed complimented by this snow-white dress, which made her look even more beautiful and graceful. Rice paper, brush, and ink were placed on the 4 neatly arranged screens. The maidservant who played the zither was also present. When the first note began, Yi Mei shook her long sleeves and began to dance. Xin Miao's nails almost dug into her palms. The ink wash dance was Yi Mei's best dance. Yi Mei was proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and painting. In the imperial harem, being the only pet naturally had its charm. The ink water dance was just one of them. When dancing, the sleeves would be dipped in ink and painted on the xian paper. After the dance, the painting would be completed. It was elegant and unique. The beauty was beautiful and picturesque. But this water sleeve dance was the blood of Shen Miao's heart, a thorn in her eyes, and every time she saw it, the pain was unbearable. In the beginning, when the Xiongnu came to request for a marriage, Fu Xiuyi wanted to marry Wan Yu over. Shen Miao used both carrot and stick and even used the Shen family to threaten, but Fu Xiuyi's heart was like a boulder and was unmoved. Wan Yu thought for a long time and came up with an idea. She learned a song and personally played it for Fu Xiuyi. That song was something that Wan Yu searched for a long time and was changed by Shen Miao again and again. What Wan Yu wanted to say was all in the song. She only hoped that Fu Xiuyi would remember the father-daughter relationship and not be so ruthless in his actions, and give Wan Yu a way out and dispel this idea. But on that day, Shen Miao invited Fu Xiuyi to Kunning Palace and let Wan Yu play it for Fu Xiuyi. Just after she finished playing, she saw a trace of emotion in Fu Xiuyi's eyes, and Mei Furen came uninvited. She smiled as if there was no one else present. "So your majesty is here. This official's concubine learned a new dance today and wanted to dance it for your majesty to watch. Since her ladyship is also here, then let us watch it together." She danced charmingly and he watched with deep affection, but he completely forgot about Wan Yu and Shen Miao, who were still waiting. Shen Miao would always remember the disappointment in Wan Yu's eyes. Just a young female of 10 years of age, the vitality in her eyes slowly faded and almost returned to calmness. On the second day, Wan Yu came to kowtow to her and said, "Empress Mother, do not waste your thoughts for this son. This son is willing to have a marriage." How could anyone be willing to have a marriage? It was just that Wan Yu had seen Fu Xiuyi's ruthlessness and Mei Furen's methods earlier than her. Perhaps Wan Yu felt that even if she rushed to the future without knowing the future, it would be more comfortable than staying in the palace and being stabbed in the dark. Finally, Wan Yu was free. But Shen Miao would never be able to let it go. The snow-white long sleeves fluttered in front of her, but Shen Miao felt that the long sleeves were not stained with ink. Every drop was the blood of Wan Yu's heart. It was also a thorn in her eyes, a nail in her bones. Chapter 974. Li Mei's waist was soft and her movements were charming. Her pair of bright eyes seemed to be looking at someone else, but at the same time, it seemed like she wasn't looking at anyone else. She was like a butterfly, tickling people's hearts. Thinking that the butterfly was going to stay in his hand, he didn't guard against it, only to see the colorful butterfly flapping its wings and flying away. The female guests could not take their eyes off, not to mention the males. Men always liked good-looking things. His eyes were almost glued to Li Mei's body. Yi Furen and Yi Maokai also gradually revealed a proud expression. To be able to give birth to such a daughter with both looks and skills that made all the males in the Great Liang flock to her like ducks, that was also a kind of ability, and not everyone had this ability. Lu Wanner was filled with jealousy and hatred as she gritted her teeth in anger. Shen Miao, however, looked coldly at Li Mei, who was dancing, and her thoughts were drifting back to the previous lifetime. The first time she saw Mei Furen was when she returned to the Ding capital from the Qin country. She only heard that there was an additional imperial concubine in the palace, but everyone respectfully addressed her as Mei Furen, and did not mention the title of imperial concubine. This was somewhat unusual. Hearing that Fu Xiuyi doted on this Mei Furen, even though Shen Miao's heart was sour, she did not think much of it. Thinking that with Fu Xiuyi's cold temperament, no matter how much he doted on a person, it would not be too much. After that, she went to the imperial study to look for Fu Xiuyi and wanted to talk to Fu Xiuyi about a serious matter, but saw Mei Furen throwing Fu Xiuyi's paperweight in the imperial study. On the day she returned to the palace, Mei Furen claimed that she was ill and did not come, so this was the first time she saw her. Shen Miao saw that that female was so beautiful that every frown and smile was like a painting, but she was arrogant and barbaric and actually threw a tantrum in the imperial study. Shen Miao thought that Fu Xiuyi would get angry, and Fu Xiuyi indeed showed an angry look, but that Mei Furen actually turned around and left. At that time, Shen Miao thought that such a strong female actually dared to talk to Fu Xiuyi like that. With this kind of temperament, how long could she live in the inner palace? At that time she was busy asking about Wan Yu and Fu Ming's situation and did not pay much attention. She only felt that that female was an extremely beautiful and extremely arrogant person. But even if Fu Xiuyi was angered to this state, on the morning of the second day, Shen Miao saw Fu Xiuyi accompanying Mei Furen for a stroll in the imperial garden, and his words were filled with pampering which made one stunned. She had never seen Fu Xiuyi like this before, and Fu Xiuyi was not a person with a good temper. Fu Xiuyi's gentleness was only in front of his virtuous talents. Towards women he had never been patient. But Mei Furen had angered him yesterday, and on the second day, she was able to make Fu Xiaoyi smile. It was at that time that Xin Miao suddenly realized that this woman was not only beautiful and arrogant, she was extremely dangerous because she could play with one's heart in the palm of her hands. No matter if it was towards a man or not, in short, she had successfully captured Fu Xiaoyi's heart. Sure enough, as the days of Xin Miao's return to the palace grew longer, she gradually discovered that this Mei Foreign was somewhat scary. She looked arrogant and rude. She did not restrain her temper, but she just happened to maintain her rudeness at a safe level. Fu Xiaoyi only felt that her true temperament was hard to tame and became more and more fascinated. And when facing Xin Miao, Mei Foreign was rude, ridiculing and tit for tat. Because of her relationship with Fu Sheng, she had repeatedly provoked the relationship between Fu Ming and Fu Xiaoyi. Unfortunately, Fu Xiaoyi's heart had always been biased. What was the true face of Mei Foreign? Xin Miao looked at the charming woman in front of her. In this life, she had become the daughter of the Yi family. She was cautious, clever, and knew when to advance and retreat. She no longer showed her arrogant side. But was this really her true face? After dealing with Mei Foreign for a lifetime, Xin Miao knew how terrifying she was. She was a sly female like a fox. Whatever she wanted, she would never fight for it directly. She would go around and around with 9 twists and 18 turns, and at the end she would still show off her cleverness and even put the blame on the person that she harmed. Chapter 975. What was she trying to do with her actions today? Did she want Xie Jingxing to be like Fu Xiaoyi, fascinated by her at first sight and fall in love with her the second time? Xin Miao sneered in her heart but could not help but look towards Xie Jingxing's direction. With this look, she met with Xie Jingxing's gaze. Xie Jingxing's gaze was on Xin Miao, and most likely he did not expect that Xin Miao would suddenly look at him. He paused for a moment before turning his head away and continued to look outside as if nothing had happened, as if he was hiding something. But he did not see the person who was dancing enthusiastically in the middle. Xin Miao was surprised for a moment, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She had 120% hatred towards Mei Foreign and naturally had a hidden sense of inferiority towards herself. In terms of appearance and style, she admitted that she was not as good as Mei Foreign, thus the previous Fu Xiaoyi did not hesitate to sacrifice her. And Xie Jingxing was several thousands of times better than Fu Xiaoyi. If Li Mei also took a fancy to Xie Jingxing, Xin Miao thought that it would be a disaster. But Xie Jingxing's gaze was on her and did not look at Li Mei. How was this different from Fu Xiaoyi? If it was Fu Xiaoyi, as long as Xin Miao and Mei Foreign appeared together, he would not even look at Xin Miao. People were indeed different from each other, just like how she and Li Mei were different. Xie Jingxing and Fu Xiaoyi were also different. As she was thinking like this, she did not even know when Li Mei had finished dancing. She only heard the warm applause in the hall and then raised her head. She saw Li Mei standing there with a slight smile. Her forehead had some beads of sweat and her cheeks were pink, making her even more moving and beautiful. And behind her, the ink painting was completed. There was a Qilin stepping on the clouds, and it was a picture of a birthday wish. The painting was lifelike and it was done with great effort. Yi young lady is indeed talented and skilled. A Darren from the scholar residence said, "The painting is lifelike and is a top-grade masterpiece. The young ladies in my scholar residence do not have this ability. The dance is also not bad." A foreign quickly followed, "Yi foreign is really blessed. This Yi young lady is like you. Not only is she beautiful, she is also talented. Look at our Long Yi, he dances so well and paints so well. He's really one of the best." Madame Yi accepted it with a smile, but Lu Wanner twisted her handkerchief in jealousy. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Another person said, "I wonder what your highness thinks of this painting?" Everyone looked towards Xie Jingxing. Yi Mei also looked towards Xie Jingxing's side, but she saw Xie Jingxing holding a wine cup and looking out the window. She did not know what he was thinking as he was lost in thought and did not listen to the discussion at this end. "Your Highness?" Gao Yang reminded him. Xie Jingxing regained his senses and asked, "What is it?" "Let me ask you, what do you think of Miss Ye's birthday painting?" Gao Yang asked. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Yi Mei was doing her best to show off her talent and even drew a painting, but Prince Rue was simply distracted and didn't pay attention at all. This was undoubtedly too disrespectful to Yi Mei. When Xie Jingxing heard this, he swept a glance at the picture and slightly hooked his lips. Not bad. His perfunctory attitude could be seen even from 3 floors away. Yi Mei's smile was a little stiff, but when Xin Miao saw it, a trace of a smile flashed in her eyes. For someone like Xie Jingxing, how could he be distracted in such an occasion? Such a focused person must have done it on purpose. Even though she did not know why he wanted to deliberately embarrass Yi Mei, Shen Miao was slightly happy because of his action. Yi Mei caught this hint of her smile. Yi Mei stared at her and suddenly laughed softly. Speaking of which, when I was living in Prince Rui's residence, I heard that Wang Fei was also talented. Chapter 976. Suddenly she changed the topic to Shen Miao. One only heard that Wang Fei's archery skills are excellent and never heard of anything else. Since today is Prince of First Rank's birthday, why not Wang Fei join in the fun and let us broaden our horizons? My daughter has admired Wang Fei for a long time, she said somewhat uncomfortably. Anyone who saw it would think that Yi Mei had heard of Shen Miao's rumors and worshipped her, wanting to witness it with her own eyes. But Shen Miao was a daughter of a military family. It was one thing to be good at archery, but no one had seen her dance before. If she did it, perhaps she would make a fool of herself, but if she did not respond, it would prove her reputation as a boorish person. Everyone looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao gently smiled. I am the Wang Fei of Prince Rui's residence. How can I be like a courtesan, playing and singing and allowing others to watch? In an instant, the hall was silent, and Yi Mei's face turned red. Originally, singing and dancing in front of the ministers was a loss of face, but because Yi Mei was the daughter of the Yi family and was born beautiful and talented, everyone ignored this point. But for Shen Miao to say it out loud, it was very subtle. Yi Foren's and Yi Mao Kai's faces were ugly. Yi Foren wanted to speak, but once she opened her mouth, would it not be going along with Shen Miao's words and saying that Yi Mei was a courtesan? Lu Foren and Lu Waner were somewhat rejoicing in others' misfortune. They were most happy to see Shen Miao and Yi Mei quarreling. Xie Jingxing looked at everything with a smile and did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with these words. He did not intend to mediate and just watched with folded arms. Luo Tan felt that Shen Miao seemed to be targeting Yi Mei, but there was a vague pleasure in her heart. It was originally Xie Jingxing's birthday, but this Yi Mei danced here and overtook the host. Moreover, she took the initiative to ask Shen Miao to sing and dance, so why would she ask others to do the same? Ji Foren looked at Shen Miao and her heart was anxious. Xie Jingxing's birthday was a banquet for all the officials, and Shen Miao made the atmosphere so stiff that others would only blame the residents of Prince Rui for not following the rules and damaging the reputation of the entire residents of Prince Rui. They would also say that Shen Miao was jealous and haggled over every ounce with a daughter of the Yi family. Yi Mei hesitantly stood in the same place. She slightly frowned, which made people feel pity. A good beauty was forced into such a situation, which made people feel very unbearable. Some of the men in the hall felt that it was unfair, but they also thought that they were righteous. They wanted to be a hero to save the beauty and speak up for Yi Mei. Shen Miao swept her eyes across everyone in the hall and took in everyone's expression. Yi Mei had this kind of ability, she never needed to say what she wanted. She frowned and sighed, urging the people around her to sacrifice their lives for her. Today she rejected Yi Mei. She was afraid that the entire Long Yi would stand on Yi Mei's side the next day. How could he let Yi Mei get what she wanted? She stood up and smiled under everyone's astonished gaze. However, Miss Ye's kindness is hard to refuse, so I'll reluctantly accept it. It just so happens that I learned a song a few days ago, so I'll play it for Miss Yi. How could it be played for Miss Yi? Madame Lu said with a smile. Shouldn't it be to congratulate His Highness on his birthday? The song is very sad. Shen Miao said lightly. It does not seem like a celebratory tune and is not suitable to welcome one's birthday. It is just that I felt that it was good a few days ago, so I learned it. Since Miss Yi admires me, naturally good things should be shared with one, right? She looked at Yi Mei with a smile. Yi Mei also smiled softly, naturally. These two people exchanged words back and forth, as if there was an invisible knife and sword shadow. Yi Mei was charming and Shen Miao was dignified. Each had their own beauty, and for a moment one could not differentiate the primary and secondary. Shen Miao held up her sleeves and walked to the middle as Yi Mei withdrew. Jingzhe quickly found a chair for Shen Miao. Shen Miao looked up and asked, "Bring the zither over." Chapter 977. Guyu only came out after a long time and said, "Bai Xiao Lu only has a Jiao Wei Qin Furin?" The Jiao Wei Qin had a special sound, and Guyu was very clear that after following Shen Miao for so many years, when would she see Shen Miao play the qin? On one hand, she was secretly hating this young lady of the Yi family for not having good intentions and wanting Shen Miao to do such an elegant thing. At the same time, she was making things difficult for Xin Miao, hitting one's face at one's own to impress others. Especially in this foreign land, no one would be courteous to Xin Miao on account of the Xin family's face. Most of the people here had ulterior motives and could not wait to throw stones at someone who was down. Especially with Yi Mei's unique ink dance in front of her, Xin Miao would pale in comparison no matter what she did. "No problem. Just take it," Xin Miao said. When the surrounding Furins and young ladies heard this, they started whispering. Didn't one say that one is naturally rough to actually want to play the qin? Should be wanting to compete with the young lady of the Yi family. Really competitive. AI, it is a pity for the residents of Prince Rue. One fear that they will lose face today. The people of Mingqi are really not able to be seen in public. Do not even know how much weight they have. Their voices were very soft, but they could not hide the ridicule in their eyes. Luo Tan was full of confidence. Even though she had not heard Xin Miao play the qin before, she inexplicably felt that Xin Miao was omnipotent. Since she could say it, she would definitely be able to do it. Jiu Shu, however, whispered to Gao Yang, "Sister-in-law really know how to play the qin?" In the beginning, when the Feng Xian pawn shop investigated, there was not even a teacher who could play the qin for her. Self-taught? That is too powerful. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders. "I also do not know. Let's wait and see." Pei Lang was also one of the guests at the banquet. Guang Wentang did not teach the zither, but Xin Miao did not choose to learn the zither. Pei Lang had heard the teachers there complain that Xin Miao could not even differentiate the zither strings. Now seeing Xin Miao gladly accepting it, it was hard to hide the surprise in his heart. He could not help but look at Xie Jingxing, thinking that Xin Miao was so competitive because of Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing slightly frowned, the hand that was holding the wine cup slightly tightened. Xin Miao burned incense and washed her hands before lightly saying, "This song is called Song of Blood." It was written by a young princess who was forced to go to the enemy country for a marriage alliance and was forced to condescend herself to marry the enemy country's leader who was over 50 years of age. She was uneasy about the future but was helpless and hoped to change her imperial father's mind. This song was composed by her heart filled with grief and despair. Her voice was light, like the vague moonlight, but after Mei Furin's passionate dance, it made one quickly calm down as if with her words, one had entered the story. She plucked at the strings. The sound of the scorched tail zither was thick and heavy. It was not as clear and melodious as ordinary zither sounds. It was hard to move one's heart when plucked, but she played it bit by bit, playing it for a long time. It was clearly an inexplicable zither sound, but it was heart-stirring. After the first sound of the plucking, the hall became quiet. She opened her mouth slowly and sang slowly. The vast Yangtze River flows from the west, the water's surface, the clouds, mountains, and the pavilions on the mountains. The mountains and rivers connect, the pavilions face each other, the arrangement of heaven and earth. Walking in the moon, walking in the stars, eating the autumn in the lonely home, worries on the pillow, worries on the horse, rest after death. Her voice was usually gentle and as clear as water, but at this moment there was a sense of pain, making one's eyes turn red and their hearts sour. Along with her singing, along with her zither sound, it was as if a young princess appeared in front of one's eyes. She was born cute but was forced to wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe, bitterly sitting in a corner of the palace. That palace was towering, serene and heavy. At the age of innocence, one had to welcome a not easy fate. Chapter 978. She boarded the carriage and bade farewell to her mother. The emperor was heartless. She sacrificed her daughter for the great cause and became a royal princess. However, she was faced with a marriage that she could not decide. It was a long journey away from the capital. She lifted the curtain in loneliness. She looked at the eagles flying by, the fish swimming in the water, the wind, the rain and the clouds. Everything was freer than her. In the near distance, the moon and flowers fly in the blink of an eye. Holding the farewell cup in her hand, her eyes were filled with tears of parting. I just told them to take care of themselves, but the people of the evil sect can't bear to let you go. Xin Miao's tears slowly flowed down. She was born delicate and dignified, with skin as white as jade. Under the light of the lamp, her bare hands were playing with tears. Her expression was clearly cold, but it seemed to be filled with endless suffering. Words could not be spoken, nor could words be sung. Her clear eyes were black and white, clear and limitless. However, it made her look even more like a flower in the rain, trembling and making people want to protect her. Her singing made everyone in the hall speechless. Their eyes reddened and their hearts felt stifled. They no longer had the joy they had when Li Mei was dancing. But suddenly the strings turned, the notes became rapid, and her words sharpened. Corrupt the country's monarch, treacherous officials monopolizing power, open the river to become the root cause of the disaster. The bureaucracy's laws are excessive, the criminal law is heavy, the people are resentful. Cannibalism? What about seeing thieves become officials, officials become thieves, fooling around with the wise? How pitiful. It would be better to see this building collapse with my own eyes, turning it into rubble. Rise and fall for 50 years, and look at the ruined monument with cold eyes. Her eyes were cold and fierce, and her voice was filled with tears of blood. It was as if she was weeping and complaining, as if she was talking about the past. Then the killing intent in his eyes was concealed. His heart was filled with resentment, but he had yet to make up his mind. Strand by strand, they all flew towards the seated Yi Mei siblings. In the end, Wan Yu did not play the entire song for Fu Xiuyi to hear, and the rest of the song was completed by Xin Miao. In the cold palace, she took the broken zither and played it for him to hear. The first half was Wan Yu's plea, and the second half was her accusation. In the night, there was no end to the noise, but those people could not hear it. Now here you are, listen. Listen carefully. Does this tune sound even a little familiar? Was there a trace of fear? Xie Jingxing put down the cup and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Yi Mei felt a little cold. What did the lyrics have to do with her? But why did it seem to be directed at her? Why did she feel uneasy in her heart? When the song was finished, the faint zither sound stopped and Xin Miao suddenly stopped and raised her eyes. The hall was silent for a long time. Who dared to say that Princess Rue was nameless and did not know how to play the zither or chess? Being able to play and sing to silence the entire hall was also a skill. But why did it make one's heart sink? It was as if they had heard a sad story. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be happy. Xin Miao opened her mouth warmly and said, "This song is not considered joyous and should not be played on a birthday, but since young Lady Yi wanted to hear it, one specially played it for young Lady Yi." She looked at Yi Mei. Is young Lady Yi satisfied? Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Mei. Yi Mei was restless. These words were as if she was forcing Xin Miao to play the qin to embarrass herself, but she had to admit that Xin Miao was not rough. Playing the zither was not difficult, but it was difficult to move people's hearts. Her zither had already moved everyone in the hall, and if one were to go against one's conscience and say that it was not good, it would be disadvantageous. Princess is indeed as rumored to have unparalleled talent. Yi Mei smiled. This song of blood is really admirable. But she was somewhat puzzled. Why is the first and second half of this song of blood so different? The second half of the song seems to have changed. The second half was intense, resentful and desperate, like the last cry of a trapped beast, making one tremble. Xin Miao moved her fingers. The front and the back were naturally different. The front was Wan Yu's sorrowful words to move Fu Xiuyi, but the back was her painful loss of her daughter, and after being banished to the cold palace, she complained about this pair of poisonous man and woman. Chapter 979. Xin Miao smiled. The first half was about the feelings of the little princess who was forced to marry off. The second half was about the despair and indignation of the birth mother of the little princess, the Empress, who lost her daughter. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Someone else asked, "This song is really touching. Where did the princess consort hear this story from? It really makes one sigh." It was just sung by a passing storyteller. Xin Miao smiled. I just felt that this story was too heavy, so I wrote it down. Oh. A young lady could not help but ask, since it is a story, what was the ending of the story? What was the ending of the princess who was married off? Xin Miao replied indifferently, the ending of the story was that the princess died on the way to the marriage and the empress was banished to the cold palace. Not long after, she was given a pair of white silk scarves and died. Everyone else sighed and said that this story was too tragic. Madame Yi was a little unhappy. Xin Miao's performance was actually incomparable to Yi Mei's. Yi Mei was charming and her dance was warm and moving, but Xin Miao only sat quietly and sang a few lines and attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, she cleverly told a story and stole Yi Mei's limelight. This way Yi Mei's inkwash dance lost out. Everyone looked at Xin Miao with a slight change in expression. Women were always emotional. Xin Miao told such a pitiful story and the sound of the guqin seemed to firmly grasp people's hearts. Everyone felt much closer to Xin Miao. Madame Yi said, "A joyous day makes people feel sad. Shen Miao also smiled. It is my fault for disturbing everyone's mood. She walked to the table and took a wine bowl. That wine bowl was used by the men to drink. She also poured a full bowl for herself. The light yellow wine reflected her youthful appearance. A toast to apologize. She raised her head and downed the wine. Xie Jingxing's gaze suddenly darkened. He wanted to get up but had no choice but to suppress it. Shen Miao raised her chin. This bowl of wine was hurriedly poured, and some of the wine that could not be swallowed in time flowed down her neck and wet a small piece of her clothes, but it was still a beautiful and delicate beauty that made one's heart break. Her eyelashes were long and her eyes were clear. Forget it. She placed the bowl of wine on the table in an elegant and heroic manner. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. This bowl of wine was well done. In the future, the heroic spirit in the hearts of her colleagues was ignited. They all picked up their wine bowls and smiled. Qin Wangfei has a good capacity for liquor. Cheers. Shen Miao smiled faintly, but that smile was somewhat unfathomable. She glanced at Yi Mei and her brother. Yi Mei and her brother were also staring at her. She looked outside. This bowl of wine had ignited the heat of the entire Bai Xiao Lu. After drinking till one's ears were hot, Shen Miao stood up and said to the female side of the banquet, "First go out to get some fresh air." He left on his own accord. Star Anise and Fennel were waiting for her outside as she walked towards the pavilion not far away. Shen Miao's throat only felt a burning sensation. That good wine was the strongest, but she did not feel drunk. It was just that the corners of her eyes seemed to be filled with hot tears from the spiciness. That cup of wine was a toast to her youngest daughter, the little princess who died tragically during the wedding ceremony. These people who were listening to the play felt that it was extremely tragic. Then what about her? What about Wan Yu? When she was alone with the wedding procession, did she feel even more despair, like she was in a raging fire but there was no source? She thought that she could endure it, but in the end she could not. As a mother, she would rather die 1,000 times than to let Wan Yu and Fu Ming suffer. Chapter 980. She walked step by step. The moonlight was as cold as water, but it could not blow away the desolation in her heart. There were already wine and food baskets in the pavilion. Octagonal Anise said, "Furin, the fireworks have been bought." Shen Miao complied. Just say it. She would be free after saying it. No matter how Xie Jingxing saw her in the future or what she had to face, she could endure it. Nothing would be worse than her previous lifetime. She could even endure those. Not being understood, estranged, and being looked at like a monster, what did it count as? Just as she was thinking, she heard a voice behind her. "Are you waiting for the prince of first rank?" Turning around to look, it was Pei Lang. Pei Lang glanced at the things on the table in the pavilion and smiled. "Did not think that you would do such a thing." Shen Miao asked him, "Why did you come out?" "Not used to this kind of place." Pei Lang said, "Cannot drink and plan to return first. Did not expect to see you preparing these." He said, "Are you planning to reconcile with the prince of first rank?" Shen Miao nodded her head. "Previously I often thought that there would not be anyone that you would submit to. Now I know that it is the prince of first rank." Pei Lang's smile had a trace of imperceptible sadness, but when he looked at Shen Miao again, it was still as light as the clouds and wind. Even though it is surprising, one also feel that it is not surprising. Shen Miao smiled gently. At the same time, Xie Jingxing, who was in Bai Xiao Lu, swept a glance at Tai Yi and was about to get up to leave. Jiu Shu pulled the corner of his clothes. "Today you are the birthday star. What? You want to escape at the last moment? Let go." Xie Jingxing glanced at him. Jiu Shu obediently let go. "What exactly are you going to do? Be so mysterious." Gao Yang said, "Why do you care so much about him?" Xie Jingxing, however, looked sideways and looked at the Yi siblings who were talking to Yi Furin. His eyes could not help but darken. Shen Miao's attitude towards this pair of siblings was really too strange. It seemed to have exceeded her own rationality and became like another person. This pair of siblings from the Yi family did not seem to be simple. Even though Mo Jun could not find anything wrong, it was because of this that it made others feel suspicious. He suddenly thought of the letter that Tai Yi stuffed into his sleeves. That letter was written by Shen Miao to him. She didn't mention anything about apologizing. She just said that she had something to say to him at the birthday banquet in a pavilion in an alley not far from the Azure Heaven restaurant. Whether it was an apology or not, to Shen Miao, it was a big concession. Xie Jingxing was originally strong in appearance but weak in heart towards Shen Miao and was easy to coax. Putting on a cold face was also an act, but at the moment his heart was happy. He thought that if he didn't punish her for 3 days she would tear the tiles off her roof. After hanging her out for a while she really became more sensible. However, he couldn't bear to make her sad. It was just that she was dressed too flirtatiously in the hall just now, and the admiring gazes of the men that fell on her when she was playing the guqin. It just didn't make him happy. In the pavilion, Pei Lang and Shen Miao finished their conversation and intended to leave. Just as he walked down the steps he bumped into an 8 or 9-year-old child. Pei Lang was caught off guard and was knocked down. Star Anise and Fennel were waiting for Xie Jingxing to come over at the other side. Shen Miao thought that in this late night, could it be that one of the young masters from the Azure Heaven restaurant came out to play? Seeing Pei Lang groaning softly, it seemed that the fall was not light. She decided to go over to take a look. Just as she walked in front of Pei Lang, she saw that child lying face down on the ground. She did not know how he was as Pei Lang was calling him. Shen Miao also squatted down and was about to speak when that child suddenly raised his head with an ominous glint in his eyes. Shen Miao was caught off guard and saw a silver snowy light stabbing towards her. At this moment it was too late to dodge, but she saw Pei Lang suddenly hugging her and turning over, his whole body protecting her under his body. Following that, there was a painful groan. But he refused to let go and protected Shen Miao tightly. That child did not care and kicked Pei Lang away, turned the knife and stabbed towards Shen Miao's body. A voice came from afar and the child's hand moved to the side. When he looked at Shen Miao again, it was the same as Pei Lang, the blade had entered her abdomen. Xie Jingxing was walking towards this direction with Fennel and Star Anise. Fennel said, "Furin has been waiting for you for a while. Fearing that you are still angry, she has been waiting for you patiently. When you see Furin, you must be considerate of her." Xie Jingxing was expressionless, but a trace of smile flashed in his eyes. Bypassing the alley they saw the pavilion. Before they got close there was a strong smell of blood. Xie Jingxing's footsteps stopped. Star Anise and Fennel were also surprised. The moonlight was as bright as a lantern, illuminating the ground. It was supposed to be a refreshing and elegant scenery, but at this moment, it made one feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. Large swathes of blood and familiar faces. Chapter 981. Tonight in the residence of Prince Rue was exceptionally unusual. The servants that were coming and going in the courtyard had a grave expression, as if the sky had collapsed. Even the wind at night seemed to be icy cold, causing one's forehead to break out in cold sweat. Tai Yi followed beside the young male and whispered, "Master, no traces were found." Xie Jingxing swept a glance at him. The calmer his expression was, the more a black storm seemed to be brewing in his eyes, as if it would engulf the person in the next moment. He asked in reply, "No?" Tai Yi shuddered, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Gao Yang walking out from inside. Gao Yang's body still reeked of alcohol, and it was obvious that he was hurriedly called over during the banquet. Luckily his eyes were clear and he was not drunk. He walked straight over and said, "Sister-in-law is fine. The knife wound did not injure any vital parts and had already ordered someone to bandage it. Most likely she fainted from the shock and had taken some calming medicine. She would be able to wake up tomorrow morning." Xie Jingxing's eyes were slightly at ease and Tai Yi also gave a sigh of relief. He then heard Gao Yang saying, "But Pei Lang's injuries were very serious. The knife wound was too deep and there was a lot of blood. I have done everything that could be done. Whether he could pull through or not, it still depends on him." The meaning of his words was that whether Pei Lang could wake up would depend on whether his life was tough enough. "It seems that it was Gentleman Pei who blocked this knife for Furin," Tai Yi said carefully. Even though Pei Lang's position in the residence of Prince Rue was somewhat subtle, one could not help but be grateful to him. This is not a good thing. Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing, who had a cold expression, and said, "If he really did not wake up, with sister-in-law's temperament, she would feel guilty in her heart for the rest of her life." Shen Miao was a person who was very clear about her feelings and did not like to owe favors to others. If one owed something to others, one would definitely return it. Pei Lang really saved with his life. In the future, when Shen Miao woke up and knew about the matter, if Pei Lang was not alive, one really did not dare to think what would happen to Shen Miao. "Has Long Yi sealed the city gates?" Xie Jingxing asked. "Sealed." Tai Yi said, "The MOU Army's secret department were all dispatched, but since the surrounding people did not discover it and Furin did not even have the time to call for help, that person either does not have martial arts or his technique is very brilliant." Xie Jingxing said, "There is no need to think. Capture him alive and beat him to death." The person behind this? Check again. Tai Yi left under orders and Xie Jingxing looked at Gao Yang again. You stay here tonight. If the situation is critical, there is no need to walk back and forth. Gao Yang said, I know. He then took a look at Xie Jingxing. You should also rest first. His expression was very solemn. Not far from the Azure Sky building, he dared to attack Princess Rue. The courage of the other party was too big. Not only that, even Prince Rue's residence was not in their eyes. Most likely only the Lu family would have such guts in the Ding capital. But the Lu family would not start from Xin Miao's side, thus the meaning behind this matter was somewhat profound. No matter what, this was a signal that the hidden forces finally could not hold back and began to move. And the first person that they chose to sacrifice in the residence of Prince Rue was Xin Miao. But at the moment Xie Jingxing did not have the mind to care so much. He walked into the room and saw Xin Miao lying on the boat. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed with her eyelashes hanging down, making her look very weak. He sighed and sat down at the side of Xin Miao's bed. There was a food basket on the table in the room and inside was the longevity noodles that Xin Miao instructed the Azure Sky Building's kitchen to specially make for her. Octagon Anise said that one was afraid that it was spoiled, so it was specially filtered with cold water. But now that so much time had passed, even if it was filtered, it was already stuck together. Chapter 982. Xie Jingxing thought about it and reached out to open the basket and took out the bowl from inside. The noodles in the bowl had already condensed into a paste and one could vaguely see the white noodles, green vegetables and an egg yolk. When it was just taken out of the pot, it must have been fragrant. Now that it was cold, it was not tasty. Xie Jingxing took a pair of chopsticks and started to eat in big mouthfuls. Star Anise and Fennel said that Xin Miao had asked Guyu to buy a lot of fireworks, wine and dishes in a small pavilion not far from Baishaolu. It was the best place to watch the fireworks. She also specially instructed people to cook longevity noodles at the right time, presumably to make amends. The two of them fought for a while and in the end it was Xin Miao who lowered her head first. Star Anise also said that Xin Miao did not have a good time these days and Xie Jingxing's heart was relieved. He was a man and had to be more magnanimous and would not haggle over the past matters. Who knew that before the words of apology could be said, he saw Pei Lang and Xin Miao lying in a pool of blood. It was hard to describe the feeling at that moment. It was obviously the height of summer but one felt a chill from head to toe and lacked the courage to go forward to confirm. Fortunately nothing happened. Xie Jingxing's noodles tasted like wax and finally finished the bowl of noodles. He placed the empty bowl on the table and held Xin Miao's hand. But he regretted it. If he did not want to be angry with Xin Miao, why would Xin Miao want to make amends with him? If she did not go to the pavilion beside Baishaolu, perhaps this would not happen. Outside, Luo Tan had received the news and was hurrying over. When she saw Gao Yang she first asked, "What happened to my youngest Biao sister?" "She is fine." Gao Yang said. Pei Lang blocked a knife for her. "Teacher Pei?" Luo Tan was startled. "How is Teacher Pei?" "Not very good." Gao Yang shook his head. "Even you cannot save him?" Luo Tan asked. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "I am a physician and not a bodhisattva. If everyone can be saved, no one would go to King Yama's palace." Luo Tan said, "Today I only know that youngest Biao sister quarreled with brother-in-law and said that it was because youngest Biao sister did not visit brother-in-law when he was ill. The Furans in Baishaolu were all saying that Biao Biao was not good and said that Biao Biao was cold and heartless. What did they know? When Biao youngest sister was at the strange Taoist priest's place asking for medicine for brother-in-law, who among them saw it? You are being unreasonable." "Strange Taoist?" Gao Yang understood the crux of her words and asked, "What strange Taoist? What do you mean by asking for medicine?" Luo Tan was stunned for a moment and was annoyed that she had said the wrong thing. In a moment of carelessness, she thought that Xin Miao did not allow her to speak and said, "Nothing, I just casually said it. I will go and see youngest Biao sister first." Finishing, he walked towards the room where Xin Miao was lying. Gao Yang pulled her back. "Don't go. Xie Jingxing is inside." Luo Tan lowered her head, suddenly thinking of something, said, "Are you staying here tonight?" "I want to stay here and see what's going on with Pei Lang," Gao Yang said. "You can go back first." Luo Tan shook her head. "I am not going back. I will stay here and wait for youngest Biao sister to wake up." Gao Yang knew that Luo Tan had a stubborn character and did not persuade much. This night, in everyone's heart, was exceptionally long. The matter of Xin Miao and Pei Lang being assassinated was concealed and everyone in by Xiaolu did not know about it. They only thought that Xie Jingxing had left early and did not know that it was a sleepless night in Prince Rui's residence. This night, the servants were anxiously waiting for the ending. In the summer, the days were long and the nights were short. When the sun started to shine and the birds in the courtyard started to sing, the 2 rooms were silent. Chapter 983. Xie Jingxing looked at Gao Yang and asked, "What is the matter?" Gao Yang's brows were tightly knitted as he took Xin Miao's pulse and then Pei Lang's pulse. In front of everyone in the room he shook his head. Strange. Pei Lang's injuries are too serious, but until now there is no movement. There should be some reaction, but it is like he is asleep. The princess flesh and blood were not injured, and after taking the sedative, she should have woken up, but until now she has not woken up. So, Xie Jingxing's face was as heavy as water as he stared at Gao Yang aggressively. It is somewhat strange. Uncle Tang said cautiously, "Could it be another poison?" It is just that physician Gao did not discover it previously. Impossible. Gao Yang flatly denied. Both of their meridians are not signs of poison. Instead it is faintly discernible and one cannot see any problem, but they have not woken up. Then what can be done? Luo Tan was somewhat anxious. My youngest Biao sister cannot keep sleeping like this. There must be a reason. Gao Yang glanced at Xie Jingxing and Xie Jingxing's gaze made him somewhat unable to withstand it, so he could only say, "Wait for another half a day and see." In this half a day, Xie Jingxing could only stay by Xin Miao's bedside, and not to mention half a day, even when it was deep into the night, Xin Miao still did not wake up. It was the same for Pei Lang. Uncle Tang asked Gao Yang, "Gentleman Gao, what is going on?" Even if foreign and gentleman Pei did not wake up, there must be a reason. Even you cannot see the reason? Pei Lang's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. Until now Xin Miao and Pei Lang did not have any symptoms, but they just could not wake up. Even a physician would have to judge based on the patient's reaction, but other than the faintly discernible pulse, it was like an ordinary person sleeping. How could he see it? It was just that facing Xie Jingxing's increasingly cold and sharp gaze, Gao Yang also felt the pressure. Afterwards Ji Yushu also rushed over when he got the news, and everyone was worried together. Luo Tan could not help it and was so anxious that she was about to get angry. She was about to cry as she said, "Could it be that I have offended something these days? First it was brother-in-law and now it is youngest Biao sister. If anything happens to youngest Biao sister, how can I explain to Gugu and Gufu?" She blew her nose again. "I came here and swore that I would protect little cousin sister. Who knew that little cousin sister would end up in such a state? I'm so ashamed." Gao Yang patted her on the shoulder. "It's not your fault. If I stay by her side, at least no one will be able to take advantage of her." Finishing, she thought of something and said angrily, "There is also brother-in-law. If he was not angry with Biao youngest sister, he would not let people follow Biao youngest sister to attack Biao youngest sister." Gao Yang was helpless. The matters between Xie Jingxing and Xin Miao was really not something that he could meddle in. It was a fact that Luo Tan was in a state of rage, and it was a fact that Xin Miao refused to wake up. If youngest Biao youngest sister does not wake up, then he will regret it. Luo Tan said angrily, "Those Furins are biased. He is always the person beside youngest Biao youngest sister's pillow and still do not believe that youngest Biao youngest sister has no feelings for him." She thought about it and clenched her fists. After thinking about it, there is no need to hide this matter from brother-in-law. Youngest Biao youngest sister had done so much for him, but in the end she was taken advantage of by others. If youngest Biao youngest sister is really not good, then one must let her speak clearly. If youngest Biao youngest sister does not speak, then let me speak. "What do you want to say?" Ji Yushu asked curiously. Luo Tan glared at him. Of course it is a bigger credit than that pair of siblings from the Yi family. Luo Tan went to find Xie Jingxing in a huff, and Gao Yang was afraid that she would cause trouble, so he quickly followed behind. When they reached the door, they saw Xie Jingxing coming out of the room with a calm face. Ever since Xin Miao's accident, Xie Jingxing's expression had not changed. Chapter 984. Luo Tan said, "Prince Rui." She did not call him brother-in-law anymore. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her. Xin Miao did not wake up and his heart was vexed. He had no patience with others and his face was awe-inspiring. But Luo Tan had a temperament that did not care about anything, and when her temper flared up, she was not afraid of even the heavenly emperor. She said, Biao youngest sister did not allow me to tell me previously, but now that she is lying on the bed, if she does not say it, I will say it. I do not have any scruples and did not think as much as she did. It would be too much of a loss to hide what I did and not let others know. Uncle Tang, Tai Yi and the rest who rushed over after hearing the news were also standing at the side and looked at Luo Tan with some surprise. Those Furins all said that when you were bedridden, Biao youngest sister did not come to see you. You felt that you were left out, and Biao youngest sister is a heartless person, so you were unhappy and got angry with her? Luo Tan stared at him and said, But you do not know that she did not come to see you during those days, not because she did not want to but because she went out of the city to seek medicine for you. Going out of the city to seek medicine for Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing's eyes landed on Tai Yi lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xie Jingxing's eyes. Previously it was because Xin Miao let the servants hide it, but after Xin Miao returned, she inexplicably started a cold war with Xie Jingxing. Once Xie Jingxing's heart turned cold, the surrounding people would not dare to touch him at this juncture. One wanted to wait for a few days before speaking, but one did not expect such a thing to happen. Speak clearly. Xie Jingxing took a step forward. Luo Tan said, You do not know, right? It was said that there was an expert in Phoenix Head Manor who could go against the heavens and change one's fate. She glanced at Gao Yang. At that time Gao Yang was refining the antidote for you, and Biao youngest sister gave you the 3 vitality recovery pills, but it could only protect your life for a while. If the antidote was not found within 10 days, your life would not be guaranteed. But on the 4th day, your condition was critical and the imperial physician said that you would not last past 7 days. Biao youngest sister heard the legend of the expert in Phoenix Head Manor and brought me and a few guards to Phoenix Head Manor. Xie Jingxing's gaze shook. What kind of person was Xin Miao? She was rational and astute in analyzing the pros and cons. Moreover, she did not seem to believe in ghosts and gods. She actually believed in such absurd words like defying the heavens and changing one's fate. She was really desperate and anxious. The Phoenix Head Manor isn't far from Longyi, but it's extremely difficult to find the place where the expert lives. That day we rushed through the night and almost lost our way in the forest. There was also a pack of wolves, but Biao Mei was not the least bit afraid and insisted on lighting a torch to find the way through the night, fearing that she would not be able to come back in time to save you. On the 2nd day we found that master. That master used the art of Chiman Dun Jia to bring me and Biao Mei, who had no martial arts, into the valley. He said that there was a spirit grass that could cure hundreds of poisons, but his little cousin had to pay a price. Actually, the price was not that difficult. It did not require money or lives. We need people to pick out the bugs from the red sleeve grass in the valley and fertilize them one by one. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu were surprised, and Uncle Tang and Tai Yi were even more shocked. They had never heard of these things from others and did not know of the origins. Uncle Tang's heart was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Xin Miao was in such a sorry state when she returned to the residence. Compared to Yi Mei, it was even more unbecoming of Rui Wang Fei's decency. At that time he did not know the reason, but now he understood. It turned out that Xin Miao did not sleep that night and was busy being a gardener because she was seeking medicine for Xie Jingxing. For a moment there were some sighs. To be able to condescend to do all these, other than being able to bend and stand tall, what was more valuable was the intention. Chapter 985. But Luo Tan's anger seemed to be vented the more she spoke. Does it sound like there is nothing much? But she had been spoiled since she was a child. Filling the entire valley, even those peasant women were not able to do it alone. She did not sleep earlier and immediately started to move and was busy for the entire night. You people who live extravagantly, most likely have never touched a fat pole in your entire life. Since she could do this, why is she lower than that pair of siblings? Luo Tan looked at Xie Jingxing and said, It is true that the Yi siblings saved you, and they do have a life-saving grace, but my youngest Biao sister is not inferior. Say that she was not by your side, but you can go and ask the servants in the residence of the Prince of First Rank. Before she left the residence, how many days did she stay by your bedside? Did she leave? Did she take care of you without rest? Could it be that she could not be compared to the Yi siblings that she only met once? Now that my youngest Biao sister has fallen to this stage, I feel wronged for her. When His Highness the Prince of First Rank married her back to the Great Liang, what did he promise? But you can't even believe her. Even though she has many faults, there is one point that is beyond doubt. Her sincerity is beyond doubt. When Luo Tan finished speaking, her face was already flushed red, as if all the suppressed anger in her heart had been swept away. She then looked at Xie Jingxing's expression. There was no sadness or joy and his expression was calm. But the calmer he was, the more one felt a chill. It was as if under the calmness, there was a boundless storm. Finished speaking? He slowly asked. This tone was so cold that Luo Tan could not help but shrink her neck. Gao Yang quickly stood up and said, now is not the time to pursue this. The urgent matter is to think of how to wake both of them up. Xie Jingxing sneered, is this not simple? Just capture the Yi siblings. Jiu Shu was surprised for a moment. Third older brother, what do you want to do? Since she is abnormal for the Yi siblings, then there must be a problem with the Yi siblings. No matter if they are the ones behind the scenes or not, there is no reason to spare them. Xie Jingxing turned around and was about to leave. But he was pulled back by Gao Yang. No. Now they are not the powerless Li family but the Yi family. What is the outcome of alarming the Yi family? Let go. Xie Jingxing said coldly. Calm down. Gao Yang said, if Wang Fei really hates the Yi siblings, she must have compromised for so long because she did not want to harm herself. Aren't you dragging her down? Not bad, third older brother. Jiu Shu also chimed in, the Yi family is not some small family in Longyi. If you take action like this, one fear that it will bring trouble to the residence of the prince of first rank. She can endure but I cannot. Xie Jingxing said, the Yi family has touched their bottom line. Third older brother? Jiu Shu still wanted to persuade but suddenly Ba Jiao's voice was heard from outside the courtyard. The usually smiling maid now seemed to be a little flustered. Master, someone is coming. Tai Yi frowned slightly as if he was dissatisfied with Octagonal Anis's loss of composure. He asked, who is it? It's the Taoist priest whom Madame met the other day at Fengtu Manor, Octagonal Anis said hesitantly. What? Luo Tan's eyes widened. Jiu Shu, who was grabbing onto Xie Jingxing's sleeves, could not help but let go and looked at the octagon. Priest? Octagonal Anis nodded his head. In the hall, that strange Taoist priest who was dressed in tattered clothes was touching this and looking at that, as if it was the first time he entered the residence and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Shi Xiang and Song Yang stood awkwardly at the side. They were acquainted with Qi Yan Taoist priest. But when Qi Yan Taoist priest entered the door, he used such a familiar tone to establish a relationship with the both of them, making them somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 986. When Xie Jingxing and entourage came to the hall, Priest Qi Yan was preparing to remove the gem eyes of a red-crowned crane from a vase and asked Fennel, can this poor Taoist take this away? Priest Qi Yan. Luo Tan shouted when she saw him. When Qi Yan saw her, he smiled, young lady Luo, long time no see. Luo Tan secretly pondered in her heart. It was obvious that not much time had passed but she could not care about other things at the moment and said, you came over because you know that something happened to my youngest Biao sister and specially came to change her fate? Even though Luo Tan felt that this priest Qi Yan was deliberately making things difficult for others, but he seemed to have some ability or else Shin Miao would not believe the other party so much. Priest Qi Yan looked at the silent Xie Jingxing behind Luo Tan and smiled. This poor Taoist cannot change fate and can only read fortunes. This young brother, what do you think? I do not believe in the heavenly way. Xie Jingxing said. The heavenly way is not trustworthy, so why would humans persist in seeking answers from the heavenly way? Priest Qi Yan shook his head and said, this foreign's fate is strange and others are unable to fathom it and it is all up to her own choice. Neither you nor I can do anything about it. Luo Tan could not understand Priest Qi Yan's words and quickly asked, Taoist, what should my youngest Biao sister do now? Is the spiritual herb that I gave her still there? Priest Qi Yan asked. Luo Tan was puzzled. When we returned, the prince of first rank's poison had already been cured, so naturally the herb was useless. One do not know where youngest Biao sister placed it. This servant seems to know. Jingzhi said and brought everyone to Shin Miao's room. Sure enough, she found a dusty box under the dressing table and opened it to take a look. There was a stalk of ordinary-looking medicinal herb inside. Luo Tan's eyes were sharp and said, it is this. Take it and fry it. Qi Yan stroked his beard. Wait. Xie Jingxing looked at the strange Taoist. Why should I believe you? You cannot believe this poor Taoist, but you have no other choice. Taoist priest Scarlet Flame let out a long sigh. This herb was found by this madam, but when I first found it, I said that it would be futile. Even without this herb, you would still be safe and sound. There is no such calamity in your fate, and everything she did was in vain. Everyone was stunned when they heard. However, it was not in vain. Strange Taoist priest's face showed some relief. Those who love others will always love them. Those who save others will always be saved. If she had been a little bit insincere and perfunctory back then in the valley, she wouldn't have obtained this stock of spiritual herb and she wouldn't be here today. In the name of saving you, this spiritual herb is actually saving her. She sacrificed herself for you. At this moment, Luo Tan faintly heard some clues and asked, "You mean, you already knew that this spirit grass would not be used on the prince, but on my Biaomei? Youngest Yan would Tian's foreign, and you have Tian and Yan's fate and son, so foreign." Strange Taoist looked at Luo Tan and said with a smile, "You are worth teaching." Xie Jingxing stared at him. "You want her to be a herb farmer?" There was a murderous intent in his eyes. The Taoist took a step back and hid behind Gao Yang. He coughed twice and said, "She has such a calamity in her life, and this poor Taoist has reduced it to the smallest. Compared to her life, isn't it much easier to be a herb farmer? But why is she still not awake?" Gao Yang was puzzled. "I am also a doctor and have checked her illness, but I could not find the source. There seems to be nothing wrong with her. She should have woken up today, but she has not woken up for so long. What is the reason?" The Taoist said, "This poor Taoist said that this is a calamity in her fate." "What do you mean by tribulation? I don't understand." Luo Tan said, "Why don't you tell us directly after my youngest Biao sister ate that herb? When will she wake up?" Qi Yin smiled. "The herb is not for her to eat, it is for another injured person to eat." "The other injured person, could it be Pei Lang?" Xie Jingxing whispered, "If you dare to play tricks, I can take your life now. The evil aura is too heavy." Qi Yin shook his head. "That person gave up his life for foreign, but it was because of some entanglements in his life. This foreign obtained the herb and just happened to be able to settle this debt." "Then what about my sister-in-law?" Jiu Shu asked. Strange Taoist looked at Xin Miao, who was lying on the bed. Her expression was calm as if she was asleep, but her face was pale and there was a feeling of unreality. "She picked out the bugs for the red sleeve grass in my valley, but she could not pick out the bugs in her heart. This calamity is a blessing for her and also a misfortune. This poor Taoist had met her 3 times and was worried about her twice. This last meeting with her is for the sake of this fate. The matters of the human world are not perfect, there are regrets and unwillingness. She wanted to seek an answer, but no one told her." Strange Taoist narrowed his eyes. "Now she has found a way, and the answer that she is seeking is right in front of her. No one can help her. You cannot, she cannot, and this poor Taoist cannot. So wait patiently." The Taoist looked at Xie Jingxing. "That's your fate." Chapter 987. The yellow sand was endless and the wind was blowing the flags. There were many wind and frost along the way, and the sun, moon and stars were just decorations. The escorting guards were scattered and did not have much respect for the people in the carriage. A maid-like young lady walked over from the back of the convoy and jumped onto the carriage before handing a bowl of porridge to the person inside. "Your ladyship, the porridge is a little cold, but it can still be eaten. Currently there is no village ahead or inns behind, so it is better for you to have a mouthful." The female in the carriage was still young, but her expression was very haggard and her attire was not very exquisite. Upon closer look, it was the style from a few years ago, and because she was skinny, it did not fit her body. She lifted up the curtain of the carriage and asked, "Where are we now?" "Walk a bit more and one would be able to reach the official road before dark." Bai Lu smiled. This servant had asked those people, and within 5 days, one would definitely be able to return to the Ding capital. Shuangjiang also smiled. "Once one returns to the palace, your ladyship's bitterness will be over and sweetness will come." "Bitterness will be over and sweetness will come." Xin Miao smiled bitterly. Broken people would not be able to return. She was talking about Jingzhe and Guyu. Hearing this, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang's eyes were filled with sorrow and no longer spoke. Jingzhe was willing to be a concubine in order to rope in the powerful officials, and in the first year that Xin Miao went to the Qin country, news came that the wife of the powerful official found a reason to beat her to death. As for Guyu, Xin Miao clenched her fists but died in Huangfu Hao's hands to protect her. 5 years. A full 5 years. In the 5 years in the Qin country, the last bit of arrogance in her body was ground away. She clenched her teeth and compromised just so that one day she could return to her homeland and reunite with her pair of children. However, the heavy price they had to pay for this was not something that could be described by outsiders. How difficult was this journey? There were not even many escorting guards, and just looking at the convoy of carriages, who would have thought that this was the honor guard of a country's empress? The people she brought to the Qing kingdom at that time had either died or dispersed in the past 5 years, and they were almost gone. Just like on this journey back to the country, if not for Mo Qing's protection, she would definitely not be able to return alive. Shen Miao sighed. Fortunately, all the suffering was not in vain. 5 years had finally passed. Just as he was thinking about it, it was time for the carriage to continue its journey. However, not only did it not start, there was a commotion in front of them. She frowned slightly and lifted the curtain of the carriage to ask, "What's going on?" Mo Qing walked over from the front and said, "I met a strange person and came over to ask for water." Before he finished speaking, one saw an old man dressed in gray appearing behind him and looked at Shen Miao with a grin. "Friend, I am dying of thirst. Give me some water to drink." This old man was dressed in a strange manner and his body was smelly as he stared straight at one, making one suspicious. It was not that he was not willing to give water to drink, but Shen Miao's identity was special, and if she met someone with evil intentions, one feared that something would happen. Mo Qing ordered people to hold back this old man and not let him go near Shen Miao. However, Shen Miao smiled and said, "There is a drought along the way and the heavens are not happy. A bowl of water is equivalent to a life. Give it to him." "I do not lack this bowl of water to drink." Since Shen Miao had spoken, Mo Qing was straightforward and ordered people to bring a bowl of clear water for the old man. The old man gulped it down in one gulp and patted his stomach before pushing away the guard's hand and stood up. He gave a proper bow to Shen Miao and said, "Foreign is kind and generous and saved this poor Taoist's life. This poor Taoist must repay this bowl of water." "Poor Taoist?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment before smiling. "Are you a Taoist?" "My Buddhist name is Qi Yen." That strange old man looked at Shen Miao and shook his head. "Foreign's appearance is extremely valuable, but one's life is shallow and cannot bear the noble fortune." Chapter 988. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Lu frowned and looked at Shen Miao. "Mother? Foreign, it might be some Jianghu swindler. Do not listen to his nonsense." Mo Qing also made a move to drive this strange old man away. "Wait." Shen Miao said, "It is quite boring along the way. Listen to what others say." That old man pretended to bow again. There is black air between Foreign's brows. One fear that it is not good. At the end of the road, it is an ominous sign. If one were to turn the horse around, one would be able to avoid this calamity. Foreign, this poor Taoist still advise you that this road is the Yellow Springs and one must not walk on it. Once walked, one cannot turn back. The more you speak, the more excessive it is. Shuangjiang was so angry that her face was livid. "Who are you cursing?" Shen Miao, however, had a good temper. She had stayed in the Qing country for a long time, and when facing anyone from Ming-Chi, she would have the joy of meeting someone from her hometown. Even if this old man was speaking nonsense, she was not angry and only smiled. "Many thanks, Taoist priest, for the reminder, but I must walk on this road. My children are on this road and I have to return home." The strange Taoist priest sighed deeply, as expected. He looked at Shen Miao. "Meeting by chance, this is fate for you." Finishing, he took out a red string from his sleeves and was about to pass it to Shen Miao, but was stopped by Mo Qing. He could only hand the red string over to Mo Qing, and when Mo Qing did not see anything strange, he then handed it over to Shen Miao. "This red string is this poor Taoist's token of gratitude to Foreign. Foreign can tie it on your wrist and you will be able to achieve your own fate." He solemnly said, "Foreign must remember that the way of heaven is treacherous and depends on human effort. This poor Taoist can see one's fate but cannot change it. The person who can change Foreign's fate is not this poor Taoist. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, and if there is a calamity there is also fate. This red string is a question, and one day Foreign will also find your own solution." Finishing, he laughed out a few times before turning around and striding away. This Taoist priest was very mysterious, and the few prophecies that he said were extremely inauspicious. Thus Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were somewhat unhappy. Bai Lu said, "Your ladyship must not take that strange person's words to heart. Most likely his mind is not clear. Don't wear this thing." Shuangjiang also said, "It is very inauspicious." But Shen Miao looked left and right and felt that the red string was extremely cute and inexplicably loved it so much that she could not bear to part with it. Instead she tied it on her wrist and smiled. I have already said that since it is fate, it is also fate for us to meet by chance, so just wear it. It doesn't matter if it's fake. Isn't it better if it's real and has more spirituality? Since the words were spoken like this, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang could not say anything more. Mo Qing said to the carriages in front to set off and started to move again. The sandstorm in the distance almost covered their figures, but the strange old man's figure could no longer be seen on the road ahead. Upon returning to Mingqi, it was not like what Shuangjiang said, bitterness is over, sweetness begins. The world was constantly changing. The situation would change and so would people's hearts. As the Empress, apart from this position, there was nothing special about her. Sometimes when he thought about it, he felt that it was no better than the days when he was humiliated in the Qin kingdom. When he was in the Qin country, those injuries were on the surface, but in Mingqi it was in the dark. It was as if one had suffered a hidden loss and one could not say it out loud, but one would be laughed at for nothing. Shen Miao sat in the Kuanning Palace and looked at the somewhat withered red sleeve grass on the table. The red sleeve grass was sent over by Mo Qing and was said to be a rare spiritual herb. It looked very good and was like a woman's sleeves that fluttered in the wind, thus it was named red sleeve grass. It was just that one did not know why it had recently withered, and Shen Miao was not in the mood to take care of it. She had been back in Mingqi for a few years, and in these few years, her life was not considered good. Chapter 989. There was an additional Mei Foreign in the inner palace. Mei Foreign was delicate and intelligent, charming and gentle, like a riddle that attracted one's gaze to her for a long time, unwilling to leave. In the beginning there were times of heartbreak. The man that she once loved would use that kind of doting gaze to look at the woman beside him. She thought that he treated everyone with the same coldness, but later discovered that it was not the case. It was just that that person was not herself. After many days of heartbreak, she gradually became numb. The pain and dispiritedness gradually turned into hatred and unwillingness. Because of Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng always took away too much of Fu Xiuyi's favor, and her child, Fu Ming, was obviously sitting in the crown prince's position and was obviously talented and hard-working, but at the end he was like a prince that had fallen out of favor. Fu Xiuyi could personally teach Fu Sheng how to write and discuss politics, but was stingy to give Fu Ming a look of concern. When asked, he would say that Fu Ming was the crown prince and must be mature and steady. What was the matter with pestering imperial father every day? But every time she saw Fu Ming's disappointed eyes, Shen Miao's heart would feel as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. The Shen family was also not doing well. Luo Shuiyan's illness was getting worse, and Jing Chu and Shen Qiu were dragging it out. The Shen family's reputation was getting worse, and Shen Xan had aged a lot. Fu Xiuyi seemed to be suppressing the Shen family, and Shen Miao was faintly aware of it. But how could one in the inner palace clearly know about the matters in court? The only way she could come into contact with these was through Pei Lang, but Pei Lang was loyal to Fu Xiuyi. Even though Pei Lang's relationship with her was not bad, but he would always be loyal to Fu Xiuyi first. Shen Miao's infatuation with Fu Xiuyi had long turned into ice after watching him being together with Mei Foreign for the past few years. But in her position, she had to sit firmly in the position of Empress and fight for some opportunities for Fu Ming and Wan Yu. There was news from the Xiongnu side that Mei Foreign seemed to want to urge Fu Xiuyi to marry Wan Yu over. This was what Shen Miao could not tolerate. However, Mei Foreign's methods were getting more and more brilliant. Everyone could see Fu Xiuyi's doting towards Fu Sheng. The Shen family was getting worse day by day, and there were too many people who stood at Mei Foreign's side. Throwing stones at someone who was down, everyone wanted to step on them. In addition, Mei Foreign's brother Li Ku had recently helped Fu Xiuyi to settle several important matters, thus Mei Foreign's status in the inner palace rose steadily. Shen Miao knew what the officials were thinking. They were thinking about when to change the crown prince and when to abolish the empress. But Fu Xiuyi still wanted to save face. She was the first wife, and for Mei Foreign to go over her head, it would not be that simple. She fought back and forth, going round and round, but her heart was already exhausted. If it wasn't for this pair of children, he sometimes felt that it would be better to burn the entire palace to the ground. That way the world would be at peace. Bai Lu walked in and said, "Nyang Nyang, the clothes for the palace banquet have been prepared. It is better to comb your hair early." Shen Miao complied. Shuangjiang had died a year ago, and Mei Foreign's methods were very good. She did not even let off the maid by her side. After going around in circles, only Bai Lu was left. Tonight was the Ming Qi's palace banquet. The new year was approaching and Fu Xiuyi wanted to reward the officials. Of course, the most important thing was to send off the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and Xie Xing. The Marquis of Lin and Xie Ding died in the battlefield of the northern Jiang, and now his son was going out to battle again. In fact, this timing was not good, and one would feel that this departure was somewhat tragic, but Xie Xing still accepted the commander request. Shen Miao and Xie Xing did not have much interaction because of the subtle relationship between the Shen and Xie families. Ever since the time of Xie Ding in the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and only Xie Xing was supporting the door. This unavoidably made one sigh. Initially the southern Xie and northern Shen, until now the Shen family was getting worse day by day, and the Xie family was also gradually declining. It really made one sympathize with the death of the rabbit. Chapter 990. But Xie Xing had his own path to walk, so how would Shen Miao's own path not be difficult? She said, "Comb the hair." The musical instruments confused one's heart. This palace banquet was exceptionally lively. Fu Xiuyi had not been this happy for a long time. His usual stern expression was much gentler, and his smile became especially joyful. Shen Miao looked coldly at Fu Xing, giving him a toast and the happy and harmonious appearance of the father and son, but her heart was somewhat cold. Fu Ming sat at one side and Wan Yu also sat properly. Those officials always praised the crown prince and princess for being so sensible at such a young age and had the demeanor of a little adult. This kind of dignified bearing was not something that everyone was able to grow up to. Even though it was polite words, it was not far from the truth. But one did not think that if one could wantonly act coquettishly, who would be willing to be sensible? Sensible was just forced out. Wan Yu and Fu Ming also tried hard to be close to Fu Xiuyi, but children's thoughts were the most direct and pure. They could feel Fu Xiuyi's coldness and gradually became polite and courteous. Shen Miao sat beside Fu Xiuyi but saw that Fu Xiuyi would exchange glances with Mei Foran from time to time. Mei Foran was smiling happily and Fu Xiuyi also had a slight smile on his face. Shen Miao thought that both of them must be really happy. But what about the main character of this palace banquet? Shen Miao involuntarily looked towards the man on the left side of the banquet. That young man's appearance was peerlessly handsome and his posture was indolent as he sat diagonally. His dark purple robes were somewhat large, but it could not hide his high spirits. His lips had a smile as he slowly drank his wine, as if the noise in the banquet had nothing to do with him and was incompatible with the liveliness. Shen Miao laughed in her heart and felt that this little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and was somewhat similar to her. The banquet was lively and joyous, but in fact the heart was not happy. Xie Xing wanted to walk on a bloody path where life and death were uncertain, and she did not know what the ending of her life would be. Being attacked from all sides and besieged on all sides, it was a matter of life and death hanging by a thread. She also took a wine cup and poured herself wine to drink. She drank one mouthful at a time, but she was extremely restrained. The Empress had to be dignified and elegant and must not be a pampered concubine. When the banquet was over, the guests dispersed in twos and threes. She sat in her seat and heard Mei Foran say, "Your Majesty, tonight this concubine has prepared good wine. Your Majesty and this concubine will watch the fireworks together." Xing also said that he wants to compete with Your Majesty in chess skills. Fu Xiuyi laughed and pointed at Mei Foran's nose. "This competitive nature is exactly the same as you." Shen Miao's sentence, "Wan Yu and the Crown Prince also want to accompany the Emperor throughout the year," was swallowed back. Looking back, the sadness in the eyes of the two children made her heart ache. However, he endured the pain and put on a calm expression. But on this new year he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She coaxed the two children to sleep and felt that the two children were not enthusiastic about the arrival of the new year. There were sounds of fireworks coming from the palace walls. It was already late at night, and in this kind of night, Mei Foran's palace was the best place to see fireworks. The three of them must be very affectionate. Shen Miao put on her clothes and ordered Bai Lu to bring a jar of wine and a bowl before she went to the garden. From the corner of the garden one could see the fireworks. Only a small half of the fireworks could be seen, but even a small half was extremely gorgeous, almost lighting up the entire sky. One could imagine the other end to be able to see the whole picture, what kind of scenery it was. She took out a bowl and Bai Lu was somewhat distressed. Shen Miao waved her hands, telling her not to open her mouth. Chapter 991. This firework is really beautiful. Shen Miao's voice was low and there was a hint of drunkenness. When can one watch a complete set? She suddenly smiled again. Most likely not. Just as she was speaking, she heard footsteps coming from behind. Boots stepped on the snow, making a sha-sha-sha sound. Bai Lu jumped in shock. You all? Shen Miao turned back and saw someone brushing away the heavy shadows of the trees and walking forward. A person dressed as a guard was at the back and the person standing in front was tall, wearing a purple robe and green boots. That pair of peach blossom eyes reflected the fireworks in the night, making it exceptionally bright and moving, looking very beautiful. Marquis Sierra of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage? Shen Miao narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. That person seemed to be somewhat surprised and made a tisk sound. Fu Xiuyi's Empress is actually a drunkard. The guard behind him said, Master, we should leave. Bai Lu was also somewhat nervous as she did not know why Xie Jingxing was still in the palace. But an empress and an official, if they were to be seen standing together, one did not know what would happen. Especially these days Shen Miao was struggling in the palace and once someone caught hold of a reason, they would not hesitate to splash dirty water on her. At this time it was better to be as far away from this air of the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and Bai Lu did not dare to disturb others and this garden was very remote, so she said in a small voice, Shi Ziyi, the Empress is slightly drunk and this servant is about to help her back. Shi Ziyi, please pretend not to see it. Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao and laughed. He did not seem to be interested and turned around to leave. Wait. Shen Miao called out to him. Bai Lu was startled and could not wait to cover Shen Miao's mouth. But Shen Miao stared at Xie Jingxing. She was somewhat drunk at this moment. Ever since she went to the Qin country she had never wantonly drank wine. However, the saying of a cup of wine to solve 1,000 worries was not false. When one was drunk, one would be relaxed and would do many things that one would not do on normal days. She said, Ben Gong heard that you are going to the northern Jiang? Xie Jingxing hugged his chest and said with a smile that was not a smile, What instructions does Empress have? Tai Yi and Bai Lu stared at Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled and took out the bowl that she had just drunk from the table and poured the wine from the jar into it. She indicated to Xie Jingxing to see, young talent, an eternal character, outstanding and unparalleled in the world. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and Bai Lu was so embarrassed that she could not wait to drag Xie Jingxing away. How would one praise a flower in front of others? Beijiang is a very bad place. Shen Miao patted his shoulders. Her stature was petite and she had to tiptoe when she patted others' shoulders. She then looked at Xie Jingxing and said half seriously and half drunkenly, Heard from father that not even a blade of grass grows there and the terrain is treacherous. There are many poisonous snakes and insects and it is easy to fall into a trap. Your trip will be fraught with danger. This official thanks Nyang Yang for her concern. Xie Jingxing casually said. Thousands of years of infamy in the annals of history, a loyal heart to repay the Son of Heaven. She gulped down the wine in her mouth and waved the bowl in Xie Jingxing's hand before swallowing it in one gulp. Bai Lu and Tai Yi jumped in shock. The former did not think that Shen Miao would drink it just like that and the latter was surprised that the Empress would be so forthright. Shen Miao wiped her mouth and gave a burp. This is Bengong's toast to you. You must return triumphantly. Xie Jingxing stared at her. Her lips still had some wine that had not been wiped clean and was sparkling on the side of her lips. It was very beautiful and under the moonlight, her face had a delicateness that could not be seen during the day. Without the layer of Empress shackles, she was actually a very delicate and pretty female. Chapter 992. His lips hooked up and there was some evilness in his smile as he slowly said, It seems that the Emperor has given the Empress a cold shoulder. Bai Lu's eyes widened. This Xie Jingxing's words were too presumptuous but she did not dare to directly drag Shen Miao away in case Shen Miao made any noise and alarmed others, then she would not be able to clear her name. After Shen Miao finished drinking she swayed as she picked up the wine jar and poured a full bowl before handing it to Xie Jingxing. You also drink. Why should I drink? Xie Jingxing was baffled. You and Bengong are in the same boat. Shen Miao said. Who is in the same boat as you? Xie Jingxing found it funny. Shen Miao had already raised the wine bowl and was about to feed it to his mouth. Bai Lu turned pale with fright. This was too ambiguous. Tai Yi was also extremely surprised but Xie Jingxing did not speak so he would not make a move. Xie Jingxing was caught off guard and when he pushed Shen Miao away, A lot of wine spilled onto his clothes, but when he looked at Shen Miao, he finally smiled in satisfaction. She said, "You and I have a bowl of wine of affection. When you return in triumph, then come and watch the fireworks with Ben Gong." Xie Jingxing felt that today was really inexplicable. So when a female was drunk, they would not be rational. Even the usually dignified and elegant Empress was like a different person. "Your Highness the Empress, it is better to find His Majesty to watch." He tidied up his clothes. Shen Miao was sad. Ben Gong have never watched fireworks with him. Xie Jingxing stared at the female opposite. Her head was slightly lowered and the corner of her mouth was raised, but her eyes were bitter. His heart inexplicably softened a little and said, "Good, good, good. This official promises you." Shen Miao's eyes brightened as she looked at him. "Then it is settled." Xie Jingxing nodded his head. Shen Miao thought about it and shook her head. "Words have no basis. One must have a token." She then started to touch the hairpin in her hair. Bai Lu was surprised for a moment and secretly thought that it was not good. If the Empress thing was on Xie Jingxing's body, then it would be a crime of adultery. He was afraid that Shen Miao would give any handkerchief or hairpin to the other party, and suddenly saw the red string on Shen Miao's wrist. He had an inspiration and said, "Your ladyship, your red string is very good." Shen Miao's eyes landed on the red rope and her heart moved. She quickly untied it and took Xie Jingxing's hands and tied it for him seriously. Xie Jingxing's gaze landed on her slightly raised eyelashes. They were moist and seemed to be mixed with the cold air of winter. It inexplicably made one's heart itch. Shen Miao fastened it for him and smiled at him. "This is Ben Gong's token for you. Take this as a letter and wait for your triumphant return." "Thank you, Your Highness." Xie Jingxing smiled carelessly, "But this official does not have any token to give to Empress. Why don't I give the Empress a wish?" "Wish?" Shen Miao looked at him. "When we meet again in triumph, this subject can grant Your Highness a wish. The wish that Your Highness wants, this subject can fulfill it. I will do my best to fulfill it." Shen Miao said, "It is a promise." "It is a promise." With a boom sound, a corner of the sky was once again illuminated by the bright fireworks. Both of them looked at it at the same time, but it was as if they had a tacit understanding and were exceptionally in sync. Bai Lu was also stunned. Fireworks were fleeting, but some things would not disappear, such as this night. When Shen Miao woke up again, she only felt a splitting headache. As she rubbed her forehead, she stood up and walked to the table. "I actually slept for such a long time." Bai Lu brought the hot soup to her and said, "Your Highness drank too much yesterday. Sober up first." Drank too much. Shen Miao's movements paused. One did not drink much at the palace banquet. Bai Lu was somewhat guilty. Most likely the wine in the palace banquet was too strong. Shen Miao nodded her head and sighed. Ben Gong's bad habit of not remembering anything once drunk has not changed for so many years. But it has been a long time since I was drunk. Bai Lu nodded her head and heard Shen Miao looking at her empty wrist. "Why did the red rope disappear?" Bai Lu said softly, "Most likely it was lost." Shen Miao sighed. Indeed, it would not last long. The sun was blazing and the departing troops were at the city gates. The young man in the lead was riding an imposing horse and had a lazy smile on his face, but his eyes were so cold that one did not dare to look at him. "Master, everything is ready," Tai Yi said. Xie Jingxing took a look behind him. Once out of the city gates, the future path would be completely different. It also meant that he had made a clean break with the past and would no longer be involved. Eventually he would have to leave. There is nothing worth to be nostalgic about here. The white-clad male at the side waved his fan and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Perhaps everyone is hoping that third older brother would not return." The pine-green robed gentleman smiled and looked to the front. "No matter what, one will finally return home." "Not necessarily." Both of them looked towards that purple-clad male. Xie Jingxing lowered his head and his gaze landed on his wrist. There was a red rope tied there, and the end of the red rope was neatly and carefully knotted, as if it would not loosen no matter what. "Isn't this something that females wear?" Jiu Shu asked. "Why are you wearing this for?" "After drinking someone's farewell wine, one owes someone a wish." Xie Jingxing said, "One will return it after returning." He retracted his gaze and raised his whip. "Rise?" Set off. Chapter 993. Time was like an arrow, the sun rose and set as in the past. Then how many rounds of flowers would bloom and how many rounds of flowers would wither. The moon would have waxing and waning, not to mention human affairs. For example, the declining Shen family and the increasingly neglected Empress. Like an old woman struggling in her twilight years. Princess Wanyu died of illness on the way to the marriage, and Empress Shen was unable to recover. Even though she was still dignified and virtuous, upon closer inspection, there was a faint aura of death in her eyes. That aura of death would only flash like a weak star when it saw the crown prince, like the embers in the ashes, but it looked like it was about to extinguish. The beautiful lady in palace attire smiled as she looked at the green-clad male in front of her. Imperial tutor, to take a drop of blood from the Empress' fingertip, it should not be a difficult matter for you. Pei Lang looked at the woman in front of him. She was as charming as a cat in the dark night, shrewd and beautiful. Otherwise that aloof emperor who always prioritized benefits would not hold her in the palm of his hand. From a female's point of view, she was undoubtedly seductive, as she grasped a man's thoughts in the palm of her hand. From a person who wields power, she did a good job. Retreating in order to advance, she never took the initiative to mention status or ask for gold and silver, but made others willingly offer things up. Not only that, she would even snatch other people's things. Instructing others to fight, relying on the heart of an emperor, relying on the support of brothers, quietly and slowly grasping what she wanted in the palm of her hand. She looked as charming as a flower, but had the heart of a snake and scorpion. That year the little princess who was only 10 years old, was forced to the end by this person? In comparison, the master of the 6 palaces was still not as vicious as this one. Perhaps it was because she came from a loyal family like the Shen family that no matter how her character changed, there was still some leeway of kindness in her bones. But it was this kindness that made her destined to always be inferior to the other party's methods. Mei Foran saw him in a daze and said, "Imperial tutor?" Pei Lang recovered to his senses and asked after thinking, "What does Imperial Consort Shen want the Empress' fingertips' blood for?" "You do not need to know what to do." Mei Foran's smile was like a flower. Even though she was already an Imperial Consort, she still had the initial title. Mei Foran, upon hearing it, one could tell that it was 100 charming and 1,000 tender, extremely moving. It made one forget that in the depths of the palace, the delicate and beautiful flowers also had poisonous thorns. She said, "Imperial tutor can clearly see what kind of situation Empress is in now." She pointed at the rattan grass that was sandwiched between 2 trees outside the window and said with a smile, "When this rattan grass just sprouted, it was sandwiched between 2 trees. He didn't have to choose anything. He could live a good life casually. But when it gradually grows up, the taller it is, the stronger the wind and rain. I have to find a place for myself to climb." She looked at Pei Lang. "There's a tree on the left and a tree on the right, but it can only choose to climb one tree. These 2 trees occupy the same area and are fighting over the same piece of land. There is only so much land, so one of the trees will definitely be cut down. This vine must be chosen carefully. If it climbs up the tree that is about to be cut down, it will be uprooted." Mei Foran looked at Pei Lang with a smile. "Imperial tutor, how do you think this rattan grass should be chosen?" Pei Lang stared fixedly at the 2 trees outside for a while. After a while, he turned his head and said, "This subject understands." Mei Foran smiled in satisfaction. After Pei Lang left, a palace maid came out from the back to pour tea for her and said softly, "Your ladyship, will the Imperial tutor really take the Empress' fingertips' blood?" The Imperial tutor and the Empress seemed to be not bad. In terms of friendship, Pei Lang had known Xin Miao for a longer time than Mei Foran. Chapter 994. The Imperial tutor is an intelligent person. Mei Foran picked up the tea and took a sip before smiling. Otherwise, when the princess was engaged, he would not have stood by and watched. Moreover, he has hidden thoughts in his heart. He is such a bright wind and bright moon, and is so rational that he does not allow himself to make any mistakes. Naturally, one must cut the weeds and remove the roots. I am helping him and it is too late for him to accept it. The palace maid nodded her head as if she understood and said, "But what that monk said, to be able to borrow the Empress's fate to your ladyship, is that true?" "No matter if it is true or not, the position of the mistress of the 6 palaces is set for me." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Mei Foran's eyes. "It is only a fingertip's blood. Give her luck to me, and when my imperial son stabilizes the Mingqi's country, I will be merciful and burn paper money for the 3 of them." The palace maid nodded her head and did not dare to speak. Xin Miao's illness was somewhat serious. Fu Ming had just come to see her and accompanied her to chat for a while. Shin Miao wanted to find someone to ask about the recent situation in the Shin residence, and just as she left the courtyard, she saw Pei Lang. Pei Lang greeted her, but Shin Miao was very cold. On the matter of Wan Yu's marriage, Pei Lang's cold attitude made one's heart turn cold. In any case, their friendship had been going on for so many years, and Wan Yu had once called him teacher. And the disgust towards Fu Xiuyi had naturally shifted to the disgust towards Pei Lang, and she did not even want to take another look at Pei Lang. Heard that the Empress has fallen ill. Pei Lang handed over a box. This? Perhaps it would be good for your ladyship's cough. Shin Miao swept a glance at him and opened the box. It was a stalk of medicinal herb that looked inexplicably familiar. When Shin Miao took it out to take a look, her fingertips suddenly felt pain, and when she looked again, it was pricked by the thorns on the herb. Beads of blood flowed down her fingertips. Bai Lu exclaimed and wanted to bandage it for her. But Pei Lang stared fixedly at her fingertips and said somewhat woodenly, "This is red sleeve grass, useful for coughing." Shin Miao smiled instead. She threw the herb into the box and closed the box before returning it back to Pei Lang and said coldly, "No need. Bengong once had a stalk of this herb, but it withered at the end. Moreover, the stalk of herb that Bengong raised did not have thorns on it." Her words had other meaning. If one do not want to give gifts, then do not give. Not to give. Not to give. Her words had other meaning. If one do not want to give gifts, then do not give. Please take it back. With that, he turned around and left without looking at Pei Lang again. Pei Lang held the box tightly in his hands and stared at Shin Miao's back with a complicated gaze. Ling Tutu. Ming Shin Miao. Dr. Pei Lang looked at the box. People always had to make some choices. The higher one was the one, the higher one not. The higher one sit, the higher. The position. The higher the position, the one had one not. The higher one sat, the more helpless he was. He was helpless and had no other way. The pros and cons were clearly placed together. Which side of the tree would be chopped down and which side of the tree would monopolize the land? The ending was clear at a glance. He still had his own loved ones and he wanted to protect them. So any friendship or secret thoughts could be put aside. What Mei Foran wanted to do with the blood from her fingertips was not a good thing. He was helping the tyrant to do evil and adding insult to injury. He turned his head and walked in another direction. People of different paths could not make plans together. He could not do anything. He could only watch with folded arms. He could only watch the tree that he had worked hard to grow in the palace fall into the mud. That big fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.